Flex on the beat. It's Flex on the beat.
Part of their sort of upset, because I think everyone has to assume G2 looking strong coming in, but we've got Agent Select ready to go, and these teams have been playing similar comps, the main difference being the Sova for Nino and the Sky over on the side of Ava.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to be seeing those same picks. And like you brought up, both of these teams so far, they have a perfect record on this map. And today, it's going to be ending for one of them. The question is, which one is it going to be? And remember that this is going to be BBL's pick that they're starting off on. So they're looking to probably get a little bit aggressive. Like you mentioned, the Sova is still going to be a factor on Nino. And apart from that, basically a mirror comp, both teams opting to go in for that controller on the Omen, which makes perfect sense considering the verticality as well as how you can really play around with those smokes, as well as the paranoia, the range of the paranoia, and the space that it buys you. I'm also interested to see the duelist pick here, because yesterday we saw Matrix being able to quite pop up on that Jet time and time again, and she's gotten for a little bit of a change here on the Raze instead.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be good to see that mirror on both sides, but it is time for Karmine Corp versus BBL Queens. Let's get into it. Here we go. BBL Queens kicking things off over on the attack. And one of the things you're talking about, Zach, was the ability to like make a lot of early aggressive plays. That's one of the things that you're going to see with the Breach and the Omen, having sort of that crowd control on a line between the stun of Breach, the paranoia of an Omen. And you can see with the positioning of Lirelia on the defense, that's a paranoia line straight up through mid. So I'd not be surprised to see Karmine Corp just break straight out of the gate and look for a pickup mid.
Yeah, they certainly look to be doing that as well. And look who's there with them. It's also going to be the Raze utility available online. So that paranoia slash concussion slash pain shells could potentially find quite a few victims here, especially if BBL look to get a bit aggressive early on. That's not going to be the case, though. In fact, they're going to be taking this super passively, anticipating that very combo to, you know, they just don't want to get in the lines of it. And it seems to be working out for them so far. They're just kind of playing the holding game here, waiting for some aggression.
And the idea is Matrix is holding for contact on that angle. The second she sees someone, it's that paranoia plus fault line coming down and doing a lot. Now, a drone was used from Nino over towards A. It's a more passive hold. It's honestly shocking to see teams playing so slowly, but I have a really bad feeling that BBL are about to walk into this insane setup from KC.
First point of contact is going to be Matrix, kind of holding the cross here. Trailblazers are going to be invested though, and off the back of that, it is going to be, like you mentioned, that insane combo coming up. Not going to be doing too much damage though, because it seemed like BBL, they were kind of ready for it. They were expecting that kind of play though, perhaps not that exact pattern. And now that they managed to bait quite a bit of utility out of the defenders here, no Joan either for Nino. They're looking to just rotate towards the A side instead, and they are being quite methodical and fast about it at the same time. And KC, they're just going to be going in for a retake.
Yeah, they only had Nino over here at the start, although Nino's going to take that fight, shut that one down. Matrix as well, they're just swarming here on the retake as Nino comes in. Vanya finds a couple, and things aren't over just yet for BBL. 2-on-2, but still 15 seconds to try and plant the spike. Mel with a chance to try and interrupt it, and Matrix has been so good over these last 2 days. Now a 3K kicking off on the pistol round. Vanya with so little HP finds the first, can't finish off the second. Matrix takes us to map, or takes the first round of the map.
Yeah, very clean start for KC there. Really nice patience coming out of both of these teams, like you mentioned. But towards the end, that's just some really good shooting coming out of KC. They find 2 kills already before the spike even goes down. And while Vanya is able to find 2 of her own, almost getting that 1v2 clutch into play, there just wasn't enough HP for her to unfortunately work with, and that is going to be KC taking the pistol.
Yeah, KC sort of have to pug it out on that retake because they spent so much of that utility up through mid. I think that play they were setting up at the start round would have worked so much better had Ava lazily walked in, but instead she used the dog to clear it out, which meant that Matrix had to worry about shooting the dog and couldn't actually really swing off and fight with that utility, could only send the paint shells. So regardless of that not playing out, KC still end up winning out in the round, and BBL going to be working up mid a little bit quicker this time around. If they can break this alarm bot, maybe that pulls some rotations and they can look to abuse the switch on that door to work over into C and try to pull around these players of Carmine Corp.
That's another reason I think Killjoy is so good on a map. The fact that you can put most of her util down towards B and play on either C or B, that might be a difference maker here. Alarmbot finally going to be taken down. Turret as well to at least use to contact into the site here. That does seem to be the call, and BBL, they're just going to be full sending it down. And once again, K-Corp, they're kind of happy to let them take the space here. They did use a little bit of utility on that A side for an early push, but now they're happy to just wait it out. Joan already finding so much value, and despite the paint shells being put in, there's only going to be 1 kill coming in. 1-for-1 trade so far. The concussion is immaculate, though still KC, they come out on top here. Second round converted, and while they lose 2 players, I think they can still pick up all the rifles.
Yeah, they're going to be perfectly happy with that one. At the same time, BBL main job is just to get that spike down, so not going to be too unhappy there. One thing I think BBL are going to realize after these first 2 rounds is that there hasn't really been a lot of fighting early on from the side of Carmine Corp. Right on the pistol, they had that funky little setup with the 2 lines, but I think Rebel has gone relatively uncontested, and seeing BBL set up on that side of the map I think is exactly the right call to fight for control over there. Of course, KC are keeping things flexible and now are ready to battle back on that side of the map too.
Power up round indeed, and it seems like BBL, they're ready to take the fight to KC, who have their own plans, it seems like. Already early paint shells, concussion combo, not going to be really finding any value here as BBL have opted to just wait it out. They're taking this super cautiously, in fact using the Trailblazer to clear out any of these corners in case KC get a little bit aggressive. And now that they have that intuition of multiple players being kind of stacked up on that site, it seems like that they're going to be booking it over towards that C side instead, where there is still going to be Mel standing strong.
Yeah, it's just going to be Mel. Maybe she can find a kill, stall out long enough. Potential for a big flank from KC. You can see 2 players committing over to that one. Alkia just going to go straight on past those mollies on the ground. And Mel, maybe she looks for a spam through the smoke. The plant is a little bit exposed, but no, she doesn't have a good angle on that, so can't really accomplish anything. BBL now pushing into spawn, and that's where they can try to break this open. As the retake, it's going to be sort of 1-by-1 with KC. Unless they group up, it's actually a really good fault line that sets up Mel to come around the corner. Gorgeous play on that one. And they managed to trade out evenly on that top side of the map.
Oh, now towards Rubble, though. That's going to be a super awkward fight to take. Matrix able to find it on the flank, and now it's a 2v3 scenario. Showstopper on land for Matrix as well already. Doesn't quite clear the corner, still gets the 1-for-1 trade, though, and now the spike itself, it's just going to be trying to get stuck here. Literally almost managing to pull it through, but Emma will find that final kill. BB will find their first round, but it was so expensive. It was their full buy.
Oh,
and they only have 1 rifle left.
And what a respectable retake on the bonus here. The fault line catches out these players completely. showing you the power of the breach when they try to push into your spawn like that. It's just a very easy fault line to hit multiple different players. Now, BBL still going to have a bye coming into this one, so no problems on that front. But we'll continue to see how they test over towards this A site, because last time it was a really hard stack from KC, and then they found a lot of success still. Now there's nothing to really set up Matrix's utility. No breach or whatnot to set that one up, but Alkia are quickly moving on forward here to take control past Rubble.
Yeah, they've already managed to push half the way in, and I have to also comment on how BBL, they're so happy to just take these ult orbs that are offered to them, farm up. Already Seeker's gonna be down there to be able to contact up the site. Nobody really playing here. KC opting to go in for that retake again. Shock darts, trying to find a little bit of damage, not too much, and Alkia taking such an aggressive position here to try and deny the retake. Combination does come in. Paranoia will push them off at least for a few more seconds, but Alkia not quite able to swing off the back of it. This one way though, it is buying so much time here. KC almost afraid to push in despite the amount of utility they have. Their job's looking so difficult right now, and literally this Paranoia, it might be the difference maker. What is that shot? Matrix not quite able to do the damage, but at least the trade is there from Nino. Still though, the clock has ticked down, and it might just be better for KC to hold on to their guns. There's a fight to go forward, but Vanya on site is going to be that pillar, the bastion that will get BBL to 2.
All right, Vanya, show me what you got. That was nice. Right there in the middle of sight, coming around the corner, just lines up those two players, and then finding the headshot there on Nello as well. I mean, KC got stuck in a really tough position because that one way that you were talking about, and I liked the idea of using Matrix to satchel past it to sort of wide swing, you know, break the crosshair of anyone that was watching the one way while the rest of the team funnels on through. It meant that the initial trades kind of went KC's way. They just lost Matrix, but Vanya from the middle of that site there was not going to let anyone onto that in the retake.
Very clean work, and again, BBL, they're happy to spend like the first 15 seconds waiting for some aggression out of KC, but after that, they're just full sending it down to site, and it's been working out like a charm for them so far. If you play as a pack, you stay as a pack, and it's been working out great for them. Again, Philippa, one off of that Rolling Thunder, but it's going to be the lockdown instead that Raika is going to be getting online. It seems like kind of like a whack-a-mole as to which ult is going to be coming online for this particular round, and at least this time around, Raika will be the one to initiate that lockdown. Gonna be some counter util and ultimates available for KC as well, but I don't know how much they can really do.
Oh, Leah, they go in early. The judges here. That's 2 kills traded out. KC gonna be happy with that one. Still nothing really to fight with on this retake unless Nello commits the Rolling Thunder, which in the 4v3 they may do. Vanya walking through the smoke. It tags one, but Nino's waiting for it. All of a sudden, the round is falling apart for BBL. 2 players stuck in the back of sight, both pinged out by the Sova Dart. Carmine Corp can run them over around the corner. It's just Ava alive, and you only get 2 shots with the shorty. It's not going to happen. Carmine Corp pull off a heroic defense there with Liralia's judge.
Yeah, literally finding 2 on the round is huge, but that's the problem when you don't have a Sova or Fade. You know, you only have that Trailblazer to really clear space with and to use as a drone kind of. And the fact is, once that was used to get that early on space, there was just no other utility that they could have really committed. And a judge at that range, yeah, your chances are pretty much a goner.
And like, let this be a little note. If you are in a bad position, whether you're down numbers, you're on a bad buy, and the enemy is using a Killjoy ult against you, leave one person to fight on that site. Take that little bit of a gamble. It was a great call from Liralia. Now, again, working towards this C site. Just a wide swing with the Spectre going absolutely nuts. Nello finds a really solid trade. Now they're opening the door, trying to pinch on in here, and it's just Carmine Corp ruining BBL. What a little maneuver, opening the door and just shutting down that C hit.
Yeah, 20 seconds, I think that round was it. It's probably the fastest one we've had yet. Yeah, really quick one. It was a bit of an eco round for BBL, not too much loss there. They did find a pick, but all things considered, they're finally going to be calling a timeout because K-Corp so far, they have put up a phenomenal defense. They've been able to kind of wait out utility. They've been really good at finding these openings, and just the fact that they're willing to play for the retake and succeed in so many of these rounds, that's a major factor in BBL. They don't seem to know how to quite deal with it yet.
Yeah, BBL, sort of the learnings I think they might be trying to take into this timeout is, okay, we've seen like the heavier, you know, aggressive plays with the 4-stack over towards A main. We've also seen on C a more passive hold, except this last round, they just hit us with a pinch with the door opening up. That might remind them of the pistol round. There were also 3 players set up on B. So whenever they're working onto this C site, they're gonna have to be really mindful of if the enemy team has control over B main where they can open up the switch. So instead of committing all 5 players over towards Mound right off the rip, I think BBL might be smart to maybe use Eva's dog to scout out, or a flash into B main, something to let them know, hey, if there's a player there, we have to really be mindful of that door being opened and sort of that pinch maneuver that Karmine Corp just pulled on them.
Pincer maneuver, that's the key word there. They were just so completely trapped on either side. 2 players through the door, the Sova all towards Mound, and just the push from C as well. Push through C as well from Nello. Despite losing that first player, they were more than ready for it, and K-Corp, they do a phenomenal job. Once again, early on recon towards that A side, and it seems like K-Corp, they're expecting some pressure towards C here. 3 players stacked up to go in for one of those set plays. Once again, it's the Raze, the Omen, and the Breach. It's like a joke, you know, Raze, Omen, and Breach walk into a bar, and their gamble is right here. They're not able to quite find the kills. Vania finding 2 already, being able to take down both the Raze as well as the Omen there. So no more smokes. Oh, never mind. Raze as well as the Breach there. Showstopper invested as well. Not finding the kill though. Beautiful TP.
Yeah, literally TPing back 2 times just to get the heck out of dodge. Only 3 players on the retake. Spike will go down. They have no flash to really break out of the smoke. This is not going to be easy, but if Lirelia finds an opener, all of a sudden they've got a chance. 3-on-3, all 3 players of BBL are zoned beyond this smoke, playing for Mount. The spike is planted for them. But Karmine Corp, all they need is a good timing with this paranoia. Catches out Rika over in the corner. The spam is in, but Rika's managed to find a kill. BBL just slaughtering players inside of the smoke, and no good for Karmine Corp. BBL take the round.
Just demolished, and despite that smoke going down, you do see that KC, they try to go for the push outside, and they're kind of punished for it. BBL, it seems like the reset was perfect, and it starts with Vania being able to find those 2 first kills there. Showstopper after that to get them onto site, but just a really, really good execute.
Oh, I love the agent's voice lines when it goes into slow motion. Like, they're talking like this. I don't know. I think we should cast around like that at some point. Like, if we watch a replay and it ever goes slow-mo, we have to also go slow-mo with the voices. That should be mandatory.
I'll keep that in mind for next time.
Good.
Oh, that's gonna be the operator now in Lirealia's hands. Really, really interesting fight. I love how flexible K-Corp are around who exactly plays that operator, because they all seem to be so good at it.
Yeah.
Once again, BBL for the first 20 seconds, they're just they're gonna kind of chill around spawn, waiting for some aggression out of K-Corp. But that's the thing, right? K-Corp, they've sort of at this point conditioned BBL into not expecting any kind of push coming through at all.
I think when you are playing the Raze on this map and you have an Omen, Omen is the best operator in that composition. It's more risky than Jet because you don't have the get out of jail free. You have to win your first fight and then D-peek. But the ability to still flex around with the teleports after you take that first shot is a big one. Drone will spot, I think, just 1, maybe 2 players towards spawn. But Karmine Corp are going to be ready with all the setup here. 3 players ready to play off the paint shells and Matrix's Showstopper. They can just destroy them quickly on this hit.
Oh, it is going to be the Rolling Thunder invested. Lirelia, though, still, despite the smoke, able to find a huge kill onto the Raze, and that's going to be a preemptive Killjoy will put down as well to prevent this push on to B. And it just because of the fact that Vania has from the shadows, she will be able to make her way onto A side instead to get the spike down. However, the rest of her team, they have to play catch up here to try and prevent this retake from really coming through. Smoke goes down as well, and Vania, completely isolated, has so much work to do here to stay alive, to ensure that KC, they don't get anything done for free. Counter Rolling Thunder as well coming in from the players, and Matrix able to find that first blood. Philippa, though, there for the trade. They push in through door instead, getting a little bit of control towards that side of the map, and the remaining players for KC, they have to make their way towards a spike. I don't know how exactly they're gonna do it. Eva holding the cross, not able to catch them while pushing through though. Still Philippa able to find 3 on the round already, and now it's all down to Lirelia. Operator in hand. I don't know how much he can really do here. The flash and the shorty seems to be the call, but Philippa in the end will be able to come out with 4, and BBL, they equalize.
Felipa is just popping off right there. The rolling thunder as the retake was coming online was really big to find that first kill. And then while the teammate is trying to break the shot, the dart on the wall, Felipa finds a couple, comes around the corner, gets the fourth one there too. So just kind of smurfing throughout that round in every single fight she was going to be able to take. It ties things up now for BBL, and with the way they've been farming orbs, now that Rika is just one off, you can see with some early presence, the A orb and the C orb are just like really easy to take, I think, if you show some early presence on one of those sides of the map.
Yeah, I think BBL have really been maintaining their ult economy quite well. They seem to have at least one pivotal ult ready for either round. Like last round, if Vanya didn't have that from the shadows, it would have been very, very difficult for them to be able to close it out. But once again, like you mentioned, they are just one off the lockdown. They're perhaps looking to hold on to it, knowing that K-Corp's economy is kind of on its last. Like they do have this buy, but after this, it's going to make things super difficult already. You can see literally only having a Sheriff to play with. They managed to get their way onto site. We'll get the spike down for free as well, but again, there's still so much utility in the hands of K-Corp here. And
there's a really fast flank coming in too. Two players, literally Leah and Mel, are going to break that alarm bot, so BBL Queen should be aware that a flank is coming in on the opposite side. Yeah, all the utility goes down and through the smoke. Rika's going to be able to find it. Is she ready for a second player coming around the corner, though? I don't think so. Yes, she is. Takes it down on the retake. It's not going to happen. Nello versus the world now in a 1 versus 2. Dodged away from the flash. It's a one-on-one, actually. Breach on breach. The two clutch goddesses, and it's Felipa to secure another round for BBL.
That got too close for comfort. Almost a 1v4 coming out of Nello there. Being able to get those 2 kills on the flank was huge, but nevertheless, BBL, they took up too much space and they managed to buy too much time before the retake could really attempt to come in. And off the back of that K-Corp, they're going to be behind and calling a timeout to boot as well. And this is a very interesting timeout to call because BBL, of course, they have won the last 3 rounds in a row, so perhaps attempting to break that momentum is a good call. But more than that, they also have some interesting ults to work with. That Rolling Thunder and from the shadows, it could lead to a bit of a aggressive play here early on if they play their cards right.
Yeah, definitely some options to work with on that, especially because I feel like BBL, they've been relatively committed to where they're going on their side hits. Like, they'll play the early round slow and spread out, but, you know, once their second cycle of utility comes up, they're deciding what side they're hitting, and they're pretty much going into it. They're not really looking to lurk on you or anything like this, so that Rolling Thunder on the defense can catch so many players as they funnel into sight, and you can sort of just instantly shut it down before it comes into play. I like the idea of Karmine Corp looking for, you know, the flank in the previous round, especially knowing that there aren't going to be sort of solo players on the own lurk duty that's going to be able to catch you out that BBL just aren't really throwing their way. But unfortunately for them, it just got spotted out by every single layer of Killjoy utility, and they also lost in the fights.
Yeah, after that round, K-Corp, not much to work with economically at least. One stinger on Nino, it might be the difference maker. And perhaps, again, this A side, it's going to be a little bit of early aggression shown. Nino not able to find any information, that recon dart being instantly broken whether or not BBL go towards A. And BBL, they seem to have found some confidence off the back of these few successful rounds that they've had so far, looking to get aggressive fast and quick. They do take the site, and once again, the spike, it's just no competition. Ooh, the flank.
Yeah, another double flank coming in on this side. Unlikely Nello commits that Rolling Thunder unless they can find an opener on this flank. This time there's only one player. It is just Rika watching that one, and a Paranoia is good, so they learn off of that read from the previous round, and now it's a 5-on-4.
Oh, the Rolling Thunder, in fact, gonna be invested here. And off the back of the Nino, able to find a kill with the help of the Stinger. However, Eva and Vanya both able to strike back here. Eva finding 3 on the round already. Almost looking for the 4th here, but Alkia will finally close it out. BBL, despite it being an eco round, it got too close for comfort. Look at the HP on the 2 players.
I mean, honestly, Karmine Corp made a really big learning off of their flank from the previous round, where there were 2 players just sort of playing right outside a baby door on that slant there. So this time they sent a Paranoia into that angle. There was also only the 1 player in that spot, so definitely gave themselves a chance to play out in that round. The tough thing for Karmine Corp is I think it's really hard for them to fight over A main control, because I think they just lose the war of attrition. Personally, I favor Sky over Sova on this map for a lot of different reasons, but the main one is, like, once that Sova dart goes down, that Sova doesn't really offer a lot in terms of controlling that space over rubble, so it's very easy for BBL to just continue to brute force fight through with a couple of flashes. Speak of brute force, they can just drop that ultimate onto the B site and open it up completely.
Yeah, this time around, they seem to have learned their lesson. Gonna be waiting for the last couple of seconds, investing a boom bot as well to make sure Lilia doesn't have any cringe judge plays.
No ratting
Punish
today.
them again. Oh, that aftershock does quite a bit of damage to Vanya, though. And off the back of that, in fact, it's gonna be Matrix finding that first kill. The trades still go in favor of K-Corp until, of course, Matrix gets a pain kill to boot. And now these last remaining players, they're gonna be having to make sure that the spike doesn't get defused. The flank as well, not quite in position. BBL Reka able to find one, gets a second as well, on track for the clutch, has a nanoswarm left, but we'll have to swing out to make sure that Nilo isn't sticking it. And off the back of that, that's gonna be K-Corp finding their 5th round here. Almost a 1v3 out of Rika.
That was such a chaotic post plan right there. Rika comes in at the end, and unfortunately, I think her molly misses off this wall. So she realizes the trajectory isn't really on, so she goes for the early swing to try and catch out Nello when she goes for the defuse, but it's just not going to be there. Nello way too ready for that one to come in, and even though BBL slammed that Killjoy lockdown, the retake came in so quickly for Karmine Corp, and now in the final round of the half, it's definitely Matrix with the ult advantage, with access to the showstopper to make the retakes go, because I think Karmine Corp haven't done a ton of early fighting against BBL, but their retakes have looked really clutch.
Yeah, whenever they do have like those pivotal ultimates available, they're happy to just play for those. But in those kind of lull rounds where they're farming them up, charging them up, it looks a little bit more difficult. 3 ultimates online for K-Corp here to work with. And as for BBL themselves, they are very close to that showstopper, 2 only away.
They just went over to the C side to get Ava her ultimate. Now they can maybe get Alkia 1 or just, you know, get a couple of kills and win out afterwards. But the problem comes that now there's that Hunter's Fury on the opposite side, so as long as Nino doesn't die, there's a lot of chance to stall here or get the tag and look for the ultimate off the back of that one. Nino actually not committing that, and now BBL with the Seekers are going to realize this side is pretty light. It's 3 players all up towards heaven.
Yeah, they once again are able to kind of get this A side for free, but K-Corp, historically, at least on this A side, they've been kind of going in for a retake play so far, and it's been working out in their favor. Matrix still got to start things off early with a showstopper. Unfortunately, takes herself out. Nello finding a second kill as well. That is not on a teammate. Alkia counters back, and now it's going to be a 3v4 scenario. However, the HP of some of these players from the side of BBL are so low here. The 2 remaining players kind of closing the net. Neil finding the first, Mel finding the second, and it's going to be coming down to a 1v1 here. Reika versus Nino, Sova versus Killjoy, and Nino, again the clutch player, K-Corp, 6-6.
That just fearless Nino coming around the corner. I don't think Reika even expected that, because it's like, there's only 15 seconds left on the clock. Any sane person would wait for the player to try and plant and then you kill, but Nino's like, no, she's going to be thinking that's what I'm doing, so Nino takes the fight straight to her and shuts that down immediately. A dead even half, and I mean, I was excited coming into this match because I thought it was going to be close, but I think everyone almost has to give the edge to BBL Queens after taking down G2 Goes, and to see KC holding dead even on a map that BBL beat G2 on is such a good sign of things to come in this BO3.
Yeah, like we talked about, both teams, they haven't lost this map yet. And yet is the operative word. So this is going to be the first one for them, but they're definitely looking neck and neck right now, super strong. And now BBL on the defense, they're looking to get extremely aggressive here, picking up quite a bit of space, in fact, early on. However, the counter utility from the side of KC, it doesn't quite help. Vanya and Eva both able to find 2 kills already. Nello and Meldo strike back on the back of a beautiful concussion, and suddenly it's going to be a 2v2 scenario, except for the HP.
Do they push into spawn here? What a little gamble Karmine Corp could have taken. They decide to split up, actually, allowing Nello to go in on her own. But yeah, BBL are playing together. And now, tough to get this spike down. Knows the 2 players are in spawn, but yeah, planting right on top of the wall. The Aftershock just cancels it. Getting the plant off is so high value. For the money it generates your team, and Mel will be able to accomplish it. But now as the swing comes around the corner, Mel taking down just 5 HP.
1 enemy remaining.
Sees the player, finds the first. But no, Felipa comes around the corner and wins the pistol for BBL.
Again, most of these rounds, they just seem to be coming down to the wire here, ultimately to those 1v1s, and you gotta give Mel some credit. Despite being 5 HP in that 1v2, able to find that first kill, almost in position for the second. But this early aggression from BBL, despite leaving them in a 2v2, they find so much advantage. And honestly, K-Corp, they could have found that round. It's just a bit of a misplay, I think, to have Nello go off on the lurk alone there in that kind of a 2v2 scenario.
Yeah, I kind of see what they're trying to say to themselves. It's like, oh, we both kind of got like relatively low, so they're not liking their odds in the straight up 2-on-2. But yeah, I have to say the team that sticks together, BBL, is the one that's favored on that retake. Both players just holding hands the whole way on out. Looks a little bit silly what Matrix is doing, but that's playing anti-flash, making sure you know, if her teammates lose their eyeballs, she's going to be able to swing around and take the fight regardless.
Okay, I've been chain flashed too many times in my ranked game, so I completely understand. Right now, though, it's going to be a very quick push in to this B site here. Nanoswarm's going to buy a little bit more time, cutting Matrix off, who takes extremely aggressive space here. However, BBL, they're expecting this push. Look at this crossfire being held right now, and the lineup is almost there. Vanya and Reika between them just churning things out. That's a meat grinder and a half, and it's all down to Mel, just the sheriff in hand, being hunted down here by the remaining players for BBL, and just like that, they find 8. Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, just a solid protocol there from BBL, expecting sort of the map flip, that spawn push. And you're going to see Karmine Corp do that a lot, I think, on the B and C sites. A site, it's like pretty impossible to actually push up that rope towards heaven, unless you're just one player playing inside of a smoke. But especially on these B holds, it's really important to have control of 2 of the 4 entrances into sites. That means you can have main, you can have the area over towards Baby Door, or you can push maybe towards spawn, like we just saw there, coming through from Karmine Corp. So BBL very aware of how KC want to play the round, and are not going to let that one happen easily.
Yeah, now though, finally KC able to invest in a buy. No real ultimates online for them, unfortunately, for this particular round, though. Mel, if she pops off, they might have that lockdown ready to go. This time around, looking towards that C site instead, making sure there's nobody playing super aggressive, but they still have to get past the breach and the Killjoy. 2 pivotal players who have quite a bit of stall utility available for the rest of the team to rotate over if necessary.
And the position from backside there, Philip has a really nice concuss angle. That if anyone walks into the Killjoy setup, can slam that concuss and swing on out. A little surprised to see Philip fall off of that. Ceding a little bit of control on the site, but making sure there are now 4 players onto that. Vanya has a very forward position over on Rubble, so her job is realistically to trade at least 1 for 1 and give the information over to the team, but the rotates are going to come in so slow because of how committed they are on C that spike should go down regardless, unless Vanya can do something ridiculous.
Early recon as well will be forced to get broken, and now Vanya being hit by all the utility. That Paranoia misses though, and immediately off the back of that, able to find that first kill. Shadow steps away as well to boot, and now only a couple seconds off the smoke to try and stay alive. It's a battle to see how many that she can really find, and Nello will finally shut it down, but the information has been garnered. 30 seconds left. It's A or bust here for the side of K-Corp. And off the back of that, already look at the forward position that Alkia is holding. Joe not able to spawn her out either, so K-Corp, they're just going to have to do this the hard way as they try to make their way onto site. The timing is going to be there, though. Nilo able to take down Alkia. Their huge kill. Almost a clack coming in forever, but the kill doesn't quite get confirmed. Spike itself will go down, but look at this position.
Liralia, she hears the dog coming out, playing right inside of the smoke. 2 players around her. Will they step into the smoke? Liralia waiting to pounce, sees them coming around the corner. 1, 2, 3, lines them up and knocks them down. Liralia just destroys BBL.
No way. That first, this position, the fact that Vanya is able to dodge the Paranoia and get that kill, but secondly, just, you know, you were just talking about how you do not push on this A side when you're trying to hold it down, and Liralia is like, nope, you're wrong.
Yeah, you're allowed to send 1 person there, and usually it's like, do you get a kill and fall something? No, Liralia able to accomplish everything, and it comes after, I think Vanya did everything you could have asked for her. Like, the fact she gets the kill, dodges the Paranoia, and then teleports off. It burned extra utility from KC. It allowed BBL to get in position to retake quick and fight them out, but Liralia just says, nah, doesn't matter. Gets 3 kills and wraps up the round.
Yeah, really great round coming out of them. Once again, BBL looking to get aggressive towards this A side here. With an operator, I believe Alkia is going to be the one to take that first contact if they do come in. Manages to dodge the drone, not quite able to hit the shot, and now going to be caught in the open. Unfortunately, it's going to be a massacre here as literally it just guns her down. Once again, the information that it is going to be an early execute towards this A side has been garnered. No drone though, and Eva might be able to do some magic here in this corner, only finding 1 before being shut down. things back down to a 3v3 here as the trades go through. And now the spike itself, there's plenty of time for it to go down. However, literally on the lurk, this might be the X factor here to watch out for, and Raika shuts it down.
One enemy
Raika's like,
remaining.
you're not going to get a push on us again. Felipa, the crossfire there with Vanya. Just wrecks Karmine Corp. Really good understanding that, hey, look, that Omen on the opposite side literally had just pushed our spawn, or pushed up into that heaven smoke. Yeah, maybe she pushes stairs this time. Yep, it happens. They shut it down, and the retake looks very nice for them. I do think that BBL may run into, they are running into some issues with these delayed rubble takes because of the Sova, giving a lot of good information to clear out the single player. BBL are posting up pretty deep. You know, previously it was Vanya, and it went pretty well for BBL, but that time Alkia just has absolutely nowhere to go. Fight up in mid now, although counter flash forces the two players on BBL side back.
Still off the boom bot, they do look like they want to put quite a bit of pressure towards this B side. A bit of more of a default play coming out of the side of BBL, of K-Corp here. They're, again, and okay, look at this position being held by Lilia, right? She expects this push towards this A main area. Alkia still in possession of that operator this time around, might be able to do a little bit more damage, and finds the kill onto Lilia. Huge frag there, no more smokes for the rest of the round for Casey.
Oh, ultimate opportunity for Nello to come on in. Two players sort of stuck on site with that. But how do they commit forward? Matrix only has one satchel, so it's much harder to actually punish onto these players. Pretty forward positions taken, and now with the op shot, the ultimate comes flying on in. Oh no! Alkia chops up that dash. We'll be able to get out of dodge eventually, and Felipa gets that kill onto Matrix. No one's been able to scale on Karmine Corp. They're stuck and have to pivot back into this lurk from Mel onto B.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate. Rolling Thunder finds absolutely zero value, and now in this 3v5 retake, BBL, they seem to hold all the cards. They might not have the ultimates, but they definitely have the numbers, and it's going to take some kind of miracle work coming out of the remaining players of K-Corp before they can really pull off anything. This quarter, though, Mel, I don't think she was spotted by that Trailblazer, so she might be able to pull off a literally a play of her own, find a couple of kills there. Mel finds the first, but the immediate trade is going to be there, and the remaining players from K-Corp, they're going to be forced to respect this lockdown. It's gonna be, you know, flashed into oblivion, and at this juncture they're just gonna be like, you know what, the defuse comes through, it just gets stuck, never mind.
That's tough. That is tough. The ultimate just sort of funnels every single player on Karmine Corp into the same entryway, right? You have to have two angles into the site, otherwise you get perma-stalled out. Sky Flash, Breach Stun, Breach Flash, the paranoia, the smoke too. Like, you have no chance to win out in that post plant, especially when you plant down at the bottom of that pit there. It's actually really hard to get an angle. You have to commit your body more onto the angle than you would, and especially when you're down in numbers, there's just nothing you can do. So solid retake there from BBL using that ultimate, and Karmine Corp just, I don't think there's any way they could have won that round.
Yeah, the moment that lockdown comes down without anything to counter it, right? Especially on that B side, there's just no space that you can safely play in. Even if it is planted for main instead towards that box, it's still gonna be super difficult. And there was no post plant utility that they really had to use either, because Mal was taken down, no more nano swarms. Nino wasn't in position for the shock darts, no aftershock for Nilo either. So off the back of that, there's just nothing that you can really do. And it seemed like K-Corp realized that the moment they were hit with that triple flash kind of push, they were just like, nope, we're out of here. They pop out through that little door and they try to hold on to their guns. And this timeout, they really have to figure out how exactly they can attack, because BBL so far, they are doing a great job at just preventing K-Corp from really pushing on through or getting any space at all.
I mean, I like a little pace change here. Usually their hits over towards A have come in around the 1:10 mark on the clock, so instantly playing for that, maybe using their lockdown to quickly take the site, because they have realized, I think by now, that Ava likes to fall back into tree when the hits come in. Using that lockdown can remove that position from consideration, and with the smoke, they can quickly look to scale up here and work their way into the site.
Go get him.
Yeah, no, they have changed the pace a little bit, looking to get aggressive off the back here. Immediately though, Philippa putting down the aftershock is just kind of gonna like deny the push into site, doing quite a bit of damage to Matrix in the process. And now, while they have scales up at the very least, Matrix is still going to be cut off from the rest of the team here. Finally regrouping back onto site, and K-Corp, they're going to be able to at least get the spike down, but BBL, they're holding everything they have for a full retake. They have a lockdown of their own as well.
Lockdown, so many options now too if Felpa gets a kill. Now the flank from Alkia will be big, but that means no real help from the paint shells to get back onto the site. Going to be tough for BBL to work their way out of heaven over on that side of the map. How many players can Alkia actually pull? No one really for now, and the lockdown comes in so late. It's a trade kill. So Matrix finds the first. Carmine Corp in a good position now as BBL have to force their way into lockdown if they want to do anything. The time is ticking away. Nino has the Hunter's Fury as well. So with all of these players in main, there's no time left on the clock. No chance. All they can do is play for these exits. Remove some rifles from the field of play. And it will be successful. Two do fall, but so does the op. Oh no.
Alkia probably thought she was out of range there, but just on the edge, it's gonna be the op taken offline. So KC win the round. That's also gonna be a sigh of relief for them, that not only did they get their economy a little bit back on track, they also, at least temporarily for a couple of seconds, get the op out of Alkia's hands, though it's still gonna be back online for the next round. K-Corp, they finally managed to find their footing after that little bit of an interval, the pause that they had, and now they have 3 ultimates charged up and ready to go.
Yep. If you want a little trick there to dodge out on the spike, it's the same as the footstep ring when you're running on the map. So you can try and track that. Almost a gnarly flick coming out of Alkia there. Not quite, but if they commit into this, Alkia might just kill everyone with the showstopper.
Yeah, showstoppers on either side here. Matrix might be able to find one of her own. I think that's going to be the Ray spotted out as well. 2 players, in fact, detected towards this B side. And, well, Alkia is going to be popping her own showstopper. However, it's immediately going to be respected quite well by these players on K-Corp, falling quite back here. And, again, they got so much information off that drone. They're happy to just reconsider choices, whether they really want to go towards that side as well. Because it's not just the Rays, it's also the Killjoy.
Yeah,
they spotted.
Carmine Corp are a little concerned that maybe someone's pushed up into rubble. You could see they're maybe thinking about going A, but it will end up being a C hit, or a B hit rather, for them. So much power again in the post plants, and just using the shock darts, that removes at least one of those mollies from the ground. Won't lock them into B, but they may try to open up this door, reading the rotations coming in from BBL, but now the clock is winding down against them, and there's a counter ultimate out of that breach. This is getting real uncomfortable as the ultimates are being traded in everywhere. Felippo finds 1 kill before the Hunter's Fury trades her out from that one, but there's now 3 defenders on the site. Ava has to go massive, but Carmine Corp are so solid on the site hit. They only lose a single player.
Spike planted.
Now Vanya in a 1v4 scenario, waiting for perhaps a mistake being made by the K-Corp players, knows that there's going to be at least one on the spike because he's been watching that angle at the Hawk the entire time. Gets the first, almost gets the second, but Nino, more than ready for the peak here, will convert the kill, and K-Corp, they are just 1 round away from tying things up here. And what an execute it was. They tease out so much utility on both sides, get that showstopper out of the way, and just using this Hunter's Fury to make their way onto site in conjunction with the Raze utility. It was just a work of art.
Yeah, then the 2 versus 2 right there, I think with Mel and Nino coming around the corner was the one that really wrapped it up. Because the counter Hunter's Fury basically traded out that first kill and allowed them to scale up past or not really worry about the rolling thunder that's coming their way. There's gonna be a really early fight here. 4 versus 5 as BBL on pistols are trying to accomplish something ridiculous. I mean, the utility coming in though from Carmine Corp is just too good. The concuss in the corner sets up Lilia for a 4K on that. Just no shot for BBL.
15 seconds in the round, and it's just gonna be a slaughterhouse towards this A side. It's all just down to Philippa. At least able to get a little bit of charge on that rolling thunder, but aside from that, I don't know how much more she can really achieve in this particular round. Nothing in hand except for a Sheriff. Might be able to find a pick or 2, and perhaps that's what she is looking for. On the opposite side, it is going to be literally on track for the ace, so it does seem like the remaining players on K-Corp, they're kind of just playing around, trying to find the location and let her have it, because at this point she deserves it.
Lilia, you're playing on the wrong side. Why is she the furthest back? Probably because she has 40 health. That sounds reasonable, but yeah, I mean, I'm all for clip farming. In a 10-9 match, super close between 2 of what appear to be some of the best teams that we have here in Game Changers. I don't know. I still say farm the clip. I support that.
Unfortunately, it's not going to be happening. And we saw what happens when you try to farm the clip yesterday, Ender.
True.
Acing out.
Oh my god, that Roxy play is still giving me nightmares. I don't know. Unreal.
I think it'll probably give Guild nightmares for a good while as well.
Yeah, actually. It might be a while before they can get their revenge as well. That'll be tough. Anyways, now with things all tied up once again, I doubt we see another super slam over towards the A side of the map, but this is an interesting round because both sides have a full buy, but no one's really even remotely close to ultimates. So this is just a straight up, you know, normal fight. You don't have to worry about too many of those outside factors. I think that Karmine Corp have found continually a lot of success, no matter really when they're hitting over towards the A side of the map. They've run into issues with like an operator in the hands of Alkia perhaps, but whether it's their fast commits over towards Rebel or their delayed ones around 1:10 to 1 minute, I think they've had some really good things going their way. So I actually like the idea of maybe trying to set up, look for an early fight around C or B, pull an early rotate, and then swing back into A like they've been doing in a lot of their rounds.
Yeah, I think the biggest differentiator between K-Corp and BBL is that K-Corp, when they try to retake that A site, they succeeded more often than not. And BBL, they just don't have that same kind of energy going in for them in their half on defense. If they play aggressively and they get a pick or two, yes, they're able to build up off of it. And they're really good at preventing K-Corp from getting into the site at all. But the moment that spike goes down, K-Corp, they have impeccable post-plan positioning. And BBL, they just seem to kind of struggle to break it here. Now K-Corp, they're looking for a little bit of pressure towards that B site instead off the bat. And Alkia actually going in for a push here, looking for a little bit of a fishing expedition with two of her teammates as they go forward. And K-Corp, well, they've already gotten out of it.
K-Corp are in a really uncomfy spot now because they've committed 3 players up into mid, 2 players over towards A lobby. It is really hard on the defensive side to push all the way into spawn. Like, there's a lot of wide angles. You can't really guarantee where anyone is going to be individually. So as the retake now comes in from Karmine Corp, it's actually BBL just farming one by one. And now it is just the one remaining in Lyralia, but she has almost no chance in this round as the BBL swarm comes in. Although Lyralia, if there's anyone to do it, managing to find a couple here. Now the pinch comes on through, and Ava finishes off the round for BBL.
Poor Lyralia, almost able to get the third there. That was very impressive, but just that initial control, that aggression coming out of BBL, we haven't really seen it in this kind of form before. Sure, you've seen Alkia kind of go out with the operator on her own on that A side, but this triple push, it just seemed like K-Corp, they were not ready for it.
Yeah, K-Corp they were uncomfy because like we can get pushed, but you'd much rather take the fight when BBL are the ones running into you. Karmine Corp, the breach flash didn't really connect, I don't think, and then after that, because they're not running a Sky, they just don't have enough utility to make that a really advantageous fight for them, and they weren't using the drone to re-clear either. It ends up going a little bit haywire for them, and now the setup from BBL is again to fight a little bit delayed here over towards Mound. Lyralia is able to find that frag. Great opener from the side of Karmine Corp, but it gets traded out as Ava just Giga Chads it out into the open. Is able to disengage from that as well. Alkia in the corner makes it go relatively even, all things considered. Vanya's already been able to get onto the site too.
Yeah, quite a bit of aggressive space being held here, and now it's down to the remaining players. Vanya in the corner might have been able to find the timing there. Unfortunately, Mel more than ready for it. Reika now, a 1v3 scenario. Almost gets the shot onto Nino, but not quite able to connect. And now, somehow, facing this kind of situation, no ultimate either in hand. It's going to be a super difficult retake if she decides to try at all. The call might be to just hold on to this weapon, despite the team having a decent amount of money, at least. Reika might be able to drop a teammate, but perhaps if she can find a pick or two, it might be what, you know, the economy at least needs a bit of damage done.
Yeah, if you have a little bit of faith in yourself, I think both sides really gonna be unhappy with losing a rifle in this spot. Sees the corner of a person and then runs out of bullets. Uh-oh. Reika has to go for the reload, and we're all tied up 11-11. This has been so close between these two teams, from 6-6 at the half, now 11-11. I don't know. I have a lot of very good feelings about maybe some 3 mappers today with the level of competition we have.
Yeah, yesterday got open relatively quick. It got over relatively quickly, I gotta say. I think we started at 6 and ended by like 10 CEST time. So the way this game is going, I definitely do feel that's going to be the case as well. And again, 100% win record, right? Neither team really wants to let it go, and you can see exactly why. Now the showstopper are going to be online for Alkia. Might be really useful in that retake if needed. And K-Corp themselves, they're looking for a pretty fast hit into this B side. In fact, they're not holding back at all. They're just running it down here. So much space being taken by Matrix right off the bat. However, though, Alkia looking to do a little bit of damage to that door. not quite connecting with the paint shells.
This is awkward. The players on side have been isolated for a bit because of that Killjoy utility. BBL not trying to capitalize and punish. The Matrix has pushed up towards tower here. Will who bites first? Because Vanya can't really move in. There's maybe a dog to walk in behind on this one, and they don't reveal the positioning of Matrix. Going to be unprepared for this player hiding in the corner. Now the ultimate going into spawn. Vanya somehow finds one. I don't know. That's some shorty ridiculousness.
Wow.
As BBL take down a couple of kills here.
They find 2 rifles as well, and the spike, it hasn't been committed towards the B side either, so there might still be value on the other side of the map. Eva able to find one, and early on this lurk, the Seekers invested as well, and that's going to be the last straw here. It's all down to Nello. 1v3 scenario, BBL starting off the round with just Sherps and a shorty. Now look to be able to close it out and get to match point. Nello doing the best, hits all 3 with the concuss, but unfortunately not able to isolate the fights. Almost gets the lineup, but finally Eva will clean house here, and BBL, they find 12. Oh, poor Nello.
Yeah, I mean, and Nello's playing right on the edge. They're so close to getting a couple of those kills, but BBL a little bit structured there, working together with the utility to sort of swarm off on Nello, and Carmine Corps just get exploded there. The push into spawn, I don't even know how it failed. They had a rolling thunder and died to 2 players that were fully concussed. One was a shorty at like mid-range. That's ridiculous. Then the second one, maybe just going a little bit too deep. The fact they didn't get the spike plant down as well ends up cooking it. And that was on a half buy from BBL. Like, BBL realistically were playing to tie this map and go into overtime. But then when they get those kills, they go for the ultimate. And now it's KC that have to come back here and force us into OT.
Oh, early aggression though from Alkia, going up huge here. The dynamic duo fighting 3 kills between them, and BBL, they want this to be over with. They want to keep their pristine record as clean as possible. And again, the discipline, right? They get aggressive, they get those initial 3 kills, and they just fall back. They know that they have an overwhelming advantage here, wanting to hold on to their players and not lose any in a couple of isolated fights. Really good discipline, and what can Mel and Nello really do here?
We have seen Nello do some ridiculous things. Yesterday, just multiple highlight reels. Now it's the Mellow duo walking into the site. It'll be a 2-on-2 first, going full contact in. Maybe they can catch players with util enhance coming around the corner. Oh, it's gonna happen. They see one. Walking in to take down the second. Now it's a 2-on-3. Carmine Corp with 37 seconds on the clock will get the spike down planted. It's planted open for them to play up towards tower. And with the lockdown now active too, they have a real shot to win this.
Counter lockdown comes in, but the position
Mellow
so huge there. You called it, Ender. She's a walking highlight reel for real, and able to find 3 on the round already. It's gonna all come down to Philippa. Does find a corner where that lockdown at least won't catch her astray, but now from a 5v2, it's gonna be a 1v2 clutch that Philippa has to pull off. Neither player has taken any damage either in the process. Tries to go for the half stick, but Mel and Nello, they do it together. We're going to overtime.
All right, we're Team Mellow here. That was awesome. The patience coming around with the flash, and also Omen canceling out her ultimate. That was so perfect. Then the push, knowing that they're trapped. There's nowhere for them to go but forward into that lockdown. They might have tossed that round previously. BBL were up on map point, but then Carmine Corp come back in just the most ridiculous fashion possible. I am awestruck, and if you ever see Nello in a clutch, you never count her out. You're trolling if you think she doesn't have a shot.
I have learned my lesson. It is the Nello show no matter what, and I think that has to be the most awesome clutch that we've seen over the course of these past 2 days. Just Nello, the audacity to be able to not only get that first kill walk up, have the trigger discipline to let her teammate walk around and kind of pincer their 2 players in on site, but more than that, just the presence of mind to push off the lockdown and get those 2 remaining kills. Huge work there, and completely deserved. Casey deserved to win the map after that. Like, what a play.
That was nuts. Now, BBL, I mean, the fact that we're here into overtime already in map 1 is a little bit wild. Mel, I appreciate going for the light armors, but I really hope someone presses tab and lets Mel know that she can go for heavy armor on this round. You get so into the habit of going for that Fnatic buy strat that you just go light armor every round, and then OT rolls in, and it looks a little bit silly. Will it make a huge difference at the end of the day? Probably not. But will this fight for Mound? I think so. 3 players on the defense ready to fight forward.
Yeah, once again, you know, historically, it seems like BBL like to go aggressive, but K-Corp, they've taken a page from their book, and Matrix already with the paint kills as well as the kill. Gun able to find the 2 kills there. Raika does trade out, but nevertheless, K-Corp, they walk away with the numbers advantage and better off in that fight, especially considering that one of the players they took down was Vanya, so no more smokes for BBL.
Now, Lilia very low on the opposite side. Raika did manage to get a kill, so they could have maybe played for an orb, then rotated A, tried to stack those up to give themselves a shot, but they're trying to take a play out of the KC book and just maybe contact it in towards this C site. You can see with the numbers advantage, KC playing very non-committal positions. Just look for a quick angle, and then can maybe fall back off of that site. That was a rare move for them to step on forward, and Matrix gets 3.
Fortunate that Matrix went down there. No more showstopper on it. They literally has position as well, but despite only having 19 HP on the board, still able to find that kill with that off angle being held. And now Philippa in a 1v3 scenario knows the position of one player at least. Not able to get that first kill though, as Mel more than ready for the swing, able to get K-Corp to 13. And now they're only one round away from stealing away BBL's map pick.
I love that Carmine Corp effectively should have lost the game because of that Mound opening gambit the previous round. Then they clutch it up, they win it through, and then just run the same thing against BBL, except this time they don't throw it. They don't leave anything open, and now they're the ones ready to win this out, calling a timeout for themselves. So this is where you have to almost remind yourself of what was happening on the half when we were back on attack. Because you just have these constant switches back and forth. BBL like to leave one player sort of, posted up on top of Rebel. And Carmine Corp had so much success when they worked over towards the A side of the map. BBL maybe struggling a bit in those retakes or playing more forward on site. They were losing 2 players on those side hits. They didn't have all the tools at their disposal when they were going for the retake. So Carmine Corp, while maybe they show some early presence towards mid or towards Mound, I think they finished towards A this time.
I think that, like you mentioned, historically, A has really worked out well for them on their attacking rounds. In fact, they found the most success there, I gotta say. If we probably drew up a map and be like, yeah, on their attacking rounds, this is where they won, A would be on top. But perhaps they're kind of trying to use that to bait BBL into thinking that, maybe they're gonna go A this time. Let's try somewhere else. And it might work, it might not work. They seem to be stacked up towards C instead. They have been able to rotate quite a bit more than BBL, I would say. That's the biggest difference between these two teams. BBL, they've been happy to kind of take it slow, eventually going for the commit and then sticking to the commit. But K-Corp, they're a bit more fluid around their gameplay, and it served them well on their attacking rounds, honestly.
Very early drone coming through from Nino. Going to be aware of the Killjoy off of the sound as well as the breach going for that jump peek, and BBL going for a triple flank. There's a Killjoy turret that'll eventually catch them out, but effectively Carmine Corp are trapped in. They are boxed. No mollies on the ground to really stall them out when they work into the site, and just stepping on forward, they catch out Felpa and Raika. Matrix is nuts on the take.
2 entries already coming in for the raise, one off that showstopper, and even if that turret didn't give away the information at this point, BBL, they have quite a bit of work to do if they want to make this retake successful. Now they're able to get the spike down, and they know for a fact that it's going to be multiple players coming in on the flank, so they're happy to say, hey guys, you can do an attacker cosplay. We're just going to take the TT spawn instead, holding on for dear life. And once again, the spike is going to be planted completely in the open as well. So much utility that the side of BBL really have to fight through here, especially with that clock ticking. I don't know how much more they can really do. Vanya does tap the spike. Recon though, gonna give away the position. Give away the fact that there's gonna be nobody really trying to stick the spike through. Flawless. Oh, it's all down to just Vanya. And unfortunately, Nello will shut it down. A flawless round for K-Corp to end things on. And it might be on C side, but BBL, they're not gonna be the same.
Look, it might have been a flawless finish to the game for Carmine Corp, but that was down to the absolute wire. It was so close. Tied 6-6 at the half. I think Lilia, the amount of rounds that she clutched up with the judge or with that heaven push over towards the A site, we saw on the opposite side. It was just absurd what she managed to accomplish. And it all came down at the end of the day to that singular round on 12 to 11 where Nello and Mel pull off the impossible 2 versus 5. That somehow won them the map and carries so much momentum now going into the rest of the series.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be the round that's going to keep up BBL at night if they do end up dropping this series, because that was a round that K-Corp genuinely had no business winning at all. But overall, I gotta say, they looked really, really good, especially, you know, in the second half. They might have had a bit of a slow start here.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, you know, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about Valorant fundamentals.
Fast. Fast.
Hello everyone and welcome to the final week of VCT EMEA before we head to playoffs. Coming to you live from Messe Berlin. I am your host Yingsu and I'm joined by Kakuka and Mitchman on the desk. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Sue. It's good to be back on the desk with you. It's been quite a while. Kakuka, I saw you, 2 months ago? Time's really flying here in the EMEA, but it's been a while since we've been back on the desk.
It has been a hot minute, yeah.
It's kind of crazy, you know, to think that we're already all through the season, that it's just this week and there's still so many things that can happen.
Yeah, usually in the past when we get to this stage of the season,
Everything's
it's
decided.
kind of seeding, everything is decided, but Kakuka, that is not the case. We still have one slot left for playoffs.
Yes, exactly, because as you said, it is pretty crazy to think that there is still so much on the line for this week. Right now, only 5 teams have qualified for playoffs. Livin, also Koi and Casey eliminated. That also leaves 3 teams competing for the final spot. It could all come down to the slimmest of margins. So let me explain to you how the tiebreakers are going to work. First, we have a tie between 2 teams. Here, whichever team beat the other during the season wins the head-to-head. That's pretty simple, right? Second, my personal favorite, a 3-way tie. If one team beat the other 2 during the season, they go through. If they're all 1-1 in that triangle, we will turn to map differential. And if 2 teams have the same map differential, we go back to their head-to-head result and then break the tie. If they're all tied up on that map group differential, then we will move to round differential. But let's honestly pray that that doesn't happen because it's already complicated enough. But finally, what happens when there are 4 or more teams tied up? Here, we skip head-to-heads and go straight into map differential and resolve any further ties between 2 or 3 teams using the same process that I just outlined. But remember, only BBL, Heretics, and Vitality are currently fighting for that final spot to make it.
All right, all I need to know is that BBL still have a chance, and I'm going to convince you guys as to why they will be the team to make it. As you guys can see, they have an easy path. One of the ways they can make it is literally win their game and have Heretics beat Vitality, and I firmly believe that is what we're going to see this week.
Listen, you can believe in BBL all you want, and I'll commend you for it, but the reality is we all know who's making it. It's Vitality. They're going to win their game, and I think everybody knows Foot are taking the dub, so they're already locked in my mind.
Listen, Mitch, I only agree with you on one thing, and it's the fact that Foot is going to win, because actually, the team that is going to make it is going to be Heretics.
Oh, here we go.
It's not going to be an easy one, okay? But they're going to win, Foot's going to win, and they're going to avoid either Giants and Liquid both winning their game. So just with one of them losing, it's all right, and they make it.
It's not happening. I mean,
It is.
it's one of us. It's one of us.
It's one of us, too.
That is
It's not happening.
100%
Yeah, I'm pretty
not
confident.
happening. And because it is
so
week
boring.
8, I wanted to do something fun with you guys, just in case, you know, one of the teams lock in a little bit earlier and we have to go through a lot of seeding games. I'm going to bring back VCT EMEA Bingo. We did this last year. We're going to run it back. Now, the rules of the game is both of these guys, if you take a look at this board, they're going to be able to choose 4 scenarios each. And each time the scenarios comes true, they get a point. And as you guys can see, there are 12 here. the reason there's 12 here is because Lothar is joining us on the desk tomorrow. So which 4 that you guys don't end up picking, Lothar will get it by default, and the loser will have to do a monologue punishment at the end of the week.
Oh, I love those.
That for sure. Since Mitch, you're standing closest to me, what would you like to pick first? And just to explain the bottom 3, that is Tom Biz's mystery pick, production producer Sam's mystery pick, and also a Giga mystery pick. So you can go first.
You know, I trust Sam with my life, but I see Stevie's involved in that one, and I'm starting to get a little bit afraid. So I think I'm going to guess, based on the conversation I heard in the halls earlier, Reina is finally going to get picked. I'm locking that in.
You're not going to leave that for Lothar?
I'm taking it. I'm taking it. I'm not letting him have the points.
Okay.
Something's telling me that he actually wants to read that monologue. I'm actually going to play to win because that's how you should play. And I'm going to go with someone aces on a non-duelist agent.
I like that. I like that. Mitch, your next pick, you got 3 left.
I think at this point, I'm gonna have to go with my duo. All right, give me Tom Biz's mystery pick. I know he hasn't done me dirty.
Well, I can now reveal Tom Biz's mystery pick is all 3 British players win their games this week. That means Solcas, Boaster, and Weber. All 3 of those teams winning their games this week.
Thanks a lot, Tom.
That is Tom's pick. Kakuka, over to you.
I'm going to go, actually, since you went with Tom, I want to go with production. I'm going to leave the mystery to Lothar.
Yeah, this is a fun one. Producer's pick, Sam's pick was that someone spills their drink on stage. Any of the players on stage, when they spill a drink. We've seen it happen a lot.
Okay.
So if anybody, if that happens, anybody spills a drink, you get a point. Mitch, 2
That's not bad. Okay, well, I mean, I'm going to keep this simple. A team wins with an assistant coach subbed in. Seems like a pretty solid bet, and it lines up with some of the other stuff I picked. So
Heretics already in.
I guess I am. I'm doubling down on Heretics at this point.
All right, Bear.
I'm between. I'm going to go with someone gets a turret kill.
Yeah, I like that. Timmy.
I like Timmy. Yeah.
Needs a little bit of a push. And Mitch, you got 1 more left.
Oh, man, I really do want to take the mystery one, but I'm not going to do it. I will let Lothar have that one. I suppose for me, we still have free. A series goes to OT in 2+ maps.
Yeah, Pansy and Hypoc are casting all week.
That's my theory, right? And we're moving into more competitive games at the end. I'll take it.
I like it. Last one.
I wanted to go with that one, and I think the Lothar is going to hate us for what he's going to get. I'm going to go with Leo getting 3 shot kills today.
3
yes.
in 1 series.
Against Navi.
Okay. I mean, it might happen, which means Lothar's going to get the Giga Mystery pick. The players play rock, paper, scissors during a tech pause. And
someone gets knifed.
Someone gets knifed, and IGL playing a duelist. So that's going to be fun for Lothar. Make sure you guys at home play along with us as well. But as we said, this is the last week of VCT EMEA before we head to playoffs. But there is more Valorant after that. Looking ahead to June and July, we have Ascension EMEA coming to us starting from June 30th and finishing on July 16th. They are going to be, we're going to see the 10 best tier 2 teams here fight for a spot in VCT EMEA next year. You can grab your tickets to watch the Ascension Live finals now at the Coliseum by scanning the QR code on the screen. Make sure you do as well, because you could be looking at the team that not just qualify for VCT, but maybe even to some international LAN events as well for next year. Very, very exciting times for us. But before I get ahead of myself, we have a very important game coming up today, the battle for first seed. It is Fnatic versus NAVI.
Yo, what's up everyone? Today's video is a game of him or me.
We're gonna get asked questions where we need to answer him or me. And I showed the wrong one. It has to be me.
But when I'm playing deathmatch.
Yeah, I agree with that. If he plays deathmatch, yeah. In track or like normal games officials, it's me always.
You think I am?
Well, I don't rage.
Well, you don't rage, but you're like, what is he doing? Why is he peeking me like this?
That's a question. That's not rage.
Ah, life game, life game.
I mean, it's no one.
Yeah, we're not really ragers.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, you go for you.
it's you know, it's the pistol gods here, you know.
Yeah, you
win
brought
the
the two
pistol
pistol gods.
I don't know, like we both are good, no?
I think we see each other kills more than we see ours. We win the pistol.
He's the frenzy king, and I'm the pistol god. But then again, on LAN, he's the frenzy king, so and the pistol god. So I'll give it to him.
I'll take it.
And he will take it.
I mean, if you don't say yourself.
Yeah, exactly. You have to rep yourself here.
I mean, I'm just listening to everything, so.
No, I know what he listens to, and I can agree. It's better. I mean, I listen to like all sorts of the music. I thought like that, but he listens to even like wider music range and like actually good songs.
What?
Really?
He doesn't like his own music.
Yeah, he's just like.
How does that make sense?
That doesn't.
I think me.
Maybe me too, like.
I don't know him enough to know what your habits are.
I just win.
Yeah, his habits are winning, so I'll have to say me.
I mean, I rage a lot, and when I rage, I have some habits. I'm dying in game, for example, I can like do any sounds like a bit. In officials, I don't think I have that, because I think about it in practice, like I don't care.
I mean, it's not a habit, but when I don't have my food, the people know, they know.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not focused at all, it's impossible.
I'm the same, to be fair, though, so yeah. We're equal.
I'm just trolling non-stop somebody.
Pick today, Leo.
I mean, Leo is the biggest troll, especially with... Actually, he's trolling on the alpha, but... that's funny.
I think he's bullying Alpha.
I mean, not bullying, he's joking, but it's funny.
Yeah, he's joking, but it's funny. I mean, Alpha is joking with him too.
So, guys, it was me, and it was him.
Hope you had a lot of fun watching it.
See ya.
Fnatic, they're having a lot of fun now, but I don't know if that's going to stay until a little bit later, because they are going to be facing their toughest opponent in this league. It is NAVI. You guys, we get Fnatic versus NAVI so often, over and over again. And Mitch, not just this year or last year, but since 2020, we've seen these two teams go ahead at each other.
Yeah, listen, they've been going toe-to-toe for quite a while. It really feels like the good old days when you get to see Boaster and Angel fighting off against each other. Pansy Hypod casting it as well. I mean, I have been here before. Just taking a look at this graphic we churned up earlier, you can see at the top right, most recent game was lock-in. That's all 5 players from each team that we're going to see here today. But as you go back throughout history, 4 games that had similar rosters, but minus 2 players for Fnatic. I mean, a lot of those games had a wonderful Frenchman. I don't know if you guys have heard of him, Enzo. He was amazing. He was subbing in for them for a lot of games, because Fnatic have been just consistently bombarded with issues, whether it's the roster changes they had, but also COVID and players not being able to make it to events, being locked up. They've done this, they've had this fight a million times, Boaster versus Angel, but the supporting crew, this is kind of their second, third time running into this. They haven't done it too often as a 5.
Yeah, it's a seasoned head-to-head for sure between Boaster and Angel. And speaking of Boaster and Angel, let's hear from them on what they think about this rivalry. I'm now joined by the 2 IGLs of today's matchup. It is Boaster from Fnatic and Angel from NAVI. Now, you two have played against each other so many times. I think we're coming up to 10 times now. We see you guys as a EMEA rival, a rivalry. Do you guys feel that? Would you say that Angel is your rival here?
I'd say probably not, mainly because when they go to the events, I want them to kind of go far, and I only trust them to beat other international teams. So yeah, I wouldn't say rival.
Beat them for you.
Yeah, exactly.
What about you, Angel?
I think rivalry is a very strong word. I don't think so. I just think they're worthy opponent, I would call.
We're lovers. No, joking. Joking.
Okay, I mean, you do you. But again, you played against each other so many times. Is there one match, Angel, that stands out to you, the most memorable NAVI or FPX versus Fnatic?
Of course.
Which one?
The one when I 13-0 Fnatic playing on Jet.
What about you?
Probably the one where Angel 13-0'd us on Jet. That's now that that was locked away somewhere deep, and now it's back.
It's very hard to beat this, like really. I don't know what should happen.
Let's talk about that, Jet, because it feels like both of you on Split, you've had a habit of playing things that we don't expect you to play. So what did you make of Angel, Reina, Jet, I think also on Split?
Yeah, I think Angel on Jet, we were like, oh my goodness, he's going Jet. And then he proceeded to absolutely own us. So, yeah, that was a lesson we learned. Yeah, it was a very big lesson for us.
What about Bosa's Reina?
I'm not sure I was watching this match, but I think he was good, I'm sure. I think you should take him today.
I was one of the best support Reinas out there.
I think you were the only support Reina out there. Now, for the both of you as well, you've been on the same roster, despite like having other roster changes in your team. You've always been the constant every single time you played against each other. Is there a player, past or present, on the NAVI or Fnatic roster that you find the most annoying to play against, Angel?
No, I wouldn't say so. I rarely watch the nicknames who I play against, no jokes, especially during the game. Maybe after I can see someone perform super well, but it's not like staying in my head at least.
What about you?
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think once upon a time, previous roster eras ago, it used to be like Shao on split. But I think nowadays, we've all improved and stuff, so we're used to anything now. So yeah, I'd say nothing.
Lastly, I'm getting a bit of a wholesome vibe here. You know, you guys, you want the best for each other. You're having a lot of fun. Tell me one good thing about Angel. You know, pay him a compliment. Psych him up before the game.
Do the other way. I need to think of one.
Oh, all right, one compliment to Boaster.
He's very positive. I like it.
That's really nice. Okay, you've had time to think now. A nice thing to say about Angel.
I'd say in terms of how they work the map, I think it's very good, like compared to other teams. Whenever I watch their VODs, I can see the vision, and then it gives me ideas as well. So I think Angel's smart, or whoever comes up with it is smart, and yeah, I just follow and improve it as well.
This is way too wholesome. This is way too wholesome. He said his Doom Bros is not him, but thank you so much for joining me, you two, and I look forward to seeing you guys play against each other a bit later. It's always an exciting matchup when these two go up against each other. But for Fnatic Kakuka, they're not only just fighting for first seed, they're also fighting for the bragging rights that they will be the only team in the entire world in VCT that is still unbeaten.
Yeah, exactly, because both Loud and DRX have already fallen. So, you know, they have to stay on top. They were the winners of lock-in. They need to prove that, you know, it's not a one-time thing that is going to keep happening, and it has to start today.
I mean, just look at that, 8-0 right now. But look, they still have that one game, and if you were to come into this season and ask me what is the game that Fnatic might lose, it's this one. It's NAVI. So they've really left the best to last.
Yeah, and it's also because it's the last one and they're already going to be 1 or 2, so the position doesn't really matter that much, but this is a final test for them. I hope that they take it very seriously.
Yeah, of course, the winner will be automatically locked in as first seed, and if Fnatic lose, the head-to-head kind of goes to NAVI's way, so they will be second seed. There's a lot riding on this, but I think on the other side, even though NAVI, they have lost, but bearing in mind, the last time they lost, I think you're on the desk, Mitch, which was like weeks ago. But the thing is, Mitch, NAVI do have a great win condition, and that is playing a bucket load of different comps that other teams cannot prepare for. In fact, if we take a look at the leaderboard right now, Mitch, I think none of us are surprised that NAVI are on the top of having the most comps so far of VCT EMEA, and Fnatic are at the bottom, actually. They have the least.
I didn't know we were running a competition for that, but yeah, it certainly seems like NAVI did. They got the memo. I do love the idea of, especially when you're running through a season where it's not like you lose a game, you're in the lower bracket and very close to elimination, of just trying these new things. What's remarkable is the success rate of attempting those new comms where typically there's a risk associated with it, but for NAVI, that doesn't really seem to be a thing.
I mean, possibly it was on that first week where they decided to run a Gecko on both the maps and they ended up losing to Koi. But if we take a look at Fnatic, as we said, they're keeping it simple. As we said, the first one and the last one, and it's so interesting to see two teams doing so well domestically with such different procedures on the way that they want to look at things. Fnatic, for them, they keep it simple. They run what they like and they perfection it. For NAVI, they just want to be like a Swiss knife, you know, and have a lot of tools to face off, not only here but also internationally.
And Doombro said that they're going to bring something even more new today, so I can't wait to see it. And the good thing about NAVI going to this matchup is everyone else, when they went up against Fnatic, Kakuka struggled in the map vetoes. They weren't quite sure where to go, because if you ban Icebox, you give them Haven, you ban Haven, you give him Icebox, and so on. But at this point, Kakuka, we don't have Icebox.
Yes.
And Navi permanently bans Haven. This is looking incredible for them going into the vetoes.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, if you take a look at the picks that Navi have for this season, we see 3 fractures, and I'm just very excited and very looking forward to see if they're going to pick it, because Fnatic has not played fracture since lock-in. So, you know, it's a little bit of a blind pick, maybe to test it. Maybe they don't want to do Fnatic that favor, because in my opinion, it's a favor to some extent to actually get them some reps on the map.
Yeah, and Mitch, as you remember, we've already seen Fnatic versus Navi this year. It was at lock-in, and it felt like maybe the vetoes didn't go Navi's way. Are you surprised that they played these maps the last time we saw them? Do we expect them to come up again today?
I just went looking for this graphic, actually, so it's quite handy. Thank you, production. Looking at this, yeah, I think that even after this game, going into it, we guessed that maybe this was a little bit of a mistake coming out of Navi, and as you can see, that Lotus pick, they picked it. They lost 13-4, despite the other ones going 13-11. I do not expect, obviously that's a BO5, but when it comes down to especially not having Icebox in there anymore, it frees them up a little bit to move that ban. Probably still going to stick towards Haven, but I think that this veto will have a lot more attention from Navi than it did last time.
I mean, surely we don't see that again this time around.
No,
surely.
there has to be changes.
Because I want to see them cook up something else. I want to see them cook. And speaking of cooking, the Navi boys, not just on the server, but off the servers, they have been preparing something very, very special as well. So make sure you guys stick around and check out this video.
EMEA special menu. I need you to serve it roasted. You got me?
Yes, Cap. Koi's here, Cap.
You're joking me? It's not roasted, it's raw. It's so raw, it's still searching for Nemo.
I'm sorry, Cap. It's not gonna happen again. I don't know what to say. I thought everything was okay. Bye.
Sinan, what the hell?
What?
Stop pushing that hard. Yes. Yes. You see? It's easy. Keep doing what you're doing. Oh my god, man, what are you doing? You think we're filming a show or something?
No, Cap, I'm just roasting.
Oh yeah? It's roasted enough. Just serve it.
Yes, Cap.
Guys, we're better than this. We just need a little more teamwork here. Zipan, mate, are you out of your mind?
I'm bulking for the Fnatic game, Cap.
Okay, keep doing. Okay, guys, we got only one left.
Cap, I almost have it. 10 seconds.
Well, we did our best. Still tastes like Let's try again.
I can feel it in my blood, got my heart racing. Got the world in my sights and it's for the taking. Reapply the pressure, diamonds in the making. Got the spirit, got the vision, yeah we groundbreaking. Now we trying to take the whole game and make it bigger.
NAVI.
It is that long-awaited Fnatic versus NAVI. Once again, the winner will be securing first seed going into playoffs. Now, Mitch, you touched a little bit on the map eaters of what we saw back in Lock-In. How big of a mistake do you think it would be for NAVI if they were to give Fnatic Haven, Lotus, and Fracture again?
Well, I think certainly Haven, based on how they've been working their vetoes this season, that's been where they've been banning things. So I would just be shocked to see that still in there. At the same time, who knows what they've got behind closed doors, yada yada. But this is not the time to pull it out. If they have a surprise Haven up their sleeve, why do it when playoffs is already locked in just for seeding? I think that you also have to look at the fact that Icebox isn't in the pool anymore. It frees them up to ban that Haven.
But you can look at it on the other side. Like, imagine at some point, maybe Navi's going to have to play Haven. Maybe you want to do it now against a team that you know is very good at it, since you're at least going to get that second seed.
Well, let's see where we're going to go from here. Fnatic surely take away the Pearl as we have a look at map eaters. I felt like we got spoiled a tiny bit. I did see a P like flash up. Yeah. They removed the Pearl. This is what they've gone this entire season. And yeah, this is already looking really good for NAVI. They don't have to play Haven.
Yeah, exactly. So the surprises is, what are the picks going to be? Both are, of course, keeping it healthy.
Weekly apple.
Yeah, exactly. Every single time. And it's going to be Lotus for the first one. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Fnatic has gotten a good record and a lot of crack here. We've seen a lot of Odin plays. Mitch, you've been on the other side.
Hey, look, I'm very happy to see a potential Lotus early Chronicle spraying it down. Obviously, though, we have to remember that the reality is, if you're playing against the Yoru, that tactic's not going to be quite as effective for denying a main control.
Also, this split is hilarious, given in the pre-match interview, both Navi Navi and Angel were both talking about the last time. One of the more memorable times they played on split, the 13-0. Of course, Angel playing Jet. I don't think Angel plays Jet today. I don't know. I hope so, because we do have a bingo for Lothar that says an IGL pick to duelist. That is up.
I mean, if someone does it, it has to be Angel. Even if it's not Jet, he can play the Yoru, you know? But let's look at that decider. Look at that Fracture. We were mentioning that Fnatic has not played it since Lock-In. So if we were to get to that decider, we will get a taste of what Fnatic has been cooking so far.
I mean, the first map is Lotus. Let's talk about it. What have you guys prepared ahead of this one, given that I felt like probably was one of the maps that we expected to come up?
Yeah, it actually was. We took a little look. I mentioned earlier, right? One of the things I've loved about seeing from Fnatic was that Odin play, and denying it is quite difficult. If you're playing a Yoru, though, there's going to be a lot of ability to take space, although CNET doesn't typically play it that way. So we put the clip earlier on, which just takes a look at sort of how CNET's role has changed versus his Jet, where he can be a lot more engaged in those early fights. Your ability to fall back is a lot clearer. So we took a little look at how he's been approaching that Yoru that I'm sure we'll see at some point.
Yeah, we'll see it. I think we're going to see it now, Mitch. I've been told. Here it is.
Ah, there we go. So yeah, this clip was just, if you take a look at the C site, my guy's got a TP to get out of there if there's going to be a ton of pressure coming his way. But these players have pushed up in B main, put a turret down, and they have a triple stack. Luckily, Foot actually tried to get the orb and fall back. This wasn't a full commitment from them, but CNET puts out a decoy. They have a paranoia, and they try to crunch on the back of it. I like the idea, which obviously you have a lot of players in that one area, but he has his TP, which he uses to get to the other side of the map then. The thing is, a lot of the time, the way he's playing his Yoru is a lot more passive. He's going to be putting his TP down to get out if utility comes bombarding him, whereas with the Jet, he's going to be using his escape method to go into the angle, take the fight, and get out of there for free.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's why you see him perform a little bit better when he's playing the Jet.
He's not that proactive on the Yoru. We did not see those TPs moving forward, so that's the question. We know that NAVI has cooked up these different compositions. They have not only cooked them up, they have tested them in officials. What is it going to be today? Are we going to see the combo Yoru fade? Are we going back to that Jet? The only thing I do not want to see again is seeing it on that Omen.
Yeah, no, I'm with you as well. I mean, 6 times Navi have played this map, 5 different comps. Doombros teased that they've got something even more innovative that they saved for Fnatic. So I'm looking forward to seeing if we're going to get that here on Lotus as we head into Agent Select. But of course, on the other side, Fnatic, they never change their comp. And this, again, is not the time to do it when they're trying to fight for first seed. So keep your eyes on Navi's side, Mitch, and see if we get a surprise.
Any astute viewers might already have some spoilers there, but we'll take a look at how we're getting on. Sugetsu locking in your Viper, nothing too strange there. Xiao, though.
Okay, Xiao is going to be in the Sova. They have played the Sova before here. They're going back. Scene is going to not be on that Jet. And actually, not not Sky, it's going to be Breach.
Oh,
that's kind of crazy. I mean, for a comp, I love it. The thing is, and CNET going back to the Jet, again, this makes sense. That I think it suits him more. What this is going to do is nerf Zipan, who has been a standout player. His Sky is unbelievable, but his Fade has also been pretty consistent. I think a shining gem for this squad when it comes to Lotus. So you're definitely going to look at some of the other players on the roster with these switches and with him being on a Breach now and expect a little more from them.
It does come with enabling CNET and how they're going to do so. With the Breach, is going to have more chances, is going to be more successful in slowing down the pushes and even retaking if necessary just because of that stun. The Fade with the Euro works perfectly, but maybe CNET prefers it this way.
It's so Na'Vi as well because Zipan's first ever Breach, and what better time to whip it out than the week 8 of the end of the season before you head into playoffs and against Fnatic of all teams. But this is the thing that Na'Vi have in their locker, right? Doesn't matter how many VODs Boaster and Mini watch, doesn't matter how prepared they are, Mitch, Na'Vi are going to force you to throw that out the window and make you play on the fly.
Yeah, well, certainly with this change in comp as well, I don't imagine this is something that was specifically prepped for. If you thought Zipan was going to be locking in that Breach at the start of today, you need your head checked. But this time around, you were right. And I do wonder then, coming into this, how this squad of Fnatic, who they like to play the same thing again and again, right? They understand their fundamentals. How much proactivity are we going to see out of this squad now that there's a wrench thrown in the works?
Yeah, of course. As you guys can see, Fnatic earlier in AIM labs there, just warming up a little bit before they head into this game. And Kukuga, we heard Angel was kind of joking with us a little bit before the interview saying, guys, I need to warm up. I need to warm up more than all of the other players. So I hope that he has warmed up already. We are going to head into game now, and I cannot wait to see what's going to happen on Lotus. Over to your casters, Pansy and Hypok.
Thank you, and yeah, a fantastic matchup in front of us, Mike. Probably one of the most anticipated matches of the season here.
We've waited a while for this one.
We certainly have been, and it's not really disappointed. Both teams have had a wonderful run this season, both looking in great form. Finally, we get to see the head-to-head.
Yeah, absolutely. And starting here on Lotus is interesting again. Obviously, thinking back to the lock-in performance or the matchup there. Composition is one. Again, coming into this, we have notes, obviously, of what's expected with Na'Vi. You can quite often throw it out the window, but this is very peculiar. Again, it being the Breach for Zipan. Again, you question the comfort, but I mean, I had this conversation with Angel, and he's sort of like, yeah, sometimes, we like to throw other teams' prep off. Sometimes, we'd like to just test things in live games. You don't learn as much outside of set pieces from scrims and whatnot. This is another example where it's, again, we know Fnatic are a very prep-heavy team, but coming in here, I don't know if is Fnatic the team you do it to. That's the question I have.
No better testing time, right? The clash of two of our heavy hitters. This is a heavyweight bout between these two. Fnatic and Na'Vi kicking things off on Lotus. And yes, the compositions are certainly something to keep our eyes towards because they are a little out of the norm. As already, Na'Vi will be starting out on the attacking side. Of course, then means Fnatic on the defensive side. Let's hope we can get that audio sorted out for you. As already, Na'Vi not really making much subtlety of this. They're going straight in and they've got the site. So instantly, Fnatic going to be going for that retake here.
See, Plant comes through with an awful lot of damage being exchanged, actually. Utility will be a question here, but with this wall set up preemptively, I think actually Na'Vi are going to commit to some of these close angles on site.
Yeah, they're staying put. Now, I do wonder if this could be a punish for this, though. Still that paint shell in play for Durka. Does he get the reward that he wants? Still too deep to really find impact, but Angel's the first to really draw blood. The answer is instantaneous. Xiao and CNED in fantastic unison, dealing with all the threats that were starting to mount, but there's still Alpha, and there's still Boaster. Xiao a little low as well. Hold on, there's still something to this. Time being purchased here, though. You can see that lower HP is going to become a problem. Boaster finding Xiao. And now just to get to 1v1 up against Alpha, but the time is going to start dwindling. I think they're running out of it, so this really feels more like a formality, and it is Na'Vi. First round on the board.
Yeah, beautiful setup as well, and happy to just commit to some of these close angles on site. And the contact comes at the perfect time, actually, for Na'Vi. Even with a slight overstep there, and I'm sure even if CNED's just looking to buy a little more time, do a little more damage. At least it didn't really come down to too much.
One enemy remains.
Like you even said, with the HP bars for Alpha and Boaster there, almost an unrecoverable position for them to be in.
Let's see what the buy's looking like as well, coming out from Na'Vi, instantly up on the rifle for CNED, so he is making, really, No subtlety to this. And Fnatic going for a little bit of a brawl.
What?
Leo's won that fight, has he? That's the fight he wins. Chronicle sadly caught kind of backpedaling to this. As you can already see the damage being exchanged on either side. The aggression has paid off though. As already managing to take down one is a pretty big boon at this sort of round.
The Sugetsu setup here hasn't at least heard anything here with Alpha tucked in. Well, sure, you don't expect him to be swinging out anytime soon. Have a classic at his feet as well. So even actually if this split through door comes through, or if NAVI just decide to follow on through towards 8. And good read at least with the utility coming through from Boaster, anticipating this pressure, but no rotation coming through just yet.
No, so Alpha needs to hold back the flood somehow, and as you highlighted, a shorty isn't much to play with. Later on in the game, I do want to look at those anchors on either side of the map and see how well they're faring here. Almost not a fair task in this round to even keep it in mind. So let's see if Alpha can achieve anything. A potential victim there in the form of Zipan, but 2 equipped, 2 aware. Not going to fall foul to that, and you can see the pacing come out from NAVI. Very, very cautious, taking their time, making sure they clear effectively.
Find themselves a free plant as well. Durka,
Spike planted.
classic in hand. Again, with this range here, even Sugetsu having an advantage here with the Ghost, to be honest with you. Does catch sight of him, yeah. Clean headshot to find that. Just a matter of time now, whether or not Boaster or Leo potentially can find another kill with his classic in this round. Yeah, way too much time has passed now. Really even want to feed across some of these ultimate points, to be honest with you. Yeah, Boaster and Leo just going to deny any further progress as well, probably opt to fall to the spike, although Sugetsu's got other ideas.
Ooh, it's not clean. Oh, that's fantastic from Sugetsu.
Not clean, but he cleans it up.
Yeah, not pretty, but hey, job done. NAVI with the first 2, a little bit of a threat made at the very start of it. I think that was from Leo, if I'm rolling my mind back. But look at the buy coming in now. I'm noting Boaster, and we'll kind of continue into that once we see it in effect. And this is quite the testing round. Do want to see how much NAVI are going to be bringing into this.
That'll work.
Yeah, okay, so Boaster sticking on that Odin. We saw how much of a problem it can be to deal with.
But usually Chronicle are the one to be playing it. This is a beautiful setup here, though. And Leo's actually caught Angel with the season. He will die to the snake bite.
Lovely little setup there. Only able to make the best of one, though. But taking down Angel is going to be pretty imperative at this point, leaving them with fewer options than they'd like, but still enough to work with.
I mean, you take this trade, though, to be honest with you, Angel for Durka at the start of the round.
Absolutely.
Especially in a double controller composition here. Do still have the benefit, although Sugetsu has committed the wall towards A. So only going to have that poison orb to work with. And CNED down on 9 HP. Yes, he's got the 2 cloud bursts, but this is not the weapon you want to be walking into.
Now this could be a blender waiting to happen. Boaster needs to be...
CNED's got no dash as well.
Oh, this is going to be so difficult. Okay, they forced him away. The utility has been enough that Boaster's going to respect him, but he's not falling a million miles away. Keep that in mind. He's still able to do damage in this round. The Aldrone, another step probably forced further back. Yes, has to respect it again. You can see NAVI instantly flexing to try and maybe apply that pressure, but there's the damage, and CNED was vulnerable. He was lower HP. Can they catch anyone trying to exit on the site? No. Maybe clearing out a little, but not completely. NAVI still holding a fair amount of control here on this site.
And that was advantage for Fnatic here, but Boaster barely left breathing. Alpha spotted out here, and actually Zipan finds that kill.
Huge impact. 3v3 now. Time ticking. They do need to get those steps towards the site. Sugetsu left on his own here. Can he be played in at all? Yes, he can. Finding Boaster is good. 2 more targets to get past. A little bit of utility for Zipan. Perfect play from Zipan. Sharp as ever. NAVI, big conversion here, and a couple of upgrades to boot.
Yeah, massive to find this third.
Keep swinging.
Again, just enough time there for Sugetsu to go forward and challenge a little bit. With 2 players not committed towards site, they can look to start burning that time, because a lot of it had passed already. This was that early setup. Yeah, it's just nothing for him to do in this situation.
Oh, that's so ratty. I really love it. Really nice to see.
Enemy remaining.
Zipan, the star of the show at the end, but that was quite an impressive little start there.
Standing ahead. Recovering it.
Lovely catch there. Again, even here, there's going to be that constant fear of something like that in the early round that's going to prevent Angel from really committing to that TP once again. I guess same could be said as well for CNED. He looks to try and progress early on in the round, but Sting is here, a Sheriff for Alpha, Durka on the Marshal. New person really close to an ultimate, well, Chronicle and Boaster, but probably not going to see them invested unless there's a lot of kills coming through from these Stingers.
The first real contact made will be seen at over towards Mound. Going to spot maybe 1-2 potentially. Just keeping them focused on this. And now you can see Angel trying to push and pull towards the B side. Decides to go ahead of this utility, so committing towards this.
He has to deal with the reveal though.
The Flash, he's in danger here. Angel's in a whole lot of trouble. You can see that pressure just from the utility. And it looks like Na'Vi want to fight behind this. A little bit deadly to do this, even against the lighter purchase, making it a little bit more viable. Cena trying to post up a one-way, give them a second of relief here. And a smoke to follow for Angel, trying to cut off those avenues of threat that could be building.
So say, it looks as if they were considering pushing out here. Boaster on the wild swing will find Xiao though.
Yeah, Xiao going down. Now Leo's found Zenith. Hold on, they're making this really quite doable. Durka's found Angel, and now look at what's remaining. You said there'd have to be a panic button hit, and it has been. Sugetsu and Zipan back to the wall. Diffuse could be coming through as well. Halfway achieved. Dips off it, drawing out so much of that utility. So many of these ults. Sugetsu wants to close in though. A second half needs to get done. Sugetsu saving it so far, but Alpha, the Wonder Kid himself, the 1v1 ain't gonna happen. Zipan's there. And Na'Vi again continue this trend.
I actually love this, to throw that investment in from Fnatic just to try and convert that, but the Viper's Pit is the perfect response from Sugetsu. Can still post a Snakebite in past that divide and make sure that they can make it as difficult as possible to stick this defuse. But Fnatic made a damn good go at this. Looks as if Na'Vi was set up very well, but with Boaster and Leo finding crucial kills on the way back in. It can be so awkward to approach some of these B-site retakes as well. I mean, that's really where the Stinger probably excels in that regard.
See if there's a punish on this again. Early round, Na'Vi having to respect that utility investment, or at least keep it in the forefront of their minds. They can't be as confident even taking that traditional space you try and fight for at the start of the round, but they have managed to at least take steps towards it. It has cost Zenith 50% of his HP though, down to about 51. Na'Vi now look at the rest of the options too. Do they even consider maybe a walkout middle? Boaster working alongside Durka here. Might have heard an audio cue or two potentially, but as it stands, the sight hit's already coming in. I think they just caught a glimpse. Yeah, Alpha has been noted. He's got to be careful. He is all on his lonesome here, and there's so much coming towards him. Look at the assists on that kill. Everyone piling in towards it. Angel's barely breathing on 3 HP here, just about securing the site. So the plant should be coming in.
Flanks there nice and early though. So again, expect Leo and Chronicle to sit pretty deep on this. But Sugetsu wise to it, or at least seemed as if he was, but Durka's found the showstopper now.
That's massive! Finds Zipan as well. Looking to slice them right across the middle. Trying to fight this out. Zeno, though, looks for a space to take. Great trade from Leo, and a fantastic follow-up. Takes out Angel and leaves it down to Xiao. 1v3, 1 towards CT and 2 on the wrap. He's in danger. He can't hold any longer. That pinch was perfect.
Yeah, like I said, Sugetsu, the penny drops at just the right moment there for him to potentially catch someone next to Mound, but Durka lets it rip with a showstopper immediately on the back of that kill. Beautiful hold initially. I mean, Alpha's, there's not an awful lot you can do in this situation, to be honest with you. Just massively overwhelmed. A paranoia, the owl drone, the fault line comes through, there's a snake bite behind him. Just too much for him to deal with. Like I said, at the right moment though, Fnatic reset play a little deeper towards spawn. Knowing that they effectively then have Na'Vi trapped in sight.
Back in we go, and Angel going through the protocol list at the start, still showing presence towards A, keeping as many players towards that site as possible. And he's got his response though, 4 players here. Leo waiting to be a nuisance.
As I said, it doesn't look as if this is... Well, actually, yeah, with 3 other players here, they might even decide to follow up on this. This information,
one, I think.
Yeah, information gathered, yes, but not an awful lot gained off that ultimate. Fnatic maybe just using it to, using it to maybe preemptively rotate here, but it looks as if that was all invested, basically. No commitments behind it. Maybe looking to catch somebody ahead of Rubble. Angel's going to try and get behind this setup.
He's committed.
He's found the kill.
Yeah, Durka not going to be happy about that one. Does get away in time, but spots a pixel out of place. Leo has been punished too. Angel, what a shot. And now Fnatic left behind the wheel, but look at him. Boaster takes a step out of the smoke and dips away. Does so much damage, taking down Zip and making this somewhat doable. Angel is low, but it's a post plant now. And Alpha on the case, takes down one, looks for the follow-up, not going to get it so easy here. Lockdown is online. The shock dart came in just for a second there, but no follow-up for Xiao.
Doesn't buy an awful lot of space though. And the problem being this plant is good to play from towards this door, and you can see the pings coming out already.
Oh, but it draws them into the crosshair. Chronicle, fantastic hold. Seeing it put his body on the line. Xiao, similar scenes. The hold was superb from Chronicle.
Yeah, again, with the lockdown, you think, yeah, it's not going to force them deep enough, but 3 separate challenges ahead of that. On the back of the spike being tapped, yes, so somebody has to hard check that. Yeah, what a round from Angel, though, to open up and find Durka and Leo towards this A site. Massive value from him. You can see here, just, again, we're seeing it on the operator.
One by one.
Yeah, 1 by 1.
Yeah.
That's what happens if you pick them 1 by 1. And hey, look, this is a stark contrast to the rest of the league. This is top heavy, this game. These two, outstanding throughout the season. So much early intent from Fnatic on this side of the map. Like, they are hard pressed to try and catch Angel, who's been a problem.
What?
They got bigger problems. They've got Zipan hitting shots like that. Now Chronicle's getting a little worried. That's rifle recovered, taken away. Seeing her down, looking for the follow-up. It's Sugetsu this time. Everyone's hitting.
2 massive openers here. Only seen it to fall, but can NAVI stabilize now? Yeah, Alpha's found one on the way back in. A 3v3 now.
Angel still with the rifles to get to as well. It's just Zipan who's left on that Sheriff. When's the next fight there? Durka's taken down Zipan, now it's the last 2 here. Sugetsu does get caught, so Leo's gonna succeed. All on Angel now. Has to hold back and he can't. Fnatic fight back in. The defuse not a problem. Plenty of time to play with on that.
Fnatic's starting to pull out some of the things, some of these setups in the early round that are very reliant on investing utility that we haven't really seen an awful lot of, to be honest with you. A couple of new looks here, particularly addressing Rubble. 2 beautiful Sheriff openers here. Fnatic never really broke their sweat here. Early timeout, actually, from Na'Vi.
It's such an interesting game because it doesn't quite play like the others, right? There's no long momentum, it feels, between all these teams. They're so quick to adapt to each other. But you're right, there has been some certain differences we're seeing. Is it just tailor-made for the opponents? Is this something they've been kind of, you know, keeping up their sleeve? Is it something they've been working on for a while? They want to try out here? I said no better practice than probably the number 2 team to bring it out against all the number 1 team.
Oh, this is the other thing with the composition changes from Na'Vi. It's like, yeah, is it sandbagging? Are they kind of protecting what the real playbook looks like? And I think there probably is a reality for that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, absolutely.
But certainly in this matchup, yes, qualification seeding aside, this is one that neither of these teams, particularly Angel or Boaster, want to walk away from losing.
No, of course. If you take it down just to the human level of this, they are both so competitive, both touted throughout times as the best of the region, either under different titles, different rosters to an extent, but now in this current form. Fnatic do hold the keys to the castle, I've got to say, throughout this season.
Absolutely.
They've looked number 1 here, Na'Vi trailing in that 2nd spot. So for pride's sake alone, Na'Vi certainly don't want to be walking away feeling like they didn't accomplish what they wanted here. But again, would you show everything in a game like this? Probably not. So we'll have to see what they do decide to bring out.
Are they still happy to entertain this pressure outside A early on? Yeah, I'm curious of what really the indicator is for Fnatic to go exploring, whether or not it is the Nightfall and that round was actually intended to be a full sweep through and deny that space. But Na'Vi have been allowed once again to sit behind these Viper walls that cross. Sugetsu got to be careful here though. Alpha as well, actually.
I think that was a tag, yeah. Sugetsu taken down to 22, but still does manage to walk away with his life intact. A little worse for wear, but still standing. And Leo still noting pressure this side, still noting presence. So they're starting to work out a little bit of a look here, but just as they start to hit that rotation, sit a little deeper, pull away from C, Na'Vi hit the rotation button.
It's like the yin and yang. 4 headed towards A site now for Fnatic. Well, Chronicle now considering otherwise. Alpha left to Anchor here with just the operator. No utility to really slow down this hit on the way in.
I don't know what to make of it, Alpha. One of the best players, sure, but operator not really his thing, but he's made it look good here. Does take down the first man forward, that being CNED. Gets away with his life. He is being hunted down, though. Angel wants him dead, but he's not going to stick around long. They've done enough to at least get towards that plant. That's next on the checklist. Denied. Big deny from Boaster. That spike now down loose, and now Navi are in dire straits. Time's starting to dwindle. They've got to make a little bit of a move on this one, and Angel secures at least one side. Spam comes in, but the time's run out. They have no more seconds to play with. The spike's not planted, and Angel just wants to stay alive if he can.
It's actually crazy. Where exactly does this snakebite come from? See, we're talking about Alpha's left in this solo anchor position. Chronicle was coming back towards B site. I'll carry on. Chronicle's coming back towards B's site, and then a snakebite lands to enable Boaster to find that wallbang kill. The timings just seem way off for Fnatic, but they still actually get to deny that plant.
It does feel a little bit slippery on moments. CNED, has he been stacking cups again?
Has he spilled something?
The monitor is off, which worries me. Oh dear. So a little bit of a hardware issue, I believe. So a heads up, this might take a moment.
Was that why he died?
Maybe.
It's not often you see CNED swing ahead of an owl drone.
No, it's
I'm
not
be
normally
honest.
a problem on that, is it? Let's see. I'm kind of watching CNED now. We can just he's done the like classic like kind of shrug, hands up. That it's not doing anything. I'm pressing my keyboard. Yeah, there's PC is straight up done for. Maybe someone spilled something. Maybe the bingo's going to work out.
It's that desk, man. It's Nookie's desk.
It is the cursed
cursed.
desk. It actually is.
Yeah, he doesn't look happy.
No. Okay, they're pressing the keyboard again. Now we've got an admin pressing the keyboard. They can hear me, so they're doing a great job as well. Oh, that button's done nothing either. Okay.
I think we know whose fault this is.
Oh, yeah? Who's that?
It was a tweet earlier from the Fnatic account.
Well,
that's where the snakebite comes through from. So he actually gets all the way into connector. Didn't even spot that actually when it happens, but like I said, it enables this. Alpha gets that early pick. He's able to completely reset, and previously we know how he was isolated so well with the owl drone.
Yeah.
Gets tagged, paranoia comes through, there's a fault line, there's a snakebite.
There's no way out, yeah.
Difference being here, he gets that pick, and again, I think the paranoia and the fault line sent through once again on the back of the drone tag, but he's already on the way back to spawn at that point.
I think he might have caught maybe a touch of the stun, but even then he's like halfway into CT by that point.
Yeah, because it was Angel that was looking to
try to hunt him down,
but desperately.
Yeah, the spacing was certainly there. Oh, the admins are they're on the radio. That's, ooh. Oh, admins are walking away. Oh,
yeah, I can't fix that. Sorry, mate.
So you have to play with the screen off. Let's see. No, maybe the screen's on. Yeah, I think it's just on desktop, maybe. Hold on. Maybe I've told a porcupine. Yeah, I think I've been lying to you the whole time.
Well, you weren't lying to me. I'm lying to everyone else.
I'm sorry, everyone else. I apologize. How's your day been, Mike?
Pretty good so far.
Yeah?
Yeah. It has. I don't know, again, really excited for this game.
Yeah, it's always cool when you get to these matches because it plays out of like, I guess a little bit of normality. It doesn't kind of play like a traditional game because it's so like in each other's heads, a little bit of like reads kind of midway through. You get these lovely little adjustments. I don't know, it feels like almost when you go into like overtime, if that makes sense. Like if you ever watch like an overtime game, it goes out of the realms of normal rounds, right? Because it's so deep into the mindset of like both teams knowing each other. It kind of plays to a similar effect of that. In my books, at least.
And this is the best of the best we've had this season.
Yeah.
Although with NAVI, again, we've seen, I don't want to say slip-ups. It's been a little more turbulent than Fnatic's journey through, but again, I think that's just part of their character. It's the way they approach a longer format season.
They're testing stuff, they're working bits out. As we've been informed, it may be a little more of an extended tech timeout, for now at least. We are going to pass it back down to the desk, so do stick around. As soon as it's ready, we'll be back.
That is right. It's Pansy and Hypod casting. So we saw this coming, and luckily we are very well prepared. But I just want to quickly talk about the latest Navi Lotus comp. You know, the 6th comp out of the 7 games they played. What did you guys think of it?
I like it. I see the execute potential. Definitely understand why they decide to make this change, or at least test it to see if it's possible to run an unofficial. And again, what better opponent than Fnatic?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you want to find out if your new idea is good, this is where to test it. And I think you've already seen how uncomfortable it can be for like even Alpha on the C site. He just got bombarded with almost every PC utility in the game. So in these sort of scenarios, you're taking some top tier players. Alpha, I think, is he's in the top 6 players right now in the league. The 3 above him are all Turkish jets. He's the only Turkish guy sneaking in there without playing the jet. Now, that means he doesn't have an escape method, but if you are coming into head-to-head duels with him, he's going to come out ahead in a lot of them. So negate him. You don't even have to see him. Throw all that util in, and he's gone.
Especially with the beginning that we've seen from the map, like Navi taking those 4 rounds in a row. We have the question because they've already secured seed 1 and 2. It doesn't matter who gets which because they only need 1 win after that to actually qualify for Tokyo. And to see Navi actually coming in with a plan and actually testing things before getting into that, I think it says a lot about how serious they're taking this.
I mean, this is a great map already. We see Navi throw some curveballs at Fnatic, but we also see Fnatic adapting to it pretty quickly as well after the first 4 rounds.
Yeah, like I say, on that C site, if you're standing there actually just holding the choke point, one of the dangers and the reason that we see someone like, just going back to what we talked about before the game, CNET on the Yoru, he has that TP to get out of there. Now, a way to adapt to it, if you don't have those sort of abilities around, is pull Alpha off the site, play your util to spot them coming through, and have just a really smart player who has a lot of bullets, and the bullets go through the wall.
Oh,
Boaster,
my goodness.
honestly, I'm screaming. I mean, I don't have to tell you guys, you've had to suffer through it. I'm screaming during this game, just seeing all of the ideas they have with the Odin, and I'll tell you, like 80% of them that they're setting up for, they haven't had the B contact to get those spams through main, but you're gonna probably see something in this game that's gonna break your mind.
It will happen. I think it's the first time that I'm on the receiving end of someone yelling in my ear, but I'm happy to.
Hey, I'm getting payback, all right? Payback for all the Heretics games.
I feel so bad because
Guild games.
Because at least
Guild games, my God, don't get me started.
This woman when Guild was playing is
3
kills per game. Oh my!
It's even worse because every single time that I yell, I do it in Spanish. So at least I can understand what you're saying, and I'm like, okay, calm down. I'm seeing it. But I think it's very important. It's something that we kind of expected. No, the Odin play, especially, not so boring on the attack when we see always, trying to get that A control. But what they're doing on C, we love. There was this round where he also got somewhat aggressive. This is the kind of plays that Fnatic's bring that makes us happy.
I mean, we talk about this matchup, as the 2 best teams in the region going toe-to-toe against each other. But if we take a look at the stats, I have some to show you guys as well.
Already?
I mean, it illustrates before today's game started just how close they are to each other. I think both teams have their weaknesses and strength, but this is taking into consideration that Fnatic have not lost.
I love the fact I'm getting with the thrifty win rate. The fact that Navi has a 25. That is a lot. I think that we saw something like that at Zip and Sugetsu with the Sheriffs. You're never safe.
Yeah, and I think we heard as well from Boaster, right, that he's the pistol god when it came to the interviews earlier on.
And the Frenzy King and Leo.
The Frenzy King and Leo, exactly. Their pistol win rates are pretty high, and that's, again, going to push you across the line in a lot more games if you get those early foundations. But one of the things that we've seen in this tournament more than ever is that people are winning those pistol rounds and then losing the follow-ups at record rates.
Yeah, and not only that, we need to keep in mind that Fnatic has only lost 1 map. So all of those stats, when you actually compare them head-to-head, knowing that Navi has been, doing some funky things, it's still a lot.
Yeah, and the last time Fnatic actually lost an entire series, was 246 days ago. I think we've jinxed them now. They might have to, it might reset to 0 today, depending on what happens. But of course, the last time they lost, Enzo and Mystic were still on the roster. So this current roster, Mitch, they're still undefeated.
Hey, and Enzo and Mystic also undefeated as well from VCT.
Yeah.
They're looking unbelievable. So, I think there's something about Fnatic, man. The players they're picking just seem to go on to have insane levels of success. Where's Kamek going? What's next for him?
I feel like he's wasted as a 6th player for a team. He should be on a starting roster, in my opinion.
Definitely. How many Fnatic players can we get in one league? I think that's going to be the challenge for next year.
Promoted, we could get like Fnatic versus Fnatic. Yeah.
I would love that.
I would love that.
I'd be down for that.
I'll tell you, I know what jersey I'd be wearing.
Enzo's?
Just Enzo's,
Just
yeah.
like not
I take it off his back.
It would literally just be Enzo's face.
I will say, I know you're a big fan of the Odin, Mitch. We actually have a pretty neat package we have to show you. It's not quite the Odin, but it is a lot of warbangs. I know you're a big fan of plays like this, but this is Durka-specific warbangs, and this guy just gets away with murder sometimes, I feel like, because some of these kills we're going to see in a bit.
Oh, this one down
this
mid.
one's beautiful.
Yeah. This is an angle not a lot of people know about. I actually know it from playing in mid and spamming through to long with the Odin, but it's
what a surprise.
There's such a thin margin for you to actually hit that shot. Like, he has to be as close as he is now. If he's slightly further down that ramp, the angle is wrong for that to land. So it's one of those spots you just never think you're going to die from there. It doesn't even go through your head. And I remember them saying afterwards, I think it was on Twitter, that he wasn't even sure you could wallbang it. He just kind of saw the guy and went, what the hell? I killed him. You see him look to the side like, that worked? Okay, cool. Man advantage.
Yeah, he's definitely there. I can see him. So, you know, we'll
You miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. And, you know, sometimes you just got to take all of them.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you play the Odin, right? You get like
300 shots.
Billion shots.
300 shots. I might miss 250 of them, but those other 50, they're coming for you.
And I also will say, when it comes to the players of these two teams as well, I think one of the things of other teams that suffer when they went up against Fnatic and Na'Vi is that even when your game plan works and even when everything is going your way, the players on the team of Fnatic Na'Vi, they just do some bullshit things to win them the round. Like pound for pound, you know, they always have seems like they have the better aimers. It seems like they're the ones that's kind of trading a little bit better. So I want to kind of pit some of these players against each other because I do feel like they might be the closest to each other, starting with Xiao versus Leo. I think for the last 3 years, Kakuka, these two guys have probably been leading in their respective roles.
Yeah, exactly. And we know that Leo has found a very comfortable home in Fnatic. Everything seems to work with him. I think that it's something that for most of the players would not work just because of the amount of work that comes with it. But he is pulling up the numbers and he's still being the star that we remember him to be. Now, Xiao on the other side, I think that he's maybe paying a little bit of the toll of changing so much the compositions, actually not being in a comfortable pick. We see him going in the get-go a couple of times and, you know, he's still keeping himself there, but definitely suffering sometimes.
You know, I hate to do this. Production, can I get that graphic one more time? Because there's something down the bottom that was kind of hilarious. And works, yeah, exactly. Yeah. It works into the bingo card that we have earlier. Just look at the util kills percentage. 2.6 for Leo, 0.4 for Xiao. It's not that Xiao's bad at it. It's just that Leo is utterly ridiculous. 11.6% of ultis walking out with kills. I'll tell you what, a lot of those are doubles or triples as well. The reality is, you know, your damage stats are pretty close, but the thing about Leo, again, and we saw attempts at it here that didn't quite land, but he will consistently put you on the back foot in engagements without even needing to see you.
He is still leading by a long way when it comes to the shot down kills worldwide.
I'm not surprised.
Like worldwide, he is leading.
He's outside.
He has 3 times more. I think now probably 3 times. Maybe he's still 2. I'll say 2 just to be safe. He has 2 times more shock dart kills than he has first death. So there you go.
And I mean, that's the thing.
Discipline.
He doesn't die first a lot of the time because the engagements he's taking to even get first bloods at times are not swinging angles and taking fight. He's not giving the other person a chance to kill him. And if it doesn't work, well, he's just fired off a few arrows and it's all good.
But also, Durka is getting the first kills, whilst Leo is getting the shock dart kills. And if we look at Durka versus CNED, I think Kakuka, there was a time in the last couple years where CNED might have been ahead of Durka, at least in trophies he was ahead. And I think in terms of respect as well in general, internationally he was ahead. But I think we've reached a point now where Durka has caught up and maybe even overpass.
Yeah, especially after what happened last year in Ascend, not being able to make it and to international events and us seeing Fnatic so much. The fact that CNED has now found a new home, Durka is still comfortable in Fnatic and all the work, all the hard work in those years definitely pays off.
You know, the disadvantage I'm starting to see, though, and I just noticed it in those cans, whenever you come to a pause, right, players can't warm up. They can't keep their aim ready. This is basically CNED's warm-up routine.
Yes.
He's just chilling out. Right now,
we're calling him out a little bit.
Power, right? Everybody needs to be afraid coming out of this pause because right now CNED's ready to go. Everyone else is going to have to catch back up.
If you need to, I'm going to be afraid.
Yeah, exactly. You need to explain to people why. We've been here for 8 weeks, okay? Every single time we just go and say hello to the players, to the team, say how you doing, good luck. Every single time that I have walked into the Na'Vi room, CNED was just chilling in the sofa. I have never seen him warm up. Maybe it's right before the game where he warms up and he doesn't need like a long time. But you know, he doesn't need it.
But this is it. I mean, Weber said it, and we were all shocked in the interview when, you know, Weber obviously for Heretics, he came in as a sub coach, and he said he never warms up.
Well, the issue has officially been resolved now. According to the rulebook, the disconnection happened after multiple agents were damaged and 1 minute had passed, so the round will not be replaced. But the good news is we are going to head back into game and throw this over to Pansy and Hypok.
Okay.
We're back.
It's all good. It's all good. We had to get one in, get it out of the way.
You want it in
We'll be
map
ready.
1.
Yeah,
you don't want it when we get to Fracture.
No.
Because obviously
We're getting to Fracture.
Well, obviously we're going there. Do you know an interesting stat?
Hit me. Always.
Fnatic have an 87% round win rate after a tech pause.
You haven't figured that out.
I'm just putting it out there.
Sorry.
It's a broken bye for Na'Vi.
I mean, to be fair though, Fnatic also just win a lot of rounds.
Yeah, but 87% of the time after a tech pause. So we're going 5-4, Fnatic.
How have you gotten that stat?
I was very bored in my hotel room one night.
Got you. It's one of those, was it? Fair enough. Right, back in we go. Hopefully Cena can shake off all of that because Alpha's on the other side with an operator and Durka gets played in. He's not been checked on and he's let the first go forward. This could be everything. Durka teed up for success. He's found the first perfectly. The follow-up not going to happen though. Didn't quite get what he wanted out of that. Could have done a little bit more, but the other three were slightly disconnected.
3v3 though. And Chronicle does have the pip, but down to 42 HP. Not going to see him commit towards a side hold, most likely. Rolling Thunder and Hunter's Fury for Na'Vi though. Two massive tools at their disposal.
This could go against the odds.
They could.
We could have a statistical anomaly here, but we also have this. Foul weapon.
Surely he only gets one here.
If that. Now you probably get none. Do you? Yeah, okay, Angel, big punish, love that. And away we go. Smoke towards CT. Paranoia to clear anyone close by. But as we note that both players are a little bit deeper. Chronicle this time on the operator. Not known for it, but could be the round to start it all.
30 seconds left.
Oh god, Leo's found one. Wait, is that the spike? No, okay, well, it got picked up by Angel regardless, but they've certainly denied that first attempt. And now it's all on Chronicle in the 1v1. How have we even gotten here? Chronicle creeping closer, step by step. And Angel none the wiser. How's Fnatic won that situation?
3 on the round for Chronicle and 2 operator kills. Ridiculous. To actually turn that back in their favor.
Stats don't lie.
They don't. So, I'd say 91, 92 now. An impressive rate. But again, how this starts like this. CNED finds a kill here onto Alpha. So there's 2 in response. And again, actually with Navi's, I guess, awareness of plant spots and being punished previously with the Odin, I'm surprised they actually commit towards this default plant. Again, showing that in the previous round, they're happy to kind of dig their heels in and commit towards those site holds, particularly on C. Curious that maybe because of the man advantage, it's an overconfidence.
Could be.
But it's such a free kill for Leo.
Ooh. Oh, the angle could be nice for Sugetsu, just fine margin there. Let's see him try and slip through, actually, after noting those plays. This could be a really nice springboard. He looks like he wants to try and abuse that a little bit. Yeah, Alpha, got to be careful here. Cena looking for that challenge. Doesn't quite get what he wants, but Alpha's trying to find the angle. Doesn't get it again. He's lucky to be alive 2 times now. He's playing a very, very dangerous game. Angel, the paranoia didn't connect on Chronicle. Maybe catching the other player who was there, I think Durka, but it looked pretty good for it.
Leo will spot one out. Durka's actually got the showstopper now. So if any of Na'Vi commit to holding in towards side, Rolling Thunder actually going to stall things out here a little bit. Again, buying lots of time for Na'Vi, but they have to respect this ultimate if it comes through.
Durka trying to find a potential victim. No one's presenting. First man forward was CNED, gets away, fine. Some of these ults are looking very close, but just not close enough. Leo's shots will do the job, though. Takes out CNED. We already heard the Hunter's Fury. Sharp from Zipan, steps on in, finds them all. Na'Vi sweeping this up. And even gets the follow-up there to shut down the round. Alpha will fall, and Na'Vi tying it back up at 5 apiece.
Massive round from Zipan as well.
Big game from him.
Yeah, already. We know mechanically what this guy's capable of for sure. Oh, okay. That's
Feels a little unlucky.
Angel's probably scratching his head after that one, I'm going to be honest. Even here with Bosa's position, this not really considered at all. I think maybe when CNED dies, they think it's only one posted up towards
That's
spawn.
it, yeah.
Zipan makes that position work, and Fnatic pay for it.
Oh my God.
Attack this time. See,
I know. Panic.
No, I know the music now.
Oh.
Yeah,
you got that Pavlovian response though. When it's the other one, you get little sweaty palms.
Yeah.
Fnatic pumped the brakes. Scoreline is pretty close still between these two.
One thing I'm noticing with Alpha picking up the operator a couple of times here, I mean, he's had a rough go of it, and arguments to be made here with obviously the Sova coming out, but don't see an awful lot of time. But it is probably one of the best counters, right, in terms of forcing an early operator away. Durka not being on the jet here. I guess there is still some desire for Fnatic to rely on that operator, but I want to see him drop it, honestly.
Yeah, I'm not loving it.
We're not seeing the value here, and I think Xiao as well, one of the most proficient initiators we have in the region, period.
Yes.
He's just not able to get into or even really create much pressure. There's no hesitation from Navi to try and figure out where this operator is, because he's been highlighted a few times now.
Yeah,
and other than the kill on CNED, which I don't know if he had DC'd by that point.
Kinda
like I said, he was ahead of the out drone. Yeah, it was a little bizarre, but already coming out of the timeout, we do see that.
Nice. That's what we'd rather see here.
Because actually, Navi have got a couple of little things that, it being a Sova dart and not a Sky Flash or a Fade Reveal, they can post it a little deeper. So some of these early, contests towards the Orb, towards Rubble, a little more comfortable for Navi, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Other than the Sky Flash, it's like, well, somebody's in LOS of it, but there's no confirmation.
No, you don't know more than that, right? It's very limited, even though it is there. Yeah, makes sense. Navi fancying testing somewhere else. Obviously, the Viper's Pit being pretty hard to work against, but
Double
Navi
stacked in it, though.
heading over towards that B site. Now, this is where Alpha is. He's got a nice amount of utility set here, mostly towards that connector. We aren't seeing the split, but you've already got that rotation coming in. 2 players as well, 3 towards connector. Cena takes a boatload of damage on the way in there. Down pretty low. Follow-up, yes. Alpha, fantastic work. Now he's large and in charge. Can depend on the support system. Hopefully, there it is. Leo creates that crossfire, and Sugetsu just gets a blind shot.
Blocking vision.
Obviously, Boaster has made his way back out. We'll find one blind onto Sugetsu. Zipan taking a couple of tags as well here, but
30 seconds
he's
left.
going to persevere. A 1v3 now for him.
Zipan tempted to push further into this. I'm wondering how far he goes here. Maybe just trying to offset the expectation of timing, but the problem is that Leo's kind of backfilled this, right? So the map feels quite small. And there's the position noted. Now, Leo should be easily able to shut it down as he does. Fnatic very well controlled here.
And the adjustment here to, I guess, committing towards a different hold, a much deeper hold here with the rifle in the hands of Alpha. He's rewarded for it immediately. Some big ultimates actually coming into the final round here for Fnatic. And Navi struggling in terms of the inventory. It's just 2 rifles, a Spectre, and 2 Sheriffs.
Yeah, Fnatic really getting a grip on this game. Look at this, the run of rounds. Yes, there is that blip on the run there, but 5 consecutive and then back to business here. So
is this an adjustment actually? I'm just seeing potentially a different snakebite here with where Angel's adjusted his TP.
Durka still gets one.
A perfect example though of the Sova dart being very different in terms of the early round here. Again, you can't turn the Sky the same as you would turn a Sky Flash for you. Yeah, somebody has to shoot it. And again, if you tuck yourself into a tricky corner, you're going to be revealed regardless if you pinged or if you have to shoot the dart. Yeah.
Angel trying to find a little bit of gap to work with, but you can already know Alpha on the other side, keeping a little bit more of a passive angle just in case someone tries to take that space. Looks like an attempt for the plant, but going to at least reveal 1, maybe 2. Don't know if it got 3 on that, maybe?
They dip all the way out, though.
But they got Angel, so they've got to know someone's close, right? So they've found this information pretty quickly, but they've just caused pause for thought here. Xiao going to try and reveal some information. Didn't get the corner, I think.
Spotted Leo, but not Chronicle.
Does that change anything of this dynamic? The plant should be going down uncontested here. It is.
But
now what do they have?
respecting this, though.
Yeah.
And have the lockdown, have the Cosmic Divide, so maybe just reliant on keeping numbers up here for an even retake. Zipan does have the Rolling Thunder as well, and this changes things once again. We know the Snakebite can still come through past that divide. But a very deep lockdown, though. This forces them all the way out of tree.
Do they all get caught by this? No, actually, I think only one. I think only Boaster really got affected by that. So for now, look at the amount of ults down. And they had no idea about the lockdown at this point. Just caught completely unawares. And Fnatic take the space. Now down to Zipan and Xiao, and they don't have that same control anymore. It's oh my word, it was behind the divide. But they at least managed to take down one. They should be able to see maybe a little bit of this. Dives on it with the knife! A valiant attempt, but it's all for naught.
The placement of the divide actually allows them to, and again,
I think just
I don't think they have full confirmation on the timing of that. I'm pretty sure it's not a timeout because it's half time. But the music's cute. Anyway, I'll keep talking. But yeah, where the divide gets invested, they can actually see the spike from the other side of it. Here's what I was talking about again. It looked like a slight adjustment actually. Again, this position, it's so deep.
Yeah. And we just had confirmation it actually is a timeout into the halftime. This is very strange.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's not normal.
They want to get really prepped for the pistol round.
Because the half's not enough.
The halftime's not enough. I'm already convinced, we're convinced it's longer anyway, but we'll add another 60 seconds to it. And we get some different halftime music.
You liking this one?
Yep.
What about it do you like?
Cinematic, emotive. Will production change it for the normal halftime music?
Oh, that's a question.
Minnie doesn't know why they've called this.
Minnie's unsure.
Doomboast wasn't saying a lot. Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Hey, production's on the case today.
Switched it up.
There we go. All right, production. You guys can tell it's the first day of the week when everyone's fresh,
yes.
Right? Like
people are still smiling.
Yeah, they're happy. That goes away quickly.
Yes.
But that was the timeout out of the way back into this half, or once that begins. A very close affair, but it felt like Fnatic found whatever formula they were looking for, right? They got it right towards the end.
Just quick, this is not something I usually talk about, actually. Navi had already called their timeout, right? So actually now for the second half, they don't have a timeout.
No, I think they used 2 in the first,
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, whatever gets you there.
At least there was something that happened in that. Again, it's not highly likely that somebody's, you know, panicked in a round that they've come out and won anyway. If that was called preemptively, I'm not sure, but won't speculate. Only makes us look stupid, but yeah, nice recovery here from Fnatic because Navi had a couple of things early on. We're seeing them trying to isolate Alpha. We saw actually that forced the adjustment from Fnatic, put him more towards B. Again, actually switching his setup a couple of times. I wasn't even sure of that early round of whether or not he popped his utility earlier or if he just brought the operator in. I forgot to note, again, the financial situation and whether or not the utility was burnt up in the early round, but yeah, a couple of times where I think Fnatic are rolling the dice to try and find this opening pick towards Rubble. Like I said, actually, it's towards the end of the half that Navi actually benefit from that. And like I said, this switch up here with the Sova Dart being a little different to, you know, you don't really have to fully respect a Sky Flash, right? You throw it out, confirms presence, sure, but could be 1, could be 2, could be 4.
Yeah.
And like I said, usually if it's Raze satcheling up to the top of Rubble, they're going to turn it anyway. It doesn't
have that effect
exactly,
that you want, yeah. This does force the hand a little more, which is quite nice. You are seeing that kind of in full effect here, which was very much enjoyable, seeing some of the method to the madness, I guess. But 6-piece, still a very close matchup, even though, yes, it did kind of turn into the Fnatic show towards the end. A little bit of a run from them. Navi still keeping close enough to make something out of the second half. Maybe that's why they wanted that extended time to try and come into this as best equipped as possible. You can see a whole lot of conversation going back and forth. Minnie's having none of it.
Yeah. Minnie's been adjusting his hair for the last 2 weeks on broadcast. No, he hasn't.
Oh, that's probably why.
He told me last week he hadn't.
He needs to get the haircut going then. Maybe that'll help him out.
He's busy man.
Doing what? Scouting the best players in the world.
Yeah, finding a 7th and 8th sub, probably.
Imagine if EG hired him. The talent they'd have. Bloody hell.
Don't go flaming Potter.
Hey, look, it's...
I know it's meta, but...
I'm just here for the Reddit threads, man. Please. 6 apiece though, Fnatic Na'Vi. Second half here, very interesting approach coming out from Na'Vi to call that timeout prior to this half starting. I'd like to try and see Sinid activated a little more. He's in a lot of trouble.
Caught with the vulnerable, I believe, actually. Just on the edge of that gravity well, but not punished. Fnatic, very quick reaction actually to try and isolate that.
Tried to, didn't succeed though. Gets to keep his life for now, falls a little deeper. Now a test towards the other side. It's Alpha stepping towards Angel, spots the player. And Angel going to double down on this though, committing.
There's a big gap behind him and the next player of NAVI, though. Not really respecting this one way for the time being, and the Poison Orb's still up as well. So whether or not that was to kind of fake some presence. So credit to Angel in that regard to actually get ahead of that orb, deny some of that space. Fnatic now creeping into a late round hit onto B.
They didn't force the full hand from Zipan, so he still has utility to try and handle this. They're testing every single site, but they're not committing behind it. They've just taken a lot of damage, though.
Boaster down to 43, Durka down to 35. There's 20 seconds left here, Lauren. They're scrambling towards an A hit.
And do they clear Angel? Do they try and pinch towards B? What? This is horrific to see. This is a plan gone wrong. Something is terribly off about this. Boaster has 5 seconds to basically give up his life. Yeah, it's done. What was that round? Michael, they tried every single site and went, don't like any of them.
Yeah, and there was no commitment behind it. There was always something that they saw and it acted as
They're
enough
like,
of a deterrent
like that.
to go elsewhere. So it's very rare you see Fnatic not commit to a game plan once,
faltering.
Especially when it's either an early round call or an early round setup or the mid round. We always credit how in control Boaster is in terms of the reads, in terms of playing very reactively. It just never came in this round.
Yeah, that looked hesitant. It looked like, as you said, there's a couple of things that just put them off, but by that time they were down to like 20 seconds. We go again, CNED now. Forced to show his hand early, and Fnatic once again don't fancy that.
Yeah, don't want to go towards the Marshal.
Yeah, a little one-way propped up as well, just to really make sure that helps, but now we have to see what they do. They can farm a couple orbs maybe, get Durka working towards that ult, but Shao did just take some damage.
I'm not sure if that was on the jump peak. Did see him jump peeking it early on. A couple of bodies now, so has to play a little deeper. Boaster, meanwhile, trying to sneak through, but Zipan's found it.
And there's nothing behind it, really.
Yeah.
Well, hello. I think Shao knows where Fnatic are going here. If they can close the gap and cause some sort of problems, that would be marvelous. Durka's not having a great time.
Nearsighted.
Yes.
40 HP.
Oh, he still did so much damage.
Yeah. Angel's 21 HP.
Still, this just no real end goal, no real capability for it until that actually opens up a big chance here. It's going to draw back one of the players.
Yeah, because Angel and Shao are tagged up, remember. This is where these pistols can do work.
Pan, really? If they find Angel. Oh, Chronicle. He is teed up to do something serious here. Full HP, keep in mind, up against Angel, who's a little lower, and Angel wins that fight. Okay, but Alpha trades out against Sugetsu, so hold on. We still have Leo with a fair amount of kit here and a very vulnerable Angel, but now the stress comes towards the other side, and Alpha is incredible. Fnatic had no right to win that round.
Again, it looked so messy to start off. A ton of information comes through on the back of the Al drone. One kill goes in favor of Fnatic. At that point, it's, like I said, these pistols can do work. That's when this purchase that NAVI are famed for, where, they try and spread the funds, try and pivot off potentially 2 players with rifles, be it Vandals, Phantoms, Bulldogs, whatever, but it snowballs out of control here.
That's wild that they turned that round.
2 very, very strange rounds from the 2 best teams in the region, by the way.
It almost feels like a derby in a way. Sometimes when you see those games when 2 teams are so well met, they almost overthink everything. Some things go just completely out of plan, but this is just a bizarre affair. I think everyone can see it. That round was completely out of this world. Alpha, of course, doing wonderfully. This time, though, going to note that rifle very early on. That's in the hands of Angel, but that's the most they're really bringing in. Yes, there's that Guardian with Sugetsu, but outside of that, it's Classics and Sheriffs.
I guess actually the other side of the conversation is the benefit of that round 2 purchase, that they can throw something in if they lose. Well, they can recover here because it swings back into a massive advantage for Fnatic. Chronicle lining up a snakebite here. That's maybe designed to land back rubble.
Yeah. Just making sure no one can sit close. So as we've noted, though, Angel's already slipped back a little deeper. He was kind of the solo hold here. Yes, he has some light support from Shao now, but previously he was on an island, so he had to kind of play it a little bit deeper, which he will be rewarded for, as he doesn't get pinched early. But a lot of utility invested here to kind of pathway Fnatic towards that side. They've built a really nice approach. but it's just that final hurdle that's going to be very difficult because they're down to 25 seconds. They've left this quite late. Now that rifle becomes a little bit more problematic. Do they try that boaster lurk again? I don't love this. It feels hinged on
15 seconds.
A lot of things going right for them that they can't really determine. Xiao's still on the site, yet to be checked. 10 seconds, he should be pushed out of the way, but one kill would be huge. Doesn't get it. Blanc going to come in. And Boaster's lurk could be big. It looks like they're aware of it, though. Sugetsu, does he check diligently? Maybe not enough. Maybe not as head on a swivel as you'd need. And now the lack of buy, really, with Na'Vi is going to come into effect. Now overwhelmed. Alpha takes the fight against Angel, wins it cleanly. And the last two, CNED and Zipan, going to need a lot here.
Fall line comes through onto Durka, but and he should be able to reset comfortably here.
Trying to get Durka. Got to get him quick if you want him. And really, they know the plan. Nothing to be worried about here. Fnatic get a grip on the round at the end. Got a little out of sorts early there. Didn't love what they were trying to do.
Still, we're not seeing the confidence. And again, maybe this is just paying respect to Na'Vi being Na'Vi.
Yeah.
But some very, very strange rounds being played out here. And Fnatic actually a little, I'd say, conservative with utility in there. There's not that massive burst to really confidently take away space from the defending team, but I get very worried when there's still 4 defenders alive and there's 15 seconds left on the clock.
And they don't have full site control.
Yeah.
Still,
You've got to walk through smokes, there's people with sheriffs, anything can happen.
Okay, we got a fall dip. Oh, Durka, yeah, just evaporates Angel. That's him gone, removed from the round. We do have CNED on the case this time.
Similar problem as well here, though. Nobody's there to shoot the reveal. If Angel's TPing forward, somebody has to kind of stack up with him there.
Yeah, very isolated, very alone. Tricky, those boom bots.
Wasn't even a drifter.
And Xiao, there's nowhere to really go on this side.
No.
You can see it. Every angle is being somewhat threatened by the utility, but Fnatic aren't fully committing behind it. Again, the pacing would be slightly offset if they were trying to do this. So it looks like maybe they want to finish towards B. I'm not sure what their goal is here. Pause and wait.
Breaking the door has actually drawn 2 players of Na'Vi in spawn. Now,
but look at the backfill.
Xiao's got to be very careful of where he repositions to, though. Let's have this wall to play off.
And do they re-clear this? They're going for a B hit. Or at least they're looking like they are. Where's the push coming in? Now there's going to be utility in the way. Now there's going to be a problem. Durka does manage to slip a little ahead of it, but he's on his own. They're down to 27 seconds. Again, Fnatic taking a whole lot of space, but finally getting the plant down. Durka secures the first fight. However, there's a trade. Alpha gets caught all the way back from a shot in the dark for CNED. Nearly lands, doesn't though. Gets to slip away and keep his life. Now we look towards the site. You're gonna have Leo posted towards it. 3 seconds till the Haunt comes back up. 2 towards connector and 1 staying a little deeper towards middle.
The problem is going to be digging Boaster out of this position. To be honest, Na'Vi have to move quick. CNED found it!
Yeah, that's huge. It should be the go signal. They need to bounce off this, and they are. Xiao's taking down Durka. Sugetsu with the spam gets dealt with by Leo, but this man is clutch. Can be key in this, but Xiao left in the 1v1. It's so little to play with! It's more than enough for Leo, though. Still standing on 5. Keeping Fnatic moving forward, but these rounds are just so uncharacteristic for Fnatic.
Yeah, down to the wire. Like I said there, Boaster's in such a godlike position to play late on this post plant, but I think he's the one to potentially even take first contact. Ahead of Na'Vi actually retaking the site. Yeah. Yes, there's that recovery factor for Fnatic where they kind of solidify their positions, but after that, I mean, there's a couple of kills that go back and forth here. Xiao just a little bit of a gamble on that swing there. 5 HP, he's just going for a classic right click, but oh, right back into it.
Yeah, no
Durka's found one and been traded, but 2 dead from Na'Vi already.
And now Fnatic do the weird thing where they can't decide which site to go to and drift around for a bit.
Yeah, because Na'Vi aren't giving an awful lot away. It's other than
Angel will, but
other than the TP up there in the previous round, but we know Angel's happy to put his life down the line.
First challenge.
I'm sure that HUD's just corrected. Instead of 1 dead from Na'Vi, it's just Angel. Now there's 2.
Yeah.
Well, therefore we had spoilers there for a second, but
a little bit. It's all right. But all this happens, that pick towards C isn't really telling the full picture here. Fnatic is still leaning towards A, but 45 seconds. It feels like Fnatic are doing, Na'Vi Navi-esque round.
Navi-esque.
Oh, they're doing the late execution. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I've hated it for years.
No, I don't think that really plays to Fnatic's strengths that we've seen them demonstrate here in EMEA this season, to be honest.
No. But they're not going to be punished for it this round, at least. And I feel like Navi haven't been able to punish it as much as maybe they'd like. But the problem becomes that they don't have timeouts left to play with. So Fnatic can do this and won't have that extended time to discuss that for Navi. Now, can they make any problems out of this round? It's going to be hard to pry them out of these positions with just those sheriffs. A little bit of utility for Xiao. Maybe can get him on the site. Maybe make it a little uncomfortable for Fnatic. But beyond that, where'd you find that success? Chronicle, maybe? Oh, the timing. That's going to be heartbreaking. And Alpha finds comfort in the post plant. No problems there for him, and Fnatic make it up to 10. Na'Vi starting to struggle here.
Back in with some ultimates to work with. Cena actually won off the Blade Storm as well, so in terms of the finances, that will help things. Again, another strange attempt early on from Na'Vi over towards A, but obviously a little bit of a throwaway in terms of the investment. But 4 rounds unanswered now.
Oh, the spam. Here it is. I was dreading to see if this would come out, and it has. It's Alpha who's willing to do it. Xiao had been jump spotting that earlier on. Probably not going to do that anymore. But they have put CNED up in a good position. You could somewhat leave him. He's actually pushing up around this. This is quite audacious. Maybe knowing with the spam, they're going to sit here a little longer, and he wants to fill that position, but they have been very good at this clear.
I'd say it's a big gap to retreat away from as well. Actually playing on the right side of Rubble maybe suits it a little better, but he's going exploring here.
So dangerous. There's 2 players to the left side and 3 to the right. It's all guesswork. It's all a gamble, but he's rewarded. He's sticking around. This man is something else. Boast the only one to be punished off this. He's taken down to about half HP, can slip away and keep his life. That's a big pick from CNED there. Taking out Boaster limits their late round options now.
Yeah, actually gives them access to that 4th ultimate in this round, so lots of tools to invest here to try and secure this round. They desperately need one. Fnatic a pause for thought, but again with a slow early round once again. There's only 40 seconds left. We'll see Fnatic be decisive here.
Oh, the timing.
He just got 2?
How did he get 2 out of that? 1, fair enough. The second must have lined up, must have just been there. And now they're dwindling in numbers. You're down to Alpha and Leo, clutch as they may be. They're not getting the success they want. They can't try and find that lurk on towards B. And a missed shot for CNED, not ideal, but Leo, this man can be great. But so much more to do. Xiao can just play to that clock. He doesn't even have to do much here. And Leo wants a pick before he even looks towards the site, but there's just no time anymore.
He's probably playing to deny this operator underneath his feet, to be honest with you.
That'd be nice. You can see Angel looking to creep towards it, so.
The ping's coming through. Yeah, they want to try and retrieve it. Not going to be able to do so. Maybe now?
Yeah, they got it. Nice try.
Everything but Sugetsu's Pit and Durka's Showstopper available here, so.
This round's going to be messy.
Yeah.
But even with this, oh wow, they weren't just lined up. That was just a lovely transfer. Yeah. Apologies, Angel. That was actually very, very nice. My bad. Wow, okay.
Alpha's back on the op.
I don't like it. Don't like it.
Just been watching the Vera VODs.
They're the ones to watch. And this comp, I'm looking to see if it's Cena to try and punish early. If he can get that pick and then slip away, and if Fnatic going to play this slow, sort of play style, being down a player is horrific to try and operate with. So,
well, the one thing that actually causes a greater concern now is actually on that re-clearance toward, well, I wouldn't even say re-clearance, regroup towards A. CNED's posted up very deep, which is a slight switch up from Na'Vi. But now it's going to cause paranoia in the early round for Fnatic. Zipan probably looking to post his Rolling Thunder off contact being taken. Durka can satchel away, but CNED potentially to find the pick here and the Rolling Thunder to come behind with a paranoia, Lauren.
But they're getting so close. They could navigate around so much of this. They've heard a little bit of this one. CNED has to be good for this pick. They're actually going to invest it early. Angel's going to take that swing. He's going to go 1 for 1, but he's going to relay that information. Doesn't get the shot he wants there, CNED. And now here comes the burst. Zipan trying to slow the roll by a couple of seconds, which he's done. Brilliant stall there. That's a messy peek from CNED. They're going so deep on this. He might be dead. Yeah, he absolutely is. The seeds and the nade coming out in perfect succession. And he is just being bullied around this. He's not having the play he wanted this at all. Now Alpha can start taking a little bit of that space. You're starting to see a lot of those problems come to fruition. As what do we have? Zipan here trying to hold on to this, but he's got so much on his plate. First man found, Chronicle down, second one looking vulnerable, and he is, that's Durka gone. Nice flash, but Leo's still standing, but with 10 seconds, what can Leo do? 1v2, he dies for it, but only to his death. Xiao keeps composure, and Navi carry on.
This is a beautiful setup. I think with the intention of CNED finds contact, but I think Navi then just think, all right guys, let's just invest fault line instead, paranoia, clear this space. It's so clunky as an engagement though. The second swing from CNED, I think Durka's actually still stunned up from the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, it was. CNED just not having an on game today.
I say it's the perfect response, and Fnatic usually so good at those reactive utility plays. The C's and the nade landing perfectly.
Oh, Navi, how far do they pressure this? Looks like Angel wants to try and walk up towards it, but look at where they're drifting, straight away. Fnatic looking towards that C side. They are heading straight on over there. Angel making no subtleties of this either. He knows where this is heading towards, and with this Owler coming in as well, they're going to know something's up. Divide going to go through, but look who's playing ahead of this.
Sugetsu slipped into his orb. I'm curious actually how much toxin he's got left in this. Can he stay there the whole time?
He's trying it. He's giving it a damn good go. He gets the first, but it's not enough to follow up, right? Durka with the trade now. The site looks like theirs, but it's not fully secure. You can see Zipan's close. You can see Xiao's close. You can still see CNED holding the back line. The ult's going to come in, though. This should seal it. This should be highly indicative. I want to see that full rotation now. Anyone caught on the way out? No. Zipan given no play onto that.
Angel's committed to this TP in the back lines, though.
Just got to hope the other three keep moving towards that site. He can keep their attention. He's got a paranoid play, a smoke in a couple of seconds, and the Viper's pick going to go in. Angel, first man forward.
Oh my God!
Oh, that was horrific. Thankfully, Leo at least tidies things up. And now the 3v3, Durka's still alive, takes down CNED, and the time continues on their side here. Durka should be fine. No, charge down, stands his ground and loses it. 2v2, can't really get to the spike just yet. And Xiao, time running away from him. He knows it. They've got the angles on it. They should have him dead. If not, let him not just die to the spike. These rounds, Mike.
Dude, Angel potentially should have been good for 2 in that situation. The fault line comes through at the same time. Yes, the Viper's pit is invested, but he should have time to reset after this engagement with Alpha. And the strange thing being here, Sugetsu, it looks even worse in slow-mo, somehow. Somehow it looked worse in slow-mo. But yeah, with this composition, these are the sorts of executions that Alpha's just as pissed off by the way about how that panned out. But this sort of execution plays towards Navi's strengths, right? They have the Viper, they have the Sova. Once that divide goes up, well-placed Snakebite and the Shock Dart, they can deny.
Oh. And is Angel that gets blown up from that? I thought CNED was dead as well, but no, still staying alive.
CNED used all his knives as well.
He did, yeah. Oh dear. Oh, he's having a nightmare of a game, isn't he? C's now going to come in as well. Oh, dearie me. Not pretty.
Feels Alpha, yeah, man, from the first half, to be honest.
Yeah.
So many things being thrown CNED's way.
And he's got a classic to try and handle it. Unfortunately for him, Sugetsu's at least got a little more to bring into this round, but Fnatic with 4 towards Mound. Not fully committing to this, but I'm looking at this maybe mid-pressure coming in. Now, this could be an interesting bit of timing if they just decide to maybe check by the door. If they don't, if they even note that Alpha could be here. Try and take that space back. Do they check on this well enough? The timing. How does Alpha know that? The internal clock on him is unbelievable.
Sixth sense. Actually, he's looking to dig a little deeper here. Xiao and Sugetsu will respond, though. It's a 2v3 now.
Yeah, but look at Sugetsu's position. I wonder what he does with this. Does he decide that was meant to be a B piece? Does he sit back towards C? I'm not sure. He's not sure either. They've committed towards looking towards B, but we know it's going to be that C hit. Yeah, Fnatic are on the site here.
Does Xiao invest the Hunter's Fury here, though?
Oh, do they need to? Sugetsu can't miss, and that time he does. Chronicle, his opposing number takes him down. Hunter's Fury, that's good for it. 1, and the second, now he gets the 1v1. Chronicle closing in though, trying to slip a little closer towards CT, and Xiao left still with so much utility to bring into play here. No
HP advantage as well.
You're absolutely right. Chronicle only on 85, but the cross is being watched. Chronicle has line of sight on this, and it was close. Down to 5 HP between this round.
Xiao hit the 2 body shots. That 5 HP making all the difference here. Fnatic find their 12th. So he just catches the dash.
Spike not set.
This is actually a pivotal round because I think this one would have reset Fnatic's economy. A couple of players down to 150, 350. I mean, even here, they can scrape together the light shield, obviously, but 2 away from Leo's ult. It's about all there is here for Fnatic to work with. Viper's Pit on the other side.
And it's a committed fight. Durka is ahead of it, though. Proud to follow, reveals Angel position. Still gonna manage one towards Chronicle, but Durka doubles down and takes down Shao, now leaving them hyper vulnerable. You can't try and fill this map with only 3. You need heroics. And sadly, a hero today left his cape at home. Seen at only 6 kills so far. It'd be huge to find impact here, but Fnatic already looking towards the other side of the map. Sugetsu had impact before. He needs it again.
Hadn't invested the pit, actually, with Fnatic on 12. I don't know if he's looking to invest here on the back of some information, but he's playing so deep on C side, he's not going to catch any steps outside next to the orb. So curious here.
Well, this poses Fnatic a question. They've just been seen drifting back towards A. Do they continue this way, or do they try and double back? Now, you can already see the answer given for them to an extent.
Yeah, Sugetsu invest in the pit now should pull Fnatic towards A site. Seeing Ed punished once again.
Way better for Durka in that.
Just not winning engagements today, to be honest.
No, off day. Durka will take that every day of the week, though.
He's had lots of obstacles, especially in the second half, to overcome.
And sadly for Zipan and Sugetsu, just not in a position to do much about this plant. Even trying to play it back in would be incredibly difficult. The fort for Fnatic. Good positions here. This will take a lot of work.
No flash, no snake bites. They've got the fault line and the aftershock to work off here.
Alpha willing to sit in this somewhat risky position. Sugetsu doesn't get to see it.
Timing of the smoke is perfect.
It's just unbelievable to watch. Fnatic looking like this round will be theirs, and as will map 1. 13-9 will be that final score here on map 1. Little, you know, I don't know, felt out of character that game somewhat.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not sure if the first half was really to just get a feeler for, in general, how NAVI wanted to approach this composition, but Fnatic definitely very hesitant. I'd say paying a lot of respect to NAVI, ending a lot more confident than they did actually with how they approached some of the first half rounds for sure. For NAVI, yeah, there are a couple of those rounds where I'm thinking the utility available here and the differences to throw off timings, potentially pressure different sorts of positions with this Sova being included in this composition, alongside the breach as well, that just wasn't there for me.
No, a little out of sorts map 1. Didn't really love what we were seeing. That was Fnatic's map choice though, so they did win their map. Going ahead, though, Split will be on the horizon. I'm actually quite excited for that one. I'm kind of hoping that one heats up between these two.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think that's another one that's been exciting to watch. Durka in particular. So that head-to-head's going to be insane. Actually curious as well if NAVI do double down on the Cypher. They didn't get a lot of value, even though it was a win versus Vitality. So yeah, definitely curious about Split.
Well, let's find out after the break.
Nice, good job, Derek. Well played. One by one. Nice!
Mate, also Chronicle.
Nice! Team open. Nice! Let's go, Alpha! Nice shot, man! Nice!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about Valorant fundamentals.
Welcome back, everybody. Fnatic, they take another win on Lotus. Who would have thought? I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Kakuka and Mitch. Mitch, they had us in the first half. I honestly thought maybe Navi could pull this off this time.
Yeah, I think they absolutely could have as well. They're going to come out of that game with that same feeling. It's just a couple of mistakes, tripping over themselves, and even things that come down to like fundamentals, like your spacing at moments. I think you could say the same for both teams, though. Looking at how low that clock went on some of Fnatic's plays, wow.
You're saying a couple of mistakes. I saw so many occasions. We even saw in the repetition, Chronicle was like, yeah, just keep picking one by one. Like, just keep doing so. I think it's one of the risks that Navi is facing doing what they're doing with the compositions. The problem is that nothing is going to be 100% polished. You're never going to go one step ahead, because if you're able to do it, you're able to take time out of nowhere. We see that the executes with Breach and with Sova are definitely there. The idea is understandable, and they do not have that much trouble getting the spike down. but it's what happens afterwards that is shaky.
We saw some good things as well, of course, Kakuga. I think Durka in particular, some of the adaptation we saw was pretty nice.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking about the breach, this is something that Durka was doing at the beginning of the rounds. He knows that he has to take this control. This one was very important because I believe it's the bonus one. And the fact that he knows that he has to deal with this and he needs to go out of that very first space to just make sure that the breach is not going to affect him. Pretty easy for him. I think that he had a duty within this game, and it was creating this first pressures. He knows that the rest of the team is going to be behind him, and he's never going to be alone. But that first duel is going to be completely onto him, and the mobility that he gets granted by himself with the race.
I mean, I like seeing some of the things that Navi throughout the season have had cooking. I mean, CNET's mashed potatoes earlier on, they were fantastic, but the Jet here, it really didn't hit in the same way as I was expecting. You know, this switchback, we highlighted it before the game, that the Yoru, there's a lot more potential, a lot more tools at his disposal that he is very proficient with when he swaps over the Jet, but it just really wasn't working. What was also strange was seeing how frequently Angel was taking space for this squad when you would expect it to be CNET.
Is that really a surprise?
Okay, let me put it this way. How frequently in this composition an Omen was taking the space? Now, with that Omen being
Angel. Just do not say
it all makes sense.
To Angel, the agent that he's playing doesn't matter.
On Haven, Breach, I mean...
Well, for the sake of our bingo, he might as well just play a duelist for the next map. But again, they worked some good things. You know, these are the two best teams we have in our region. If we take a look at round 5, I think we managed to see some of those good things here, Midge, especially since that this beautiful execute followed by a really beautiful response from Fnatic.
Yeah, this was something we touched on during that mid-game tech break, right? Alpha, just look at the amount of utility that hits him. He barely has time to see any of it landing. Definitely doesn't see it coming in due to all the flashes. And by the time he even looks down, full blinded to see that there's a snake bite on his feet, he looks up and sees that now he's in an aftershock and being wall banged. It was just ridiculous. And those sort of rounds are fantastic where you have that idea of how to execute in, of how to punish that player. It's afterwards that fell apart.
Yeah, but this immediate reaction follow-up could be by Fnatic to just push out a beat.
Yes, exactly, because we're entering the moment where Fnatic starts to adapt into what Navi are doing. As we said, they have very good set pieces, maybe a lot invested into that. You make sure that if it's 1, if it's 2, they're completely dead in that angle. But Fnatic has already read onto that, and it was actually after this round, Navi go on to lose a 5v3, and that is when the first timeout comes. So
yeah, I mean the timeout also strange.
I've never seen that. I'm trying to rack my brain.
I think it's the first time that happens in our region, at least.
Over 3 years of Valorant, but a timeout coming into a pistol round, especially.
No, and also knowing that we have the break, the half.
I'll tell you.
That's it, right?
I'll tell you what we saw at last. It was it was Gambit. They were 12-0 up, and they took a timeout.
Oh yeah, well that's a different kind of timeout. That's you're gonna sit there and stew in this. Yeah, and that makes sense. But even then, I'm thinking back to that time. Did we have halftime?
No. That's what I mean. We didn't have the halftime, and it's what, like 2 minutes and a half?
Yeah, I think so. 2.5, 3 minutes. Like you've got a lot of time to discuss everything, and then they wanted the extra minute on top. I don't know where that came from. It genuinely had us thinking, like, did production mess up? Like, is this really a tech? But apparently it was a tech pause. Yeah.
I mean, we'll find out maybe after
we can ask
game.
them.
And Midge, I know you were molding a little bit about the mistakes, but there was one thing I felt like, you know, you were really having a good time enjoying. Of course, the Odin. Both teams whipped it out, by the way, not just Fnatic.
Listen, I hate to say something bad about Alpha here, but my guy's using the Smite skin, and I think I'd rather see him enter with a Classic. But other than that, well, not the Smite Classic, though. Everyone else, though, that was pulling out this Odin was having a field day. And I mean, that adaptation from Boaster, this is what I was talking about, man. We didn't see it land, right? Because they didn't go B main for that control, and when they did, it's not doing as much as it could have. But the idea is here, trying to break a recon through the wall, spraying in towards spawn. Like, it's just these annoyances. If you're in there, you're probably not even dying to that spray, but you're losing like 60, 70 HP, and you're getting pretty annoyed because you're helpless. There's nothing you can do. At least if a raise nade comes in, you can run away, but there's no running away from this. I mean, these sort of plays, again, this is for someone being on top, but you're going to see that spray from main in the very beginning to deny the control as they cross over. It's why you see Angel at times using his Shrouded Step to cross over, and then there's players there to punish him. There was a lot of cool ideas on this map. Sure, a lot of mistakes and so on, but a lot of really cool ideas.
I'm just happy that you're happy. But also, we highlight players like CNET, Durka, Angel, Boaster, but Kakuka, Zipan
I loved it.
so much more praise.
Yes.
First debut on Breach and he pulls out numbers like this.
I think that Zipan has been a little bit left out of the conversation of the best flex players in the region just because he has Xiao on his team. So it's not easy to be the one to stand out. But the performance that he was having today, as you say, first time here on the Breach, all the executes that he was doing, all the utility, the retakes, everything, even in that play that we saw against when Fnatic are already coming from behind, he was supporting Angel, supporting Sugetsu. The util was there. Him individually was also there. Eventually, it was not enough.
I mean, the thing is, I had expectations for this guy because his Fade and his Sky have been incredible. He's been individually delivering, but he came in here on the Breach and he out-fragged his last play on Fade and out-assisted it. So altogether, I can't complain.
Yeah, he's one of those players that has been around since the 2020 era as well, Mitch. He's been here for a long, long time. As we head to Split, let's talk about the last time we saw both of these teams play Split. Of course, Kakuka, I'm really glad that NAVI went this way and didn't troll the vetoes this time.
Yeah, I like this because the last time that we saw Fnatic play this Split, it was here in this in EMEA, but Alpha was not here. It was on that first week. Kamik was playing. Maybe they want to try and get adventures and play into different compositions. We know that NAVI has also been testing things out. We saw the Gecko, we saw the Cypher in the last iteration that they had. And it was a very particular Cypher because as Michael was saying, Hypo was mentioning, it really didn't have the effect. Well, Angel was just playing that Cypher, trying to catch Twistin and Molsey against Vitality. And you know, that net wasn't getting any wasps.
I mean, you're seeing the comps there, and the Jet over on Navi's side, you know, that's typically not going to be Angel. Who knows? Maybe he pulls it out, but I'll say that it's typically seen it, and he's coming off the back of a pretty rough map on Lotus, a map where he typically does deliver. Now, you've got those comp changes and whatever other role swap-ups that led to in the map. I can make excuses all day long, but the reality is the pressure is on for him. If we're seeing the same Navi in the same comp, he is a cornerstone of their split.
I'm a little bit nervous for Fnatic here because you would have thought that they probably would have prepped quite heavily for Ascent being the pick that comes up. Navi, they love playing Ascent. They're great on this map. They didn't pick it at lock-in, and I think they maybe pay the price for it. And like you said, Kakuka, we didn't see a lot of Fnatic split, so maybe a potential weakness of theirs, you think?
Maybe just because they don't have that reps. I have a feeling eventually Fnatic will change something in the compositions. Maybe this is going to be it. Maybe they want to move away from that Omen. Maybe they want to play that double controller. I think that they do have the people to make that work. They do play with that double information, but I think that this comp could be still elevated.
Yeah, I think so too, especially considering if we look at Fnatic's kind of flagship maps of Icebox and Haven and so on, I just never felt like this map quite hit the level of those two. And after map 1, both teams make a mistake. Maybe this is where we do see Fnatic drop another map this season. We are into Agent Select here, Mitch. Navi, they change things on Lotus. Do they need to change anything here?
Well, it's not even about do they need to. Like, this is a team now that out of 19 maps, they've played 15 different comps. Like, that's absolutely insane. So I'm expecting a change just statistically looking at this.
And there you go.
There it is already.
Oh my God.
Angel ain't going to be playing your
Oh my God.
Cypher.
Oh my God.
Angel Jewelers.
Yeah! Oh my God.
No way.
Is
No.
going to win this?
Seen it on Jet as well.
Whoa!
And Zipa?
My
Okay.
Lord. So
my goodness,
so just for the people watching, no, there are no changes on the Fnatic side. We can get that out of the way. Zipa back on the bridge, doubling down from the performance that he had on the previous map. He was making up for not having a Killjoy. What can he do in this one, knowing that he's also be accompanied with the flashes from Angel, even the paranoia from Xiao? Like, this is very execute heavy.
Who had IGL play Duelist on their bingo card?
Lothar.
I'm
telling you.
And I'll tell you what, if he's playing Angel, I hate to say it, but he might end up walking out of here with those first deaths as well. I mean, this could be a little scary.
I mean, he is really killing it. Fnatic here are in aim labs right now, warming up a little bit before map 2. No, that's not split. I was going to say they're warming up on bind, but I mean, if you're Boaster right now, Kakuka, how do you play this? How do you counter this Yoru?
Playing a lot of ranked. I think that's the easiest way to learn how to play against Yoru. I don't know about you guys, but I personally hate it. Just knowing and being aware of how crazy it can get. It's not only playing the Yoru, it's also with the double duelist, as I said, is very execute heavy because they have the breach, the omen, like everything can happen in the matter of 2 seconds.
Well, God bless Angel for giving us a Yoru game on Split. Pansy and Hypo, what do you make of this?
Well, isn't that the question? We get to find out how deep the rabbit hole goes here. This feels bizarre. Michael, your thoughts, please.
I'm here for it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, there's one discussion aside. Cena needs to bounce back from that performance. Having a second duelist, potentially, I mean, if Angel's going to play a supportive role on the Yoru, I'm here for it. But it makes it interesting because we always talk about, obviously, we split with the amount of Cypher playtime that we see. Yoru's very good at mitigating the value off of those tripwires. And again, it's going to force Alpha as that Cypher out of those heavy committed site anchor positions. So this is very interesting. This is another example, I think, of NAVI looking to completely throw off expectations in the way they approach maps, in terms of the way that they play certain compositions. So this is one to really actually test the discipline of Fnatic.
And speaking of discipline, map 1, the tempo was completely different to expectation. Playing very passive, calm, Fnatic taking their time.
Yeah, it turned very placid, I guess, more towards kind of expectations towards the end of map 1. But yeah, I guess with the benefit of coming across to a wildly different composition, NAVI should be in the driving seat in terms of the tempo here.
Exactly. I'd love to see them kind of shift into that and not play into Fnatic's game plan. See if they can determine it themselves. But, well, speaking of tempo shift, highly aggressive start and an isolated player, and look how quickly they're going to the case. Now, this
Paranoia, fault line, everything to follow up on this, but Cena catches it.
But I thought there was utility put towards Zenit. I thought they'd crossed, all the T's, dotted the I's, all the good stuff, but now Dirk is actually in a little bit of a predicament. He's got a problem towards CT and towards middle. Unfortunately for him, no one fancies overextending towards this, so he does get to keep his life, and Durka gets to slip a little bit deeper towards B main.
Curious, actually, that there wasn't any Chronicle or Leo pressure coming through mid on the back of that. Almost that pinch towards Sushi. Navi have regrouped, though. You can hear these steps passing and will allow safe passage to site.
Yeah, but maybe trying to catch a straggler or two, but no one giving him much of a chance to get to Danger. Yeah, he's gone down. 3 players there, a little too much to handle. But the spike will be planted, so the trade out comes in, but the map feels small. They're locked to the site. They want to win out on one of these extremities, basically, but the options are limited. Is Chronicle going to take those first couple of steps? The flash does turn it. Doesn't really dissuade him from his pathing. The smoke could be a problem. They're buying seconds here, but Fnatic will need to go soon.
Durka will look for this challenge, but he's almost got to play his life in this situation, Lauren.
If he goes down, then it becomes way more comfortable. But actually, it's Chronicle and Leo to succeed. Now, only Cena to draw blood on the way back in, but it's Angel still doing damage. Leo down low, not enough. And now, looking at what's left, it's just Cena. Clock on his side. The flash, he's going to eat that, though. And now the defuse isn't stopping. He's going to get there in time. Alpha waited it out patiently. Yes, close, but no cigar in the end for CNED.
Again, Fnatic able to survive with so many bodies towards main here. That moment never comes for NAVI where they aggress. Like you said, they have to prioritize one extremity or the other. And actually, I even noted, there's a very deep trap wire actually in screens, all the way towards spawn. So this is to prevent any progress very deep into screens.
One enemy remaining.
I mean, T-Ned's left with an awful decision to make here to commit to that swing or obviously wait out and bank on Alpha. Looking to take a swing off that. A weird opener, but Fnatic actually flip a 4v5 here in the pistol.
Yeah, great work from them, and obviously reaping the benefits of that now, having much better purchase. Obviously on the other side, the arguably down to the Sheriffs. One Frenzy for Sugetsu. Where's that threat going to come from? That was a little bit too far. Even
Angel's
he knows
laughing
that.
about it, yeah. Throw something out and around like this and see if you find anything. Boaster finds a ton of damage.
Yeah, he's got to be careful here. Durka quickly on it. Doesn't want to allow him to go down. Lots of damage done. Sugetsu low, Zip and low. It's all become a bit vulnerable to this here. Leo should mop up, really. Oh, the timing's just gorgeous between Leo and Durka. This deadly little duo working in unison perfectly. Fnatic clearing up all the threats. And Sugetsu left to rot on 30 HP in a bit of a dream. The dream's crushed. Clean round from Fnatic. I can't help but love seeing this Leo and Durka combination constantly.
There's always intention behind this utility from Leo, and Durka probably want to was there a flash? Was it? No, it's just, yeah. He's just seeing if you can find a kick, basically.
No.
Yeah, this is the map actually, particularly on split, where Durka's happy to be way more aggressive, go above and beyond where I think teams expect him to be in certain situations. I'm excited to see actually here technically with a reinforced front line with the 2 duelists from NAVI. How that actually pans out. Yeah, looked like CNED was going to try and swing underneath this, but he's going to wait for it to expire. I don't think he actually wants to get ahead of the second one, Boaster. At least we'll find the information there on the backside of it.
Let's see that tempo shift here as well. NAVI starting to employ their own approach. And the timing of this dog, quite nice. You can see NAVI trying to sit back a little bit deeper, try and not get caught by it. Did draw some gunfire, but there's so much intention behind this. All players are here.
The Fnatic have spotted both duelists though.
You know what's coming their way. Angel going to try and get ahead of this one.
It's his own flash.
He's still got at least a fair fight on it. It's good. Boaster got to be careful now. Could be surrounded. He's actually going to lose out. And Angel, beautiful play towards the site. Precarious, sure, but he's reaped the rewards for it. The benefits are there, and he's still carrying on. Chronicle the next to fall, and Angel having a whale of a time. 3 kills already this round. He might get some more.
Oh, Durka probably going to try and challenge here, but Alpha a million miles away from this one right now. It's a 2v5. Some players tagged up, yes, but it's not really anything that Fnatic can capitalize on comfortably, at least.
No, it's going to be tough to close that gap. You can already see Angel waiting for this. One away from his ult. Zipan's going to take that one, though.
You almost want him to actually find this kill. I'm surprised Zipan takes it.
He's going to take both.
But he's one off the Rolling Thunder now, so I guess it comes full circle for him. Yeah, the confidence here, actually, this paranoia is going to land. I noted Angel just catching his own flash ever so slightly. Again, the confirmation there, somebody's on default. Oh, sorry, no, it was the Sky Flash that came through.
Sky Flash, yeah. Okay.
Thought there, but he actually, in that situation, the flash is completely mitigated by the paranoia landing. Again, Angel still has time after that TP.
Okay, Fnatic put under a little bit of pressure here, but it's the buyback in. This is the round where we've got to see if they've come up with a plan to how to deal with this, but keep in mind, Durka's still on that judge.
I'll say Shao giving away the sound cue with that. Flash didn't actually catch.
And Navi looking slippery. Flash. No TP taken, there it is. A little delayed on it, but he'll be caught up by this. Oh, Durka's position could be really nasty.
It's a nasty gun.
And he still
gets
him. Yeah, that's wild to me. And that's lost them that big chance here. And the re-clear coming out from Leo is very nice.
Big upgrade, actually, for Durka to retrieve the rifle as well. Does have the option of still playing the judge for the time being, but the option to swap out at least here if Fnatic want to concede a plant. Not going to be as much of a hindrance in terms of the retake. Yeah, not seeing CNED and Angel really stack up together and kind of focus their efforts just yet.
Good read from Fnatic on this rotation. Starting to drift Leo over a little bit further. This should confirm it. Chronicle takes a little bit of a look and he finds what he wants.
I was going to say it should catch, but the fault line maybe even a little off there, or it ran out of effect. Still going to find some progress towards site, though.
Oh,
Durka.
Full blind. Just through the smoke, but CNED with a bit of a wild spray does find it, but Chronicle, the immovable object on the site, doesn't allow them to even really come that close, and for CNED, keeping hold of that rifle is the best he could really hope for here. So Fnatic looking pretty sure in this now.
I want to see a setup here to really put Angel and CNED in a position to isolate 1v1s on the back of Zipan and Shao, potentially Angel's utility as well, but we're not really seeing them stacked up in any situation so far. Yes, with 4 rounds, but that's really, you've got to argue, especially on the attack, that's their win condition here, playing this composition. Whether it be isolating Durka or potentially looking towards the anchor being Boaster or Alpha, yeah. It's definitely what I want to see. going forwards here, and Fnatic with some exploration towards mid.
It's been caught, but the trade's good for Durka. Cned's in danger here, trying to just play his life. You can see already on the hunt, Durka's going deep in this one. He's actually going to go further already. Does he find it? No! Durka goes down, Zipan's caught him. The ult goes to waste. It all feels a little rabid at this approach.
Oh, Chronicle has posted up behind that smoke. And Navi not running through spawn. They don't want to give this information away to any player that's still pushed deep in mid. This information gathered towards sewers, though.
Oh, the timing on this doesn't quite paint the full picture, but who gets the timing right? Little tease on
Chronicle,
the cam.
Man. He's staring the other way that entire time, by the way.
They got to just burst on this and hope for the best, but Alpha, gorgeous tracking on the first here. A couple more fights to be had. Zini wants the ult as well. Oh, he's making so much value out of that position by so much time. Just reluctant to give it up.
And the timing on the fault line is perfect as well. Yeah, Fnatic looking hard to really shake. Showing a couple of different looks. Obviously here, the proactive push down mid. We're questioning the execution maybe, but Cned remaining slippery enough to avoid that showstopper, and ultimately Zipan shutting that down. But again, in terms of the outcome, Fnatic swing that right back in their favor. Ultimate's starting to come online now. Rolling Thunder, Blade Storm. Angel does have his as well.
They're sitting so deep, though, on Fnatic.
This is the sort of thing you want to do when the enemy Yoru has, or you don't want to commit towards a site hold. At least here, I mean, it's easier to slip away from B side than it is committing towards an A site hold, but yeah, heads up play from Fnatic, to be honest. They don't want to get isolated from that combo.
So let's see what Angel can do with this. How much value can he find? You've already seen how far Boast has gotten. Okay, there's your vulnerable target.
That's exactly what you don't want to happen.
There it is. Great read. Angel, right way to play that, and actually shower the follow-up. Chronicle's gone down, but there's still players on the site here. Leo, how much can one man do, really? The TP taken, but he reads it so well. Turns around for a follow-up. Leo is out of this world, but he gets put to bed. Zipan's got him, and Sugetsu's right on the case as well. It's all on Alpha. A 1v2. He's got Zipan full HP and Sugetsu down a little lower, but they're looking towards that B site. But his timing could be everything.
Zipan, I was going to say, wisely actually slips back into B main, Lauren. Waiting for this regroup to come through. So Navi looking to play this advantage.
Yeah, but the timing on this, when do they even consider this an option? Because he still could be lingering around. He could be CT, he could be up towards heaven, he could be anywhere. They have to clear the site, but they've gotten scot-free. They haven't found contact, they found nothing. So you start asking those questions. This is when you'll find the answers. Alpha is close. But they've got to consider it, and they don't. He gets the first for free. Can he find the second? That would have been his third, and it's not going to happen. Sugetsu keeps composure, keeps his cool, and keeps Navi in this game.
Other than Bosa slipping into B main here, this is the perfect setup, the perfect read from Fnatic. Getting a heads-up play, great way to utilize the Yoru ultimate. This is exactly what you want to see. Leo goes down swinging though. Nearly even resets for this hurdle to Zipan, by the way.
It's the remix.
Where are you?
Oh, the judge is out. Does have his ult though, so hopefully we get to see a little finesse with that, but he's not been having the best days here. Could do with a couple Cned rounds for them. Cena just following behind, using it to deal with that Yoru utility. They've taken site control. They will have a plant, but it's going to be a 5v5 retake.
No damage done. Well, with by the Trailblazer as well. That's actually committed up here. Rolling Thunder invested.
He's gone back. He's okay. He didn't get pushed off it just yet, but did he get noted? The high flash going to come in. And they are trying to pour through by ramp, but they're not having as much ease of access as they'd like. Smoke put into position, and no damage found.
By a lot of time, actually.
Paranoia didn't quite find his target. Actually, yes, it did. Tell a lie, but it's Sugetsu from above, finding 3. And oh, Cned, a parting gift towards Boaster, and Chronicle feeling left down in this round, behind the smoke, unable to try and close down any of these kills, trade any. That's the first. Second found, 2 more, not gonna happen.
Oh, Rom, this is the sort of thing I was talking about. Sending that clone out, dealing with that first kind of kill trip on the choke, it forces Alpha to potentially play very, very different setups here. Again, away from the choke points. No possible. Wow. Okay, how can you even adjust for the third there on the spam? But yeah, it forces Alpha to kind of change some of these utility placements. And again, the other thing is, he can TP behind these trips as well. Again, if CNED has a good enough read or the stars align for him, he's not going to get caught in a dash. And actually, we're seeing that right now. A much deeper setup here from Alpha, but is semi-committed towards this elbow hold.
Yeah, it leaves him very little room to work. They are going to be close by to the site. Doesn't get revealed any of these pieces of utility they're put down here. This could be the problem. Angel going to be caught a little bit here, and actually Chronicle, perfect timing, and Navi fall like flies. Chronicle, insanity on the hold. 4 gorgeous kills. And, well, Navi just looking lost.
I think here, because the clone doesn't hit a trip, they think, yeah, this isn't where Alpha setup is. Then CNED gets caught by a deeper trip. Like I said, that's exactly the thing that Navi should be anticipating, especially from the previous, but again, there's the first 3 players aren't looking towards a swing from this heaven smoke. Very peculiar.
It's a timeout for Navi, yeah. Maybe not identifying that adjustment.
Round by round, that adjustment, again, Fnatic just capitalize massively. And it's that slight switch up where I don't even think there's a flash coming out of that smoke. It's just a swing off of the trip contact. Yeah, maybe Alpha's popped a cage and Navi are all looking towards the cage, expecting Alpha to spam. Not entirely sure, but absolute shutdown here.
It's become such almost a mini game in this, is trying to identify where Alpha is, where those setups are, what can they do to deal with it if they continue this path.
Because this is the secondary kind of value you look from the Yoru, is really to reduce the risk for CNED to dash onto site as well. And if they can't get over that first hurdle, then it'll be tough for CNED to find these entries against Decipher, particularly here on Split with the way the choke points work. Now, it would be a big win, noting this adjustment of the tripwise being a little deeper, knowing that there's an opportunity towards mid here, there's not going to be a trip towards vents potentially. There are opportunities to be found. Alpha now playing a heaven setup actually with a kill trip towards site, and one that looks as if it's probably catered towards an Angel TP towards the back lines.
No rush from Navi, certainly not all in this time at all. Looking for maybe one of their more slowed down pieces, taking space, drawing out that utility. Gonna note the boom bot towards middle, but that's about it here.
Obviously here 2 Sheriffs as well, which is why we see the gaps in Angel's utility. Don't necessarily have an awful lot to work with here.
There's no follow-up towards middle. That flash gonna clear it. Leo's made sure of that, and with this little bit of intent, so much is expected from this. They can hit that rotate button, but they are in early. Angel this time does get noted here. What can Alpha do? Not a lot, actually. Yeah, this time dealt with. Navi, good adjustment now. Chronicle looking like he wants in. Angel looks potentially dead here and put to bed by Chronicle. Still only one standing. Fnatic this time faltering. And Navi's adjustments were very good here. And yeah, found for free. Navi fixing some of those issues.
It's another one where Alpha almost goes for the same swing that Chronicle is rewarded for. A little more cautious on approach. Again, this is actually the round where they don't have the decoy to send onto site, so you know Angel's caught by it, trap's dealt with, and like I said in the previous actually, as soon as you see one of these cages go up, you know a very deep trip, you know that somebody's going to try and spam within that cage. But you see here, there's no second layer of pressure coming towards Navi. Able to isolate that kill onto Alpha fairly comfortably. Now Angel one away from his ultimate, so maybe looking to retrieve this orb. One way, a little late. At least now Angel a little paranoid about taking it.
But I like that they're trying to work a longer default, just purely to keep that third player away, keep it just to the 2 that are there for now, but they do then have to have a little bit of burst on this. Do they clear this properly? Well, Asinez taking no risk towards this, but the backline does get checked on. Alpha waited for it, spots Asinez up above, and Alpha reading this really well. This guy's being such a problem. Where's the rest of the team?
Eventually coming through, but now very cautious about this approach. Zipan has found an opener though. Alpha will respond.
Unpressured as well. The bailouts here in time. Alpha got to breathe. He had that freedom. The secondary layer to this was very disconnected from Na'Vi. They haven't really seen it on an island there. And no value found. Zipan so low. He's probably not going to be able to make much of this. Rifle soon to be ripped away. And a little bit further of a gap to be made for Fnatic, making it up to 6 in just a moment's time. But Alpha doesn't need help in these scenarios.
No, and the other thing to note as well, with Navi's lack of focus towards Heaven, I don't actually think they're realizing how much value Alpha's getting off his camera. Not having that smoke go up on Heaven ahead of the dash or the TP, it reveals all the information. So yeah, looking to... again, that's why it sets up plays like this. But yeah, there's such a huge gap between that first blood coming through. Zenit's on site. His top default, updrafted. Nobody's swinging through the choke.
That's frustrating to see.
Because Alpha's probably in the position you don't want him to be in here.
Yeah.
Against the double duelist with a breach as well.
I'll handle this.
Maybe looking for that similar sort of execution once again here. Angel to find him with the ultimate and find the fault line, but Angel at least confirms where he's retreated to.
I like this though. No casualties to be had this time for Fnatic. They're sitting deep. They've respected the ult coming in. They've had to give up the plan or the denial of it. Zenit can't escape. And Durka just fell down into just a sea of bodies. How is there not a plant in place yet? What denied that? Yeah, I'm sure the ult was a little bit threatening, but still. Looking to see that go down here, otherwise there's going to be problems. Alpha starts mopping the floor with them. Alpha's a beast right now, and Sugetsu, you're on the wrong side of the map, mate.
A very, very bizarre round. You find basically everything they need to off of Angel's ultimate. Even at that point, the showstopper comes through, the smokes start to drop. They haven't got that kind of sustain to break line of sight long enough, but yeah, very, very strange. Navi not really finding many comfortable executes with this composition. And Fnatic actually showing a number of different approaches of how to stop it. We'll find the one on the way in, another as well.
15 HP now. And about the same amount of seconds. So, oh,
No
come
way.
on, Sugetsu. There's no way you even make it possible. Oof.
No
Sigh of relief.
no round is ever lost when Sugetsu's alive. It just so happens it's Leo on the other side.
That's all you could dream of if you're a Fnatic fan. You're like, please, and just let it be Leo. Let it be Leo. I want to give credit here as well to the man on the screen, Alpha. Considering that Na'Vi have been unrelenting at approaching the site, his adjustments have been fantastic, you know, throughout the setups, everything else. Considering this guy came in as a duelist, he looks so well equipped to handle everything the second best team in the region are throwing at him.
Yeah, it's a perfect recipe, right? Put somebody that is so proficient as a duelist, as a fragger, and let him solo anchor a site. It buys Fnatic so much freedom to try and control the rest of the map. Switch up here from Na'Vi, but this is unknown territory in terms of how this map has gone so far. And Durka, yeah, take some damage. Should be.
Angel's gotten pretty far ahead here. But can he make anything of this?
Well, he needs a fault line to elbow, pop this trap and maybe try and isolate Alpha. Again, this lack of information of where this camera is. See Angel's looking around for it.
Okay, but now he knows that Angel was close. He's going to try and get ahead towards CT. Yeah, he gets a little bit damage done, but he needs a bit more than that. And Alpha's
no
been god
idea.
tier. No, he's been god tier at this. Alpha is singling out everyone here. Perfect play. Angel finds 0 value towards CT. And Sugetsu, well, 1v5. This just feels like a masterclass from Alpha. He has been so good at buying precious time for the rest of Fnatic to hit those rotations, and they come in, they work well together. You've seen some lovely little combos together, but the diligence that was just shown by Alpha during that entire half was incredible.
Yeah, really. Like I said, this late in the day to try and explore mid on a whim, basically, to try and find an opener or something. There's just so many question marks across the entire map for NAVI. Fnatic haven't really been running away with that. They haven't really been progressing out B main, playing hyper aggressively and proactively looking for that information. They've been looking to receive the entire half. All of those side hits that came through, there was always a cam, a tripwire that gave Fnatic the green light towards focusing in one area. And then ultimately, because there's no pressure elsewhere, they have things like the fault line available at the right time for the execute. They have the paranoia available. They have Trailblazer and both flashes for Leo. There's so many tools that NAVI were unable to really draw out from Fnatic because it was so one-dimensional.
And there was, I think, 1 or 2 rounds you saw Na'Vi explore mid a little bit. You saw Angel trying to keep that, third player a little bit more present. It actually worked quite nicely, but they didn't really re-explore that option. They went back to those all-in pieces, and they never got past Alpha setups, basically, or at least with any sort of ease.
I don't know if that was really Na'Vi expecting to find value early with one of these executes, force the adjustment from Alpha, but all it forced was a very, very different setup.
Yeah.
Alpha wasn't prioritizing the choke points. He was looking towards putting his back to the wall on site, tucking into a corner and playing a very, very deep kill trip. And even then, when you've got Chronicle swinging out of a smoke, and finding a 4K, ultimately, you're never really going to be forced to change that setup.
No, there's no real, problems with it. It was so good.
The only thing that changes that setup for Fnatic is if Durka dies a couple of times early in mid, Boaster gets picked off in B main. These are the big, real win conditions for Na'Vi, but they weren't explored at all.
Rarely, I think.
Twice,
that's it. And they looked quite good rounds. They kept bodies where they were, they created options.
Hey, in my eyes, in terms of execution and construction, the best round we saw was actually the fault line paranoia and Angel TPing onto Pillar.
That was quite nice. That was about it.
Especially if early on you figure out that, they're not playing their Cypher on B. I don't know.
Yeah.
Very, very strange.
Considering how quick to call the timeout Na'Vi were in the first map, I'm surprised they didn't explore that option more here.
And Na'Vi, historically, they love mid on split. They love playing towards mid.
Yeah, it leaves me with more questions than answers, if I'm completely honest, but fresh half. 8-4 is a very serviceable scoreline. They can do something with this, but it ain't going to be easy. This is still a very much Fnatic-sided lead here. And CNED instantly noting a whole lot of presence coming his way.
Actually happy to follow up behind this, actually. Smoke's invested fault line as well. Actually, a couple of these flashes forcing deeper, but CNED's found the first.
Oh, Zipan looks dead though. Yeah, the position just out in the open. Sugetsu falls basically into the loving arms of Fnatic, making it almost comfortable for them.
Yeah, CNED can't really re-swing onto that. He's down to 11 HP. So a 3v4 now in favor of Fnatic.
He's going to need some help here. Shao, Angel, someone's got to do something. And Fnatic just pausing for thought. They have the additional player up. They don't have to overextend in this regard. Tap on the spike should draw the attention. Smoke goes towards main. And here comes the counter hit. Angel good for one, but it's an Alpha answer. And it's back. And it's perfect work from Alpha again. This guy is on today.
Had a rough time with the operator on the previous map, but here, absolutely delivering. Both him and Chronicle actually had 16 kills.
Let's have a little look at this one again towards the end.
Enemy remaining.
It's just so clean to watch.
That is not the start you'd want if you wanted a close game between these two. This now becomes very much a possibility of having that 2-0 sweep here.
Yeah, for sure. Na'Vi can pull off miracles here. Marshall, a couple of upgraded pistols. And it's really comfortable. Durka actually deals with the spy cam nice and early, so removes one of the information tools. That's going to force the rotation of Na'Vi. No TP set up for Angel either, so there's no chance of him getting back across to support Zipan. If he does start to feel that pressure, and it's looking as if he might do.
Yeah, the penny starts to drop when you've heard nothing, you see nothing. You're like, I think we've rotated too early.
But there's nobody deep enough to really hear that retreat from B main either.
And this is when your stomach starts dropping because you know it's coming your way. Zipan, you got to do the best you can with a very, very bad hand against you. A little bit of stall, sure, buying a couple of seconds, but The Paranoia sent out, no one even close enough to really catch it, and Fnatic have the site. Now we look at what they can do. Can they cause any sort of problems here? Can Na'Vi maybe get amongst them? Not really. Angel found first and foremost. And Alpha just going to sit and watch. The cross has already been made. They are towards the lower side of ramp, and Alpha's seen, I'm pretty sure both of them. I don't think they noted him. So now he's got the support called in as well. Leo's there. Everyone's in towards this one. And Na'Vi finding no respite. There is no rest here for them. And there's no benefits, there's no trades, there's no nothing. This is a very flat performance so far.
Flawless round 2 for Fnatic to find 10. Na'Vi need to answer back in their buy round.
I need this.
Stop this one from, I mean, already starting to spiral out of control, but almost going beyond repair. Angel nearly catches one as the smoke drops.
Yes, this should do.
This could be, this could fizzle out. This has to happen for Na'Vi. This is a big round for them. They lose this, they're done for. But look at the strength of this buy, even from Fnatic now. I'm wondering how much they go for. Okay, yeah, we got rifles out on deck. They are well equipped for this round. Na'Vi scraped it together the best they can here.
My eyes are down.
There's no proactive approach here from Na'Vi. CNED was playing a deep ramp position, but now reconsidering it. A big gap towards B site right now. Na'Vi investing towards a 3-man hold towards mid. I'm not sure if they'll start walking, but they're not going to be in position to catch this rotation. Not going to be there early enough. Now, how deep do they actually go exploring?
Okay, well, you're going to know it now. But again, no flank, no anything really, just getting back through towards heaven. They might get a fight on it. Tsugetsu, going to be seen. Does get away until the Paranoia catches. It's CNED to succeed though. Finding Durka is big, and finding a follow-up is huge. CNED trying to put in some real valuable work here. Gonna need to see great things out of the rest of Na'Vi as well though in this 3v3. Chronicle, Alpha and Leo still standing. No plant to be had yet, 25 seconds now. Zipan taking down Chronicle, at least took away the spike, but wait, keep an eye on Alpha in this. Keep an eye on Alpha. How much can one man do? Not enough. Xiao, heads up work, and now just Leo. You don't try it as well. No, you're going to try and play to the cross here. Xiao going to dip over, he's fine. That's clean work though. Still the flash to play. He spotted the player, but he has to get towards the plant, he knows it. But he's drawn him off it. Oh, a second of an opportunity there, and Leo now trying to toy with him. He's seen both players, I'm pretty sure he knows what's going on here. But the defuse, he's got to make his move here, and it's too little too late. Na'Vi staying alive by the finest of margins now.
Only 2 rifles carried across though. CNED's not going to have that progress towards the Bladestorm just yet. Needs to invest in a rifle here, but yeah, I think Angel's going to be struggling down at 3K. See if there's any possibility of getting a drop across, but CNED ultimately the one that makes this doable. Great read from Xiao though, anticipating that aggression towards screens. So Alpha was nearly lined up for 3 potentially. In that situation, a 2v3, it's not the first thought in your mind that Alpha's going to go exploring. They do actually spread the funds a little bit. Angel on a Bulldog here. Very tentative from Na'Vi. Got a clone set up here for mid potentially. Again, with that smoke going up, it's not as if that's going to play Zipan into any position. Trailblazer will actually clear behind it as well, so almost no value off the back of that, and doesn't really throw Fnatic off the initial approach.
No, they want to continue up middle here. Taking the space that was garnered by that utility work early on. Would be Angel potentially to see the first couple of plays if they did continue up towards heaven. But they're going through the protocol list. Going to keep Na'Vi guessing Xiao.
That's only his
starting
fourth.
to activate, yeah. Keep in mind, that is from the last round being his 3rd, and then that is the follow-up. Huge. Can he do any more though? Trying to slow this down a little, see if he can play in Zipan here. Paranoia sent back on through, the drop down comes in. 2 players facing, and he doesn't win the fight either way. They know Xiao's around here somewhere.
There's no double face there from Xiao. And the paranoia that somebody's coming through from B main. CNET finds one. Alpha with the backstab though.
3v3 again. Surrounded on all fronts, but it is Fnatic. Sugetsu gonna find the first target, taking down the big man himself, Alpha. But I like that. A nice attempt from Fnatic to try and isolate one, but a check back in. Leo gonna know where Shao is. He's gonna try and pick up the pace, get towards that pillar. Sugetsu with the next layer on this. Leo needs a kill here, and he's gonna get it! He finds Shao, and in the meantime, Boaster got Sugetsu! And how is it just down to Angel now? And look at the readjusted position, making it hard to pry them out of his positions. A tap on the spike, the flash doesn't connect, but he notes the player. He falls back, Leo toying with time, but he falls, and oh, just caught in the heels. Boaster's there. Angel's put down. And NAVI devastated after that one.
This is played to perfection by Leo, by the way. Slipping in and out behind that pillar, catching the information. Doesn't have a flash, so he doesn't want to commit to that engagement. So well played. Again, both kills come through at exactly the same time. Ultimately, Angel just not in a position to trade either of them. Looking, I'll be honest, very roughy on the second half as well for NAVI. Sheriffs to come through, a Bulldog in the hands of Sugetsu. But Fnatic on 11, knocking on the door of series point already.
And it looks like big paranoia. But can they do it? Oh, oh dear.
Is it the counter paranoia?
I don't know. I'd like to watch that one back. As it stands, yeah, Fnatic just striding onto the site. NAVI not really being able to put up much of a fight here. Not clean for CNED, but he does at least get Durka down. Knives back into play here. Can he find any more? He needs a big round here, and he's going to try his damn best at it. Leo's fallen, 3 more to find. Gets paranoid about a flank, but we know it's not there. Fnatic, how much more can they hold on to this? CNED needs to do some serious work. Sugetsu, similar scenes. Doesn't have a great deal to work with, but he's got to make something out of nothing. They start working towards the site. Flash comes in, slows it down, Boaster denies Sugetsu. It's all on CNED. The clock running low now, finds another victim, needs 2 more to even have a chance at this. But look at the clock, he's running out of time and he knows it. He can't even really close the gap in this one. Such a valiant attempt from CNED. But I think we all know he's running a little low on time. Still has 1 more Cloudburst to work with. And he's gonna make the best of a bad scenario, but Alpha played him like a fiddle, waited till the end. And it's 12 for Fnatic.
Yeah, I'm not even sure there actually of the exchange. I know Boaster's paranoia was used up. But again, Angel tries to play into a position here.
Is it Shao's?
I think it's Shao's.
Yep. That's a little unlucky. Yeah. Oh.
And the worst thing as well, because Boaster's I think catches 2 members of Fnatic as well. Yeah, that's... You'll see when you watch it back.
Yep. No, it's definitely Boaster's. Wasn't mine. Timeout for NAVI, but I feel like they've been outclassed this game, if I'm honest, Mike. Quite simply as well.
By a fairly large margin as well.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't seen Fnatic bring out these crazy new pieces, really. We've just seen them playing.
This has been a lot slower from Fnatic, to be honest. Like I said, in the first map, felt like they were paying a lot of respect, but that continued. Even where they had some rounds that felt very comfortable, they weren't overzealous, they weren't kind of drilling back in the necks. Even in their round losses, it wasn't as if, you know, they kind of got a little more aggro, you know, proactively looking for these engagements. It's been very receptive on both maps, to be honest with you, and I'll be honest, NAVI have been unable to really crack through at finding repeatable success in particularly their attacking halves, to be honest, across both.
Yeah, they have been floundering under the pressure. A last thrown attempt here from CNED, it looks like. Operator is on, we've got a lot of ults to play with. Let's see what they've got. Fnatic making no secrets of this, though. Going to be heading straight towards that A side. Deep smoke towards Heaven. Shao going to put one back in. But it's not going to really subvert the intention of Fnatic all that much. Look and see what they can do here. CNED already going to connect towards Boaster. That's a big initial pick. And a good follow-up. Shao there holding the line until then. Alpha going to break back through, and Angel trying to fill that void. But he's just going to feed himself into the machine. Alpha ready to go. Sugetsu now looks vulnerable. Has to back away from this.
Leo desperately trying to heal Alpha so he can continue to fight. Spike, though, in the meantime, has made its way all the way back towards B main.
Do they leave
Problem
CNED?
being, Sugetsu Spike Cam is actually in vents. So I don't know whether or not they're going to look to pinch towards mid here. You see the pings coming through on the mini-map.
This is all about finding that one bit of information.
Yeah.
This is it. Whichever
that changes the entire outcome.
You've got Navi waiting in CT and Fnatic waiting in middle. You've seen a little bit of something, but it's not super indicative. You're still a little worried they could double pump towards A.
left.
But I guess you put your faith in maybe CNED with that operator. You leave Sugetsu towards B and Zipan in between both. Ooh, Sugetsu, okay, trying to sit a little deeper towards B main. They've heard a fair amount of this. They should believe what they're hearing. With 10 seconds, can Sugetsu do anything about this? Zipan is primed in a good position to try and make his way forward. Sugetsu's closing the gap now. Going to see the first. That's Leo on a platter, and it's all on Alpha. Can he close it out now? 12 on the board. If he makes it to 13, it's GG.
He's going to need the ace.
He's
already got 3 here.
He's got his cam. And CNED the first to step forward. No challenger yet. Here's the spike being toyed with. CNED prowling further forward. The operator finally coming out, but he finds him. And now Alpha, he's looking for the last! And that is a man who's had a world-class map here. Fantastic form from Alpha. Incredible.
The challenge comes through so late though. If the spike cam actually had vision on the spike, there's a chance here where Alpha can actually clutch it out. And Navi stick this through, faith in CNED to find the kill.
He doesn't even look that fussed. Just pulled off an ace. Goes to 12. To 6. Close enough. I just don't know if Navi have anything left in the tank, if I'm honest. At least they've got a buy. This is going to be interesting. Fnatic are already up middle. This is so fast in comparison to what we've been seeing.
This is no information either, no sound cues at least from the steps. And no camera here this time around from Sugetsu. Lots of ultimates for Navi to work with though. First one being Angel. Now, will he actually catch sight of these players in ropes?
He should be there in time.
Yeah, we'll spot out both of them. That's a Rolling Thunder. Again, they anticipate this A-pinch coming through. Sugetsu's found one on the back of the Rolling Thunder.
Pretty big, hold on. A little bit of fight in this one. And a little bit of support CNED there. Lovely work from CNED this time. Saving Sugetsu, who looked like he was about to be shredded in that. But no, Chronicle and Leo now left out in the cold. They've had no step towards sight. Spike to hand, can Leo sell something here? Can they find any bit of space? But they've only got 30 seconds. What are you even meant to try in this? Just probably keep the rifles in your hands, and that's the best you can really hope for.
With Boaster at 1500, Alpha at 2300, I'm not even sure actually of Durka's ultimate status, but a chance here at least to get some investment back into the next.
10 seconds.
I mean, this drew out the Rolling Thunder, Angel's ultimate as well, and Sugetsu as well, throw that in the hat.
We live to fight another day. 5 alive for Navi. And an upgrade here or there as well, so they should be able to get maybe a better purchase going forward, because their money is certainly frayed as well. Okay.
Yeah, Durka won off the showstopper, so this is potentially doable here. Again, great read on the back of Angel's information. Spotting those 2 members in vents, immediately the Rolling Thunder is posted towards ramp and main. It's a perfect read of the situation. Like you said, when actually it feels like Fnatic have a massive advantage, or at least massive progress off the rip for free, with no resistance, not really giving away any information.
Okay, one away for Durka. And I'm looking to see if Boaster can play this out. It's Shout, finding Chronicle. Boaster, only going to find one on this. But it looks like they want to double down on it as well, and actually Fnatic win both fights. Huh?
You have to heal Durka back up. Now got the showstopper.
That should never have been favorable, it feels. Never. They've just got everything they wanted. Alpha's got out online. He can find all the information he wants.
And a man advantage as well.
Oh, this is going to be a devastating round loss here. If this is the one that they lose it on. And they know 100% where both these players are. There's no secrets to this anymore. The time's now on their side as well. CNED Takes the first couple of steps, but it's Sugetsu to find it. Leo falls towards pillar, and they have to kind of live this one out. Rocket gets posted. CNED dodges, still standing, 2 feet planted back on the ground. Sugetsu with another valuable kill, and Dirk has fallen. There's still life in Navi yet. After what felt like they'd maybe just fumbled that.
Yeah, this is Fnatic actually deciding to throw some of these investments in to try and secure this. Again, no fault really in that, but Navi flipping a 2v3 retake here. I mean, yeah, this should have never happened. Sugetsu gets the freebie onto Leo, and that really opens things up.
Do we actually have a comeback on our hands here?
I mean, I'm getting worried. Yeah, okay, so the loss bonus comes into effect now with what Fnatic can buy on some of these light shields. You question some of the utility potentially behind it, but yeah, one more and I'm a little concerned actually, especially if Navi builds some momentum.
It feels like that's been missing from them the whole game, and well, Angel's been decimated.
That was a 27-11, by the way, on the Cypher.
It looks like this B piece is in motion. What does Xiao do about this? He can't do much. He has to respect it.
I've got your trail.
Even the Seekers to come through as well. Going to show exactly how far back Navi are. You should be able to get that plant going for yourselves. Chronicle going to go for it. That's a little bit dangerous here. That smoke just dissipating, but no one there to really find much. Actually, tell the lights. At least denied the first attempt at the plant. Buying a couple of seconds now for the second shot, though.
Yeah, looking to get antsy on this, though.
CNED's in. He's straight in there. It's Chronicle to find Xiao, though, leaving it just down to Zipan, CNED, and Sugetsu. And this is when the problems start to come together. You've got so many bodies against you here. Alpha does get noted, but he still wins the fight. CNED with 4 to find and a mountain to climb. The flash pretty good as well. Leo going to keep that position in mind. The first couple of tentative steps mean nothing. Alpha having a belting game for himself. And well, sadly in my book, a little bit of a flat game from Na'Vi there.
Yeah, it did. I don't know if this were, again, we question some of the comfort of really when you bring across some of these compositions to a live game, talk about testing things out. Things just didn't really feel characteristic of what we've seen from Na'Vi so far this season, at least. I mean, I know Desk was hitting heavy on fundamentals and, you know, spacing being off, trading positions. You know, a couple of members of Na'Vi doing different things at the same time. So yeah, a little bemused by that. Fnatic also though on the first. Again, very, very uncharacteristic approach to Lotus. Again, they win out, I think, towards the latter end of the second half, to be honest with you. Other than that, it was very, very strange from both teams at points throughout this series.
Yeah, I think this kind of falls into the category of, you know, it could have been one of those fantastic games. However, this is feeling more like a show match of, you know, trying bits and pieces out, a couple of different looks. Yes, a good game for sure coming out from Fnatic. Absolute highlight reel from Alpha throughout that game.
Yeah, we had a quiet map one. Again, it
Exactly.
was sticking to that investment of the operator. Wasn't really finding an awful lot. Don't know how much we credit that towards Na'Vi. We're talking about obviously the Sova being a great counter towards some of those early angles, yes. But again, in the second map, it felt like it was the Alpha show, to be honest with you. And like I said, when we're hoping for that adjustment to come through, the utility to find that value once again, there's a number of different setups that Fnatic were able to employ, and Alpha delivered in every single one of them.
He certainly did. The caliber of the players, even if it wasn't probably one of the most marquee matchups we've had, if you're looking at quality, the individuals still certainly delivered. We had some really quite fantastic rounds. Sadly, CNED looking a little absent on map 1. It started to warm up a bit in map 2. Didn't really see him at that peak form, but again, I think the issues for Na'Vi really, it just didn't look comfortable throughout that series, maybe changing some bits up, and it didn't quite find that form they wanted.
Yeah, sure, which I come back to the same thing. It's always going to be the first question raised when we see, I don't want to say some of these wacky compositions. Sure. This is not necessarily, you know, out of the playbook really for Na'Vi. We've seen this sort of thing before, but that's the sort of thing that we do start then questioning. Yes, Zipan looked very proficient on the breach, but again, in certain situations, it's like ahead of the site's already conceded, you're dumping a flash, you're dumping a fault line. Those are key tools in terms of retakes or in terms of isolating players ahead of that spike being planted. So a couple of things for me that certainly you come away from this matchup and are very, very quick fixes.
Yeah, I don't think this is a bigger problem for NAVI in my book at all. I think this kind of played out as we were a little worried it might. That there's always that possibility when both teams are qualified, they are comfortable.
There's also the element that NAVI just like to have fun in the server. They like to play what they want. They like to switch things up. So again, if they've achieved that objective themselves in their mind today, fair play.
Yeah, maybe not the game that we'd hope for, but again, you kind of hope you see these two clash on those international stages eventually as well.
I have a feeling we'll see them clash again.
I feel as though that may be the case too. We'll have to wait for that one though, and something else that's coming up is going to be the post-plant with Chronicle.
Nice! Nice, Alpha! Nice! Nice! Bravo! Nice! Nice, man. Nice!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, you know, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about Valorant fundamentals.
Welcome back, everybody, to the post-plant portion of the show. Chronicle is part of our furniture now. We've stolen him. This is not actually him. This is Planticle. Planticle? Planticle?
Cringical, I will say.
Cringical? Wait, Cringical, however you guys want to...
He's had that on his head for a good 2 minutes now, by the way.
And that was very,
I don't know how he did that.
very impressive. Yeah, almost as impressive as the
Actually, I will take this one for a good standing on my head.
The 2-0 for today. I will say that Chronicle, now the season is done now. The next time you play is going to be playoffs. 9-0 you ended up going, completely undefeated. Did you think that you were going to end up in this spot? At any point in the season, did you feel like, oh no, maybe the undefeated record is going to slip?
I mean, I was always thinking about that. Like, every match could be hard. Like, many matches we played on this regular season were kind of close, even though we lost only one map through the whole season. So I can only say that it obviously, you had that feeling that you can lose every match, you can lose every map, but maybe it helped us to be like...
mentally prepared?
Yeah, not only mentally prepared, but I think just prepared to the opponent, like just prepared to be, just prepared to everything that could happen. And we were curious about every team. Like, for example, like I can say that we prepared for this game also a lot. Maybe it will help us in the future too. Like for the playoffs or whatever. Like we just, for example, we did 45 pages of anti-strats against NAVI.
45. Wait, who was the culprit? Like, who did the most of it? How did the?
I mean, I think it's slightly depends on how Mini is free or SLK. Like, someone could do the more. Like, I think most of the anti-strats SLK does in our team, but also Mini helps in that way, and also Bolster obviously, because he also watches the VODs and he also can add something interesting about our enemies that we could play in the future. So like this trio, I think, like gives us the most like
edge. You feel like?
And not edge, like most of the info that we have about enemies. Like just that's it, nothing
Can you
else.
imagine that, Mitch? Like, turn to page number 9. As you can see, this is what we're gonna do.
A little tag pause before the pistol.
I mean that's why I think like why Riot doesn't allow to take some like list
like
paper with the anti-strats. Like maybe because of that, because on our table it's in the 45 pages. I mean,
coming out with a book. Yeah. I mean, I gotta ask, because you're saying about all this preparation. I imagine it's a bit of a nightmare to prep against a team like NAVI, just because, I mean, maybe you need 45 pages for it, because they came in today and I mean, Angel's playing a Yoru, we got a breach on Zipan for the first time ever. Like, how do you prepare for a team like that who is just constantly swapping it up? Does that make it difficult for you?
We do have the Angel Yoru highlight.
That was actually one of the reasons why like we had 45 pages about anti-stratting NAVI, because like they have a lot of comps, and because of that we prepared to almost every of them. Obviously this split one, we like it was double dive with Angel Yoru, and we also was prepared for this one. We were discussing how to fight with them on our defense side, and I think we did a great job also.
Is there, can you leak anything that you prepared for that they didn't end up doing? So like a comp perhaps? Did you prepare for like Reyna or Phoenix or any stuff like that, or is it just the Yoru?
No, I mean, like what they played in this regular season, that's what we like took for our anti-strat, that's it.
And so when he did lock in the Yoru, were you guys kind of like, aha, we prepared for this, or were you kind of like, what's he done there?
I mean, we didn't have neither of that. Like we just, okay, we just discussed like how they will play against us, that's it. I mean, I could make a joke about like, haha, he's IGL playing Yoru, he's gonna play 0.5 KD, that's it. But he actually is a really good player, and I mean, after the first map we played, like I literally spoke to him, like it was a fun, because like he was owning me, so sometimes, and like he did some solo peeks and he just one-tapped me, and that was fun actually, that was fun.
It was fun to get one-tapped?
I mean, whatever, I don't know, like that was good. I can like say good job. I can never say good job, bro.
Such a wholesome rivalry, Mitch, I feel like, because we see them play so many times, there's never like bad blood.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in the interview earlier as well. It's like, we all want the best for each other. Hey, nice shot, bro. I love that. I gotta say though, so we just discussed NAVI and how they have a lot of comps. I mean, we saw it earlier. It's coming into today, they played 18 maps and 14 different compositions across those 18 maps. It's a lot. You guys were on the exact other end of the spectrum. You're the team that played the least amount of different comps. It's like you have your fundamentals that you want to run with, and you just perfect them. But I have to ask, in my mind at least, that's the easiest thing for your opponents to counter. You're coming in with the same utility, the same tools constantly. I mean, have you guys got any sort of a secret to keeping it fresh? Because Angel said, for example, that they don't think it's fun to play the same comp again and again, that it's not as fun to play. Do you ever find that?
I think he just looks on that like from a different perspective.
Okay.
I think that if you are making new strats on the same comp, it's actually more interesting in some way. Like you are just trying to create something new that actually no one saw that before, or maybe stole something that no one expecting like from you. It actually also cool, and I think it helps you to play stable, because like you will keep your individual performance for sure. Like it will not just go away because you obviously you change the agent, and because of that you can do a performance drop obviously. So that's it, I think.
Is there any, because you play a whole bunch of agents in the past, you know, we even saw you play Raze, and you're pretty good at every agent you play, I would say. Are there any agents that you want to play, you know? You're going to Mini and Burst like, hey, you'll put me on this.
I want to play on Yoru.
Really?
No, I just like dog shit angel.
Was that your angel impression, or?
But are there any agents
like just relating to the split, like I was thinking that he does some moves, but it's easy to counter sometimes, especially like if you are able to adapt. So I don't really like this agent, but it's like their vision. I think they have some really good plays with it, and I have a idea of why they're picking Yoru on so many maps, but I will not tell that. Maybe.
Okay, that's what you tell us later. You tell us.
They're just friends help.
You dodged my question. Any agents that you want to play?
I played on everything almost.
That's what I mean, almost everything. So
I mean, maybe sometimes Astra.
Oh, really?
It could be interesting, but I think it's one of the hardest agents to play with, because like from every main controller players, it it requires you a high skill, like with using abilities, and you also need to to have a good perspective, like on what enemy does against you. Like you need to see everything, you need to adapt to it again. So
I don't know if Boaster will swap with you though, because I remember him saying that he really doesn't like to play Breach. He had a really hard time playing Breach, so you might have to convince him. But today you had a great performance. Oh, is he capping? Is he capping?
No, I mean, I'm just joking. I will not allow him to play in Breach.
But you had a really good performance on both maps today, and this entire season you've been very consistent. I know you're the kind of person that you don't like to compare yourself to other people. You like to kind of just keep improving. Are you happy right now with your performance and how you've been playing?
It will be, I think, a lie if I will say I'm not happy. I mean, obviously I'm doing great, and it's great. How awful will that sound? I don't know. But obviously I still have so many things to improve and so many things to prepare for playoffs. So it's gonna be a tough 1 week or 2 weeks.
We'll pay the compliment for you. You're playing great. Yeah,
right,
one of the best players in the world.
You know what? I know Yinsu just
I'm leaving now.
No, it's true. It's true.
I know Su just said that you don't like to compare yourself to others, so I'm going to ask you to compare yourself to others. The Odin was incredible. I'm used to seeing it from you on Lotus, but I mean, I was seeing it from absolutely everybody, and I loved it. Boaster with it as well. Who's the best Odin player on Fnatic?
I think it will be me.
Okay.
It's not just because I'm the best player in the world, but just because so many players doesn't want to play with Odin. That's it. So maybe Boaster also wants to play, but he has a kind of different role, and he also doesn't kill as much as me with
That's
Odin.
true. That's true.
I mean, only when he have easy kills like with spraying plant.
I need you to have a word with Alpha though, because he whipped out the Smite Odin. Right?
Yeah, he did.
Why? Just
there's a Smite skin set. You know the one with the.
Oh no, he uses a Smite.
I'm using Smite Odin. I'm using.
Wait, what?
That was you?
Yes.
Why?
What do you mean? I mean,
Dude, you have the Blast X Odin, the Prime Odin,
the Reaver Odin?
The Reaver Odin. There's so many good Odin skins.
Because, as I said, it's just for troll.
Okay.
I
Well,
mean,
listen, it hurts me every time I see it.
like just you need to see a Fnatic Twitter to see like best Phantom skin, best Odin skin, least favorite skin. I always put Smite.
You put Smite for everything?
Yeah. Like for the best skin and also the worst skin. So no one will actually knew my opinion on it.
You want to see the world burn. You want to see the world burn. Now you guys are your first seed going to playoffs. You know, Japan is looking. You know, you're one of the strongest teams to probably make it there. I wanted to ask you about the last, I guess, like 10 to 12 months of your journey, because last year I think you had some lows, you know, some real lows. At one point we weren't even quite sure if you were going to be on a new team, or the boys, you got your team that you were on before, you know, you guys went separate ways. But then you come into kind of this new team, you become the first player to win 2 international trophies. Now you go undefeated in regular season, and now I feel like we're on an all-time high of your kind of timeline. Does that feel the same to you as well? How do you feel looking back on what you went through last year?
Oh, I don't really understand the question. I mean,
I'll rephrase.
if you're just comparing it to the last year, obviously.
Well, I mean, you had a really tough time, right? You had to go through a lot of tough time to get to the good times. So now you are at the good time. Can you look back on it and, you know, talk us through?
I mean, obviously the last year was awful.
Yeah.
Like in every way, like in real life, in game. But I had like kind of some lights in it. Like, for example, my wife. Like she helped me to go through everything that year, and she helps her right now, obviously. So like only respect to her and all the love. And also like about in game, it was also awful because like we had so many changes. Like I will not say that it like roster changes, but we had so many role changes. We didn't adapt to meta really. Well, I think, and obviously it affected us really much, and I can only say that obviously this year is like I don't know, a gift for me to show one more time that like of what I'm capable of, and that's it. I mean, I don't really want to say something more because like it's still like we didn't finish it yet. Like we have a lot to play. Like nothing else.
Well, it's nice for us to see you back at top. I think we always believe, like I think we believe every one of the Gambit boys can make it back to the top again.
You know,
and
obviously also the war, like literally. I just hate that thing that happened like with the war. It's just annoying.
Yeah, I mean, we a lot of players went through some tough times, but the good thing is that you're here. You're going to go to playoffs with a really, really nice chance. And I also feel like we're going to talk about your individual performance again. I feel like this is just like a chronicle, like simp segment. But we have a leaderboard right now of the average assist. This is the average assist, I believe, per map. Right now, you are number 1. I will say Weber hasn't played nearly as many maps as the rest of the people on this list, but must be nice for you as well to be up there. Ahead of Redgar.
I mean, it's actually good because I think for support players it's actually harder to get assists than controller, and you can see I think top players of this list should be like Omen mainers because like they can easily throw the smoke, get assists while everyone tries to execute from there. And it's a great achievement, but it doesn't really show anything good, I think, because like some assists are actually not really. I will not count some assists like as a real assist. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, especially I mean, there's so much of it, KO knife, all this sort of stuff where you can just get the assist on the board, but I think it's the impact of those assists where you don't see it in the statistics, but you certainly see it on the server when you guys are playing. I mean, not losing a series is impressive, but you guys lost a single map, and that was Ascent to a Turkish team.
And with Kamek.
And with the, but look, at this point, when I hear Fnatic with a stand-in, it's just Fnatic, you know? It's like half of their games are with a stand-in, y'all still win. Like, it's frustrating to watch, I'm sure, for the others.
Why it's frustrating, it's actually good. You see now we are performing really well, whatever like the player will play with us or not. So
the games are too fast though. I saw a really funny thread. Everyone's like, supporting Fnatic is so hard because they always 2-0. So it's like, there's not enough to watch.
You never get a third map.
Yeah, you
It's a
never
quick
get to
day.
watch it enough of them. Yeah.
And for us it's tough because after that we have a 30-minute meet and greet with so many fans over there. So
you gotta come here and sit amongst the trees.
I mean,
spend more time doing all that than on the server, man.
I mean, so many people are coming to watch us, and it's really good. But Jesus, it takes so long.
But it must be amazing, right? Because we talk about, the success you had before, that first time being a world champion. And back then, we didn't have the crowds. We didn't have the meet and greets. You didn't get to see how much, your team means to some of the people at home. Like, how is it now being there with these fans?
Just a sidetrack. I'm really upset that Crew versus Gambit was not an IRL game.
Imagine.
I'm so upset we had no
with a full
audience
crowd
for
and
that.
everything. Wow.
I mean, I'm not sure that it will be actually good because obviously I was thinking maybe like some Spanish fans will come to this match and it will be good, but it will not be that like big.
What,
because
Crew versus Gambit?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think just there was such a, in my mind, maybe I'm biased because it was just such a good game.
It was amazing.
It was an amazing game, but I don't think it will have a lot of fans like coming to this match. Like I'm not sure about that. Yeah.
But also the time.
We already had a big fan base. Also, Crew is really popular in Latin America. But I'm not sure if they will come to Berlin to watch the match.
I would have gone.
I'm not sure, man. I mean, did you see the bus full of Polish people that came just to see Zeke play?
Oh,
there was one Polish player playing, and they drove from Poland all the way here to watch him. I mean,
unlucky, really.
Oh my goodness. All right, before things get a little bit out of hand, let's take a look at the bingo, updated bingo card. We started with I want to know what you think, by the way, Chronicle. We made a bingo card. We thanks Sam for the production pick. But essentially, Lothar had IGL playing a duelist this week. He won that point because Angel played it.
You know what's happening here, right, the bingo?
The mystery
I'm not sure exactly what happens.
Anytime any of this comes true, we get a point.
I mean, yeah, I understand.
Yeah, we all had to pick it. So Mika, Kuka, and Lothar all have different ones. These bottom ones were mysteries, and Tom chose that all 3 British players will get a win this week.
I think it's High Copium. I think it's High Copium.
High Copium? Yeah, I think so
Wait,
too.
from which British player? Because your boss has already won.
Oh, so which one's going to lose?
So what's the hard?
You don't like Solkas?
It's Weber or Solkas? Yeah.
I mean, I believe in Liquid.
Sorry,
say
Weber.
no more. Say no more.
But the who's the first?
Weber.
From Heritage.
Actually, I forgot that he is.
See, not so hard copium anymore.
Maybe, yeah.
Not so hard copium anymore. But also, I want to reveal that the Giga mystery pick was from Ulysses, the Spanish caster on the Spanish stream, and he chose that Angel would die first 7 times in one best of 3. And
how much he did?
I think 10 was it?
Yeah,
I thought it would be 14.
You thought it would be 40?
I mean, he always picks first, I think, in his team.
I remember my favorite was Haven when they used to play it. Obviously, they ban it now, but when they used to play it, and he was a breach, and he would like jump C long at the start of the round and get opt 5 rounds in a row, and you're like, what's happening?
We are blessed to have him.
He plays a different game.
We are really blessed to have him in our league. If we take a look at the standing now, Fnatic, of course, they are 1st seed secured. NAVI secured 3rd seed, and Liquid are confirmed 3rd seed. My question to you is, Chronicle, there's 3 more teams that are fighting for 1 spot, BBL, Vitality, and Heretics. Who do you think takes the last playoff spot?
Why you're asking this question? It's kind of awful. Okay.
Say a team.
You played all of these teams, so who was hardest?
No, KC, they're not in the running anymore.
I don't care. Carmen Corp takes the spot.
You want to believe?
KC win.
Let's go! Let's go, KC! Allez, les gars!
The rules of the league, just.
I mean, okay. Let's no jokes. I think if we are counting as a Tokyo, like who will perform better, I think Vitality could be a great contender. They should qualify. But I think in the current situation, BBL might be the stronger one.
I mean, they're the only team to take a map off you, so they certainly seem to be in good form.
I feel like it validates
us and mainers, I know. Us and mainers.
I mean, what was the Alpha said last week that I hope neither of the Turkish teams qualify so all the Turkish fans can support him instead? That's what he said.
I mean, I should be scared to say like that. When I'm on the play, like if I will be instead of Alpha. So.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Alpha could get away with saying that, you know, they're not going to be mad at him.
I think he's crazy.
He's crazy.
Actually, what was it he said last week? That he thinks he's the most mature player on the team. Do you agree?
Mature?
Yeah, like oldest.
I mean,
the oldest.
Mentally old.
Yeah. Do you agree?
It doesn't look
I will be silent this time.
If I speak, I'm in trouble.
Okay, he's the maturest, like, of all time. Like, he's mature than Angel, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Believe
More
me,
mature than Angel. Okay.
36-year-old man stuck in a 17-year-old man's body.
Sure.
Okay, we got confirmation 2 weeks in a row now that Alpha is the most mature player.
Wow,
in that
I'm impressed. I'm surprised.
Yeah, I feel like that's just a fact now. That's not even an opinion.
I can't debate it.
But we have a few more games coming up this week. If we take a look at tomorrow's schedule, we got 2 best of 3s, and the ones that happen tomorrow are not just seeding games like it was today, because Heretics versus Vitality is a huge game, and then K-Corp versus Giants. Do you want to predict who you think is going to win?
Second game. I will just instantly predict on second game. I'm not sure how Giants are preparing for this game. So it might be a good way for Coming Corp to win another match. Just for their fans. And the first one, who was there?
Heretics Vitality.
Heretics Vitality. So again, as I said, like I'm rooting for Vitality this time. I think they will do a great job. I hope.
You're not here with us tomorrow, so what about you?
I would have to say Vitality to start with, and then
You want Heretics to win though, because of your bingo card.
Because of my bingo card, sure, but the permutations. Remember, I was with Vitality, so yeah, I think Vitality will take it. I think I agree with you. I think KC have a good opportunity. They're super motivated as well. Usually at this stage of the game, I would look at it and say, KC have nothing to play for, and Giants are playing for their spot, right? If they lose that game, they're screwed. But if they win, maybe they can make it to playoffs.
Wait, Giants are already qualified to playoffs.
Oh, Giants are already through. Oh,
so I just as I said, like for Giants, it might be no reason. It might be no reason to play.
Oh no, they
better.
have a reason. Either they play against you in the next round or Navi.
I mean,
they still have a
I don't think it's actually a real good reason for them. Like, both are tough. Like, and it just like depends on if they want to prepare for the next matches against us, if they will meet us, obviously, or if they want to win another game just for the score. I mean, I don't see any reason for them to do that. But obviously, they can just play their own default, and they might win, or even just only with that.
I feel like maybe it's just me, but I think most teams want to dodge you. I think most teams don't want to play you.
I have an interesting question then. Coming into today, for you guys against NAVI, what is the goal? Is it to experiment with try some ideas that you had, or are you coming in to win this game 100%?
I don't think we want to experiment or check some ideas, because we can check that on pracs, and we don't really want to show them, because it's obviously something already works, because we're obviously preparing for the playoffs. So we already have something, and we don't really want to show it. So we just played our defaults, how we played for the whole regular season.
Don't fix what's not broken. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Last question for you, Chronicle, because we're not going to see you until playoffs, and you're not playing on the first day of playoffs either, so it's going to be more than a week, I think, until we see you. So anything you want to say to the fans that are rooting for you and that are looking forward to seeing you play back in playoffs?
Oh, I think I can only say thank you to everyone again who is watching us and helping us to go through all the stuff we are doing right now, because obviously it's hard to play for such a long time without any support, and your support actually helps us. So I hope again we will not disappoint you in playoffs right now, and we will try our best to prepare for these matches, and obviously we will try our best to perform good.
I can't wait to see it. Thank you so much, Chronicle, for joining us, and thank you, Mitch. You're casting tomorrow, but we won't have you on the desk, so we'll keep an eye out for the bingo for you. We'll keep an eye out. Thank you to all of you guys at home for tuning in. As always, we're going to be back tomorrow with 2 more games, starting with Heretics versus Vitality. Have a very good night, and we'll see you then.
1 by 5.
One enemy remaining.